Every statue towered over 1,000 feet, standing tall and broadcasting a vast presence.
A ferocious flame aura. A nimble melody of the wind. A profound vibration of the earth. A sharp aura of metal. 6 humanoid statues, all with their eyes closed tight, emitting completely distinct auras, allowing one to broadly distinguish the differences between the 6 great alien gods. Invisible fluctuations swept by, and a large amount of light converged, forming a formidable and bulky figure with a horn. Elder Chu, Li Yuan's eyes lit up. "Your strength is much more formidable than I had imagined," lamented Chu Bingzhen. A battle against 2 35th level beings of the flying heaven level, and it ended with 1 dead and 1 fleeing. "Luck," Li Yuan said with a smile, though he inwardly sighed. His earlier analysis was indeed correct. Chu Bingzhen and that training officer probably had intimate knowledge of every part of the mothership. But they would not intervene, instead allowing the various factions to fight amongst themselves. Having come to the region of alien gods signifies that you are qualified to come into contact with the inheritance left by the 6 great alien gods, said Chu Bingzhen. "Follow me, let me introduce you to a thing or two." Yes, Li Yuan promptly followed. Whoosh! Chu Bingzhen landed in front of the first statue, which was radiating a powerful flame aura. "These 6 statues are left by the 6 great alien gods," Chu Bingzhen spoke softly. "Are these alien gods all from the human race?" Li Yuan asked curiously. All around were humanoid statues. "Of course not, among the 6 great alien gods, only one is a true member of the human race," Chu Bingzhen said with a smile. "But in the endless river of dimensions, the human race's body is the most imbued with spiritual nature, and they possess the highest comprehension. Thus, deities of various races, upon becoming divine, will often transform into humanoid forms, which are more conducive to cultivation. Usually, only when engaging in battle will they transform into their true forms. Only after becoming divine can one perfectly transform their body," Chu Bingzhen added. "These statues here all resemble the humanoid forms of these alien gods." Li Yuan suddenly understood. The human race body indeed contained such profound mysteries. "Look. Beneath each divine statue, there are 9 stone stels." Chu Bingzhen pointed to the stels and continued slowly. "These stels constitute the first layer of the trial. Within the stels, the cultivation insights of these divine beings are contained. What you must do is to comprehend the stels. The more you comprehend, the more aid you will have in obtaining the divine being inheritance. There is no time limit on your comprehension. When you feel that your comprehension is profound enough, you may proceed along the passage behind the stele to accept the final test. The passage will lead to the site of divine being inheritance," Chu Bingzhen said. Li Yuan couldn't help but look towards the passage beneath the towering statue. It wasn't very big, but it seemed extremely mysterious. He had no idea what lay in the depths, nor where it led. "You may freely comprehend any of the stels left by the 6 great alien gods, but in the end, you can only choose one alien god's heritage site to undertake. Remember, you only have one chance. Whether you can gain great advantages depends on yourself." Chu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan and said. Yes, Li Yuan nodded, but then couldn't resist asking, "Elder, to gain the benefits of the inheritance, must one fully understand all 9 stels?" "Naturally, that is not the case. Third-order life beings must fully grasp every stele to have a chance at the inheritance," Chu Bingzhen said. "For second-rank life, comprehending just the first 6 stels can offer a good chance." "The first 6 stels?" Li Yuan's interest was piqued. "That shouldn't be too difficult." "All right," he replied. "That which I needed to tell you, I have said," Chu Bingzhen said, looking at Li Yuan. "From now on, it's up to you. Go and choose the alien god stels that best suit your understanding." "Oh right, I have to remind you first," Elder Chu chuckled, "if you want to enter the inner layer of the mothership, you must at least become the direct disciple of a certain alien god." "Inner sect disciple?" Li Yuan pondered. Each alien god has left behind 3 different levels of inheritance: direct disciple, inner sect disciple, and disciple by name. Among them, becoming a direct disciple or an inner sect disciple isn't solely about strength but about your choice, Elder Chu explained. Choice. Li Yuan was puzzled.
With gains come losses. The many alien gods left behind their heritage with the thought of passing on their teachings as well as the commands of the heavenly serpent divine. But they all have their own demands, Elder Chu said with a smile. With your talent, if you choose the right path, there is hope for you to become a direct disciple, but you have to make a choice.
If you can't do it, it's best not to agree, otherwise it can easily affect your future. Li Yuan suddenly understood. He could comprehend the reasoning. One must act for their own gain or be obliterated by heaven and earth. Even the ancient torch divine had something to request when leaving behind an inheritance. It's just that his own strength was still weak, and Yu hadn't told him till now. Also, Elder Chu continued with a smile. I remind you once more, according to the rules, fighting is forbidden anywhere within the mothership, especially within the alien gods' domains in the inner layer areas. If the enforcement squad were still present, any outbreak of battle would likely result in the combatants being killed on the spot by the enforcement squad. It's just a pity, the enforcement squad left long ago. Elder Chu shook his head, and his figure thunderously dissipated. Li Yuan stood there, a trace of astonishment on his face. What does Elder Chu mean? Li Yuan felt a bit puzzled. Last time he warned me, and then I immediately encountered two great beast emperors and a fight broke out. He warned me again. Could it be that other potentates are converging here? A sliver of murderous intent flickered across Li Yuan's eyes. Is it the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor from the three great beast emperors? Or those geniuses from the Myriad Demons civilization? Only these individuals had entered the mothership. No matter. At present, it's unclear whether others have entered the inner layer or not, Li Yuan thought to himself. The Myriad Scales Beast Emperor has never appeared. It's very possible that he entered the inner layer through the Heavenly Serpent bloodline trial. And the geniuses of the Myriad Demons civilization, I've never encountered them. Have they all entered the inner layer? Li Yuan muttered to himself. No matter. In any case, according to Elder Chu, you can actually fight anywhere within the entire mothership, Li Yuan thought to himself. Whoosh! Li Yuan had truly stepped beneath the first alien god statue. The statue was incredibly lifelike, its eyes cold, seemingly filled with anger, and it radiated an endless ferocious aura. The vein of fire. This alien god clearly became divine through the law of fire. Stone wall. Li Yuan's gaze fell upon the 9 stone walls, on which were engraved marks resembling flames. The 9 stone walls, each with a different flame carved into it, emitted unique mysterious vibrations. Li Yuan contemplated. Through the process of comprehending the mysteries of true intent of both earth and wind, as one principle leads to all methods, he had inadvertently also come to understand other mysteries of heaven and earth, such as the mysteries of water and metal, both of which he had already crossed the 5th stage threshold. Yet for the mystery of fire and thunder, he hadn't even reached 1% of the 5th stage. The mystery of fire is too profound. Li Yuan shook his head, able to sense the mystery of the 9 great walls with his realm. But he just didn't understand it. Time passed, and Li Yuan had preliminarily observed all 6 alien god statues. During the observation process, Li Yuan discovered that each of the 6 great alien gods had become divine through one of the 6 laws of fire, wind, earth, metal, thunder, and water, and the stone walls they left behind naturally contained the respective mysteries of these laws. If I go on to forcefully comprehend the law of fire or metal, I'm afraid I won't even be able to become the disciple by name of an alien god, Li Yuan muttered to himself. Everyone has their strengths. His strongest was still the earth vein, followed by the wind vein. In other areas, after all, he wasn't skilled in expending 10 times the effort. He feared he would only gain a fraction of the results. I'll just choose from among the earth and wind alien gods. Li Yuan approached the statue of the Earth System alien god. This was an old man with a profound and simple demeanor, kind-eyed and benevolent, with a compassionate appearance. Standing under this statue made Li Yuan feel very warm. Stone wall. Li Yuan silently resonated with the first wall, which was engraved with a vast and heavy land. The great land is heavy. Li Yuan, who had already gained keen insights into the true meaning of Earth, and solely relying on the mysteries of true intent of Earth, could already rival flying heaven peak powerhouses. One could imagine how fast his progress had been. In just a quarter of an hour, Li Yuan had completely understood the mystery held within the first stone wall. Coalesce. With a thought from Li Yuan, the power of heaven and earth gathered, forming a corresponding pattern in front of the first stone wall, emanating identical mysterious vibrations. The second stone wall, Li Yuan looked towards the next stone wall, which, like the first, was engraved with a vast expanse of land, only this time there was a seed within it. On the third stone wall, the seed had sprouted. On the fourth stone wall, the sprouted seed broke through the ground amidst the vast lands. The fifth stone wall. In 3 days' time, Li Yuan was constantly immersed in contemplating the 9 stone walls left by the Earth system alien god, and he had understood up to the 6th stone wall in one go. Then he was halted by the 7th stone wall. According to Elder Chu's guidance, only by understanding 6 stone walls, one could hope to obtain the heritage of the alien god. But Li Yuan himself hesitated. The path is not right. The path pursued by this Earth system alien god is different from mine. Li Yuan gradually realized this point from the 9 stone walls. This alien god's contemplation was on the aspect of nurturing. The vast land is indeed expansive and nurtures all things, providing sustenance to them. But what I pursue, my true meaning of earth mastery, is merely to bear all things, to embrace all things, Li Yuan reflected thoughtfully. There is no right path. Every law of the great Tao encompasses everything. Starting from the law of earth, one can nurture all things, and the same goes for the laws of water and wood. There is only the path that best suits oneself. What I pursue is to bear, with the vastness of earth, to carry the rhythm of wind, to form a space of absolute control, and even ultimately touch upon the mysteries of space, Li Yuan murmured to himself. This was the cultivation path Li Yuan had long since conceived. The boundlessness of heaven and earth, the carefree and unrestrained nature of the wind, is also what he genuinely liked. And nurturing all things, the evolution of life, that too is an ultimate path, but at least for now, it is not Li Yuan's pursuit. The path is decided by the heart. As of now, I haven't even entered the threshold of the vast law of the great Tao. Biting off more than I can chew, Li Yuan mused. This path of the earth system divine does not agree with me. There's no need to force it. If Li Yuan had already delved deep and far into the law of earth, he might be able to take some reference from it. But where is Li Yuan now in terms of his realm? Wind system alien god. Li Yuan arrived at another alien god statue. The same 9 stone walls. In the first stone wall, what was engraved was a figure, with eyes tightly closed, standing alone in the void, exuding a trace of ethereal and invisible charm. The fluctuation of wind? Li Yuan whispered to himself, sensing carefully. Gradually, a smile appeared on Li Yuan's face, as expected. Just like the insights I had before, this wind system alien god also pursues the direction of phantom body. During his prior cursory contemplation of the paths of the 6 great alien gods, Li Yuan had a rough understanding of each, but his heart was more inclined towards the earth system alien god, as that was where he was most confident. But now it seemed that the path of this wind system alien god was more suitable for Li Yuan. The profundity contained in this stone wall seems to bear some resemblance to the Thousand Illusion Formation diagram. Li Yuan's eyes slightly lit up. The Thousand Illusion Formation diagram, bestowed by Alliance Hierarch Dongfang Ji, contained over 1,000 strands of mystery, seemingly chaotic, yet unified. Over the past few months, Li Yuan had been pondering its mysteries. But those mysterious fluctuations were still too complex for Li Yuan at his current realm. Yet looking at these stone walls, Li Yuan quickly found commonalities between them. This first stone wall might correspond to 5 or 6 strands of mystery in the Thousand Illusion Formation diagram. But it has been perfectly combined. Li Yuan's eyes brightened. As if one offered an outline, the other provided practical cases for insight. They could be combined for contemplation. Ha ha ha. This is indeed my opportunity. Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile and delved into contemplation. The first stone wall depicted 1 figure. The second stone wall had 2 figures. The third stone wall displayed 4 figures. Gradually, Li Yuan also discovered that the 9 stone walls left by the wind system alien god had a connection with the 9 shadow clones, which was actually a set of extremely powerful battle methods. Star technique is a way to utilize the star meridian to brand star marks, greatly enhancing the ability to wield the mystery of the heaven and earth. Li Yuan thought to himself, if one advances to a profound level, even without practicing star technique, one can exert the power of low-level star technique. Like the demigods, using second-layer star technique, third-layer star technique, their strength is hardly improved, and that's why. In the blink of an eye, nearly 10 days had passed. Time had already entered the month of October. The various forces that entered the Mingshu star realm were already doubtful about the so-called divine land. But whether it was the seven-star civilization, Myriad Demons civilization, or Tinliang civilization, they could only verify the life and death of the entrants, without the ability to communicate. Unclear of the specifics. So much time had passed. People like Li Yuan, Yu Jing, Shui Yan, and Fu Yuan, who were the top talents dispatched by their respective civilizations, entered and had no news for so long. These civilizations dared not casually send any more successors. Inside the mothership, in the alien god area, below one of the wind system alien god statues, a black-clad figure was seated cross-legged. Suddenly, that's it, Li Yuan, who had been meditating and contemplating, following the mysterious fluctuations of the wind, finally caught that fleeting inspiration. An invisible fluctuation spread out. Hum, 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 silently, around Li Yuan. Figures appeared out of thin air, some standing, others seated, and some standing in the distance with a silly grin. A total of 9 figures, each with a different posture. The mystery of wind has finally completed its transformation into the true meaning of wind. Li Yuan's lips curled into a subtle smile. In early July, when he bid farewell to his teacher, he only managed to condense the embryonic form of true intent, at the level of 99% of the 5th stage. And now, just 3 months later, he successfully stepped into the 6th stage, truly condensing true intent. This was an astoundingly rapid pace. People like Bertman, Yu Jing, Lud Neff, it took at least a year or more for them to make this step. My talent in the wind law, after all, isn't as high as in the law of earth, Li Yuan reflected inwardly. The breakthrough came so quickly. It was partly due to various fortuitous enhancements, but more importantly, in these past few months, Li Yuan had gone through life and death battles time and time again. Each battle was a priceless trial. Until he arrived at the alien god area and saw the 9 stone walls of the wind system alien god. Borrowing inspiration from them, he made the leap forward in one fell swoop. 9 great phantom bodies, with a thought from Li Yuan, the 9 phantom bodies simultaneously sprang into action. Bear in mind, Li Yuan hadn't used any star technique. These were formed from the mystery of true intent. It represented a new height Li Yuan had reached in the phantom body direction. Simply triggering the 9 great phantom bodies doesn't greatly amplify strength, Li Yuan pondered silently. The mysteries of true intent is too weak, and the attacking power of the phantom body is far from the flying heaven level. If I were to fight the heavenly serpent beast emperor, I'm afraid the phantom body would be destroyed by his attacks. But, with the current grasp of the mysteries of true intent, when Li Yuan applied 9 shadow clones, their power would soar dramatically. Previously, the 9 shadow clones were forced, occasionally being hit by the enemy. That was because Li Yuan's understanding of the mystery of wind wasn't deep enough. But now, as Li Yuan's skill realm advanced further, the emergence of the 9 shadow clones became even more eerily unpredictable. The power of star technique is stronger. My spear technique is also significantly stronger than before, Li Yuan revealed a hint of a smile. Whoosh! A black Chen spear appeared in his hand. Taking a step forward, the 9 phantom bodies moved simultaneously, and as the long spear silently thrust forward, it had already crossed a kilometer of void. Not a sound was heard. Only an obscure trail of a spear mark remained in the void, which took a long time to fully dissipate. The speed has increased. The attacking power increased by about 20%. This is still because the integration of my 2 great mysteries of true intent isn't thorough enough, Li Yuan thought silently. Once they are perfectly combined, the power of my spear technique should increase even more. Thinking this, Li Yuan's eyes landed on the divine palace panel before him. Skill realm. True meaning of earth, 6th stage intermediate rank. True meaning of wind, 6th stage initial rank. Now, Li Yuan could truly be considered to have congealed two great mysteries of true intent. Continue to work hard. If I follow this path, once each of the two great mysteries of true intent breaks through another step and then combine, my spear technique should be comparable to the demigod level, Li Yuan anticipated eagerly. If he were to comprehend a single true intent to reach the 6th stage perfection level, how difficult that would be. But once different true intents combine, once on the right path, progress comes much quicker. Li Yuan didn't waste too much time after initially combining the breakthroughs of the two great mysteries of true intent. He continued to contemplate under the alien god statue. Fully congealing the true meaning of wind, Li Yuan's speed of understanding and deducing the 9 stone pillars considerably accelerated. Just 2 days later, "I've finally understood the 6th stone pillar," Li Yuan said, observing the 9 figures on the 6th stone pillar. If the mysteries of true intent hadn't broken through, he likely wouldn't have understood it so quickly. 3 more stone pillars. Li Yuan's eyes moved to the last 3 stone pillars. The 7th stone pillar featured 64 figures. The 8th stone pillar featured 100 figures. And the 9th stone pillar was densely packed with 600 figures. The further one went with the stone pillars, the more staggeringly the difficulty increased. To fully comprehend the 9 stone pillars, 6th stage perfection might not be enough, Li Yuan secretly sighed. To understand the 6 stone pillars, 6th stage initial rank might be hopeful. Li Yuan couldn't help but recall Chu Bingzhen's words. 2nd rank to arrive, hopeful to understand the 6 stone pillars, if at 3rd order life, should aim to comprehend the 9 stone pillars. Clearly, the requirements seemed higher for 3rd order life. Continue and try to comprehend the 7th stone pillar, Li Yuan said patiently. I've only just reached the baseline, I'll do my best to improve my skill level. Li Yuan continued to ponder over the 7th stone pillar. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed, suddenly. Li Yuan, who was sitting on the ground, felt something and abruptly turned his head toward a nearby place. Boom! The initially flat metallic ground at the center of the alien god area suddenly began to tremble violently. Immediately afterward, the metallic ground split open, revealing a huge hole. Swoosh! 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 4 figures sprang out from the hole. What a pity! Rolbus, you were just a bit short of winning. Ah! It's still Shui Yan's power that's formidable, breaking through directly and entering the inner layer. We've been trapped in this trial area for so long, yet still failed to succeed. Stop it! I waited for you guys for more than 10 days at the first layer, and you all ended up failing, the 4 chattered among themselves. But abruptly, their voices dwindled. They were shocked to see a figure in black not far off. A figure dressed in black, even the facial features completely obscured, was standing under that great wind system alien god statue looking at them. Rolbus, a handsome and elegant young man, had a trace of wariness in his eyes. Who are you? To their senses, the man in black seemed to be only of 2nd rank, but his life force felt exceptionally strong. Fellows, you must all be talents from the Myriad Demons civilization, right? Li Yuan's voice was calm. This one should be Rolbus. This one should be Yu Fu. This one should be Jin Liang's direct disciple, Fu Yuan, right? And you? I don't recognize you, but to be here, you must have been a prime warrior saint heir from the Tinliang civilization previously. Li Yuan's gaze swept over them, pointing out their identities one by one. The moment these 4 appeared, Li Yuan had already executed Divine Palace Inquiry, confirming their life levels at 29.9 level, 29.9 level, 30.8 level, 30.7 level. 2 prime warriors. 2 flying heaven warriors. It should be noted that Li Yuan had long obtained extensive data on the talents of the Myriad Demons civilization and Tinliang civilization, especially the very top ones, quickly identifying them by their appearance. Rolbus and Lu Lei, hailing from the Myriad Demons civilization, were the super geniuses Dongfang Ji and Fang Hai had warned about before. Both of their strengths were no lesser than Yu Jing or Lu Nef. Fu Yuan was regarded as the most formidable talent of this era in the Tinliang civilization. As for Yu Fu and the last bald young man, Li Yuan didn't pay them much attention. These two people have already broken through to become flying heaven warriors, so it's almost certain that they cannot be the most top-tier geniuses. Just like the seven-star civilization, they would absolutely regret letting a genius like Yu Jing break through within Mingshu star realm. Shui Yan and Lu Lei? Li Yuan said, I haven't seen them along the way. Have they both entered the inner layer? Shui Yan was the genius from Myriad Demons civilization Li Yuan was warned about as having the strongest strength before he entered the mothership's inner layer. Rumble, the split cavern had been slowly closing, but Rolbus, Fu Yuan, and the other two, hearing Li Yuan single out their identities one by one, were already shaking with shock. Spirit gun. Yu Fu stared at Li Yuan, whose outfit was somewhat different from before. Smart. Li Yuan nodded. You are the spirit gun? A glint of curiosity shone in Rolbus's eyes as he stared at Li Yuan. You're facing the four of us alone, and you're not the least bit afraid? Spirit gun. The youth in black, Fu Yuan, also stared at Li Yuan. I've heard from the teacher that your strength is extremely strong, seemingly already close to level 34. Whoosh! 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 The four genius powerhouses realized Li Yuan's identity and immediately scattered, surrounding him in a semi-encirclement and trapping Li Yuan in the center as if they were afraid he would escape.
Spirit gun. Haha. Shui Yan said before that he wanted to deal with you after leaving the mothership. Rolbus laughed. I didn't expect we'd run into you so soon. Perhaps one-on-one you might be stronger than any of us, but there are four of us.
Should kill. Yu Fu glared at Li Yuan. Surrounding me? Li Yuan was first stunned, then a smile emerged. Good, then come and kill me. Li Yuan had realized that the four geniuses from Tinliang civilization and Myriad Demons civilization knew nothing about his battle where he killed hundreds of flying heaven beast kings. Take action. No more talking to him. Kill. Only a fight. Rolbus, Fu Yuan, Yu Fu, and the bald youth all moved at once, turning into four terrifying streaks of light, attacking Li Yuan from all four directions simultaneously. Their speed was incredibly fast, reaching over triple the speed of sound in the blink of an eye. Rolbus was the fastest, his speed surging to nearly quintuple the speed of sound. The four of them knew Li Yuan was exceedingly strong, but meeting on a narrow path, they had no reason to retreat. And all four were quite confident, especially Rolbus. Boom! Rolbus's body instantly transformed into 5 meters tall, his body shrouded in a cyan glow, holding a terrifying battle axe in his hand. The formerly elegant youth now resembled a war god. 7th layer's body refining star technique? Such a strong life aura? A hint of surprise flashed through Li Yuan's eyes. He was starting to understand why Rolbus and the others were so confident. Spirit gun. With an angry shout from Rolbus, before he arrived, the wild life force had already begun to spread out. Whoosh! A massive axe glow tore through hundreds of meters of the vast sky, howling as it split towards Li Yuan. Powerful. Rolbus, worthy of being someone who is only a step away from the inner layer. His strength is definitely comparable to level 33. Expectation gleamed in the eyes of Fu Yuan, Yu Fu, and the bald youth. But then, not good, Fu Yuan, also flying at high speed, changed his expression slightly. Not good, Rolbus, run. Just as Rolbus swung down his massive battle axe ferociously, Li Yuan, who had been waiting in place, finally moved. His body also inflated to 5 meters tall in an instant. A violent and powerful aura surged to the heavens. Boom! Li Yuan took a step forward, and with full force using wind feather, his speed instantly surged to over 8 times the speed of sound, like a terrifying meteor streaking across the sky. He charged straight into Rolbus's true intent domain, which barely affected him at all. What? This speed? Rolbus's face also greatly changed, as he realized something was off. But by then it was already too late to retreat. Whoosh! A black long spear swept across the sky. Pung! The long spear and battle axe collided. A terrifying force transmitted through the weapons, instantly knocking Rolbus senseless, as his whole body was blasted away, and the battle axe in his hands flew out of his grasp. Whoosh! A sweep of the spear across the sky, and Rolbus, still mid-flight, instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Rolbus, dead. Now there's only the three of you left. Li Yuan's gaze swept over the other three, who were shocked beyond belief, and he murmured softly, falling behind in intelligence can be deadly. Rolbus is dead. In one move. This? The slower flying Fu Yuan, Yu Fu, and the bald young men were completely dumbfounded by the scene before them. They had anticipated various scenarios, such as Rolbus being blown away, or Rolbus and Li Yuan being suppressed. But they had never thought that Rolbus, the strongest among the four of them, would be killed by Li Yuan in just 2 moves. This indicated that the gap in strength between the two sides was staggering. However, they didn't know that if Li Yuan's true meaning of wind had not made a breakthrough, he might not have been able to kill Rolbus so easily. But now, with the successful condensation of the true meaning of wind, Li Yuan could almost be regarded as one of the top-tier contenders among the Flying Heaven Peak powerhouses, making his attacks even more terrifying. Has the spirit gun advanced to the Flying Heaven level? A Flying Heaven warrior. No matter if it has broken through or not, the power of the spirit gun is definitely at the Flying Heaven Peak level. The three geniuses reacted extremely quickly in this crucial moment, immediately slowing down and trying to scatter and flee for their lives. At this moment, there was only one thought in the minds of the three: escape separately. Trying to escape, Li Yuan, swift as a shooting star, unleashed his full speed and quickly launched an attack toward the other three. Their flying speed was far too slow compared to Li Yuan's, and they had just charged over, which had already brought them very close to one another. Boom! In just a few seconds, Li Yuan had approached the black-clothed youngster Fu Yuan, with his long spear thrusting straight down. No, I haven't become a demigod yet. I can't die. Fu Yuan exerted all his strength to deploy his star techniques and domains, rumbling toward Li Yuan, swinging his dual swords to try to block Li Yuan's long spear. Pong! A spear swept through, splitting the domain in two. The dual swords were sent flying, and the spearhead, carrying a horrific force, smashed viciously on his head, instantly causing his skull to burst open. The number 1 prime warrior of the Tinliang civilization, Fu Yuan, dead. Fu Yuan is dead. We're completely finished. The hearts of the 2 Flying Heaven warriors trembled. They possessed Flying Heaven level origin power and were slightly faster in flight. Seeing this scene shook them deeply. Whoosh! After killing Fu Yuan, Li Yuan, with a cold gaze and unequivocal decisiveness, changed direction in a flash and swept toward Yu Fu like a gust of wind. Kill. Even in death, I won't make it easy for you. Yu Fu, who had always been calm in any situation, now twisted his face in agony. His body surged with a fierce aqua-blue current, gripping a massive bronze battle spear fiercely. He suddenly turned and stared at the roaring Li Yuan. Whoosh! The bronze battle spear, ancient and unadorned, suddenly drew in a vast amount of aqua-blue streams, twisting as it thrust straight at Li Yuan. This strike was unquestionably the strongest blow of Yu Fu's life, as well as his most potent burst on the brink of life and death. Pong! The battle spear was thrown aside, and the body burst open. Yu Fu, dead. You did have courage, worthy of being the first prime warrior to step into the Flying Heaven level true intent of the Tinliang civilization. Li Yuan thought inwardly, admiring the other's bravery. But for this reason, his slaughter was even less merciful. Whoosh! He waved his hand and collected the many treasures left by Yu Fu. You're the only one left. Li Yuan's gaze fell upon the distant bald young man. The bald young man had only managed to flee less than 10 kilometers. Boom! Without any mercy, Li Yuan closed in on him swiftly, and the bald young man's expression was filled with terror. He knew all too well that he stood no chance against Li Yuan. Out of the 4 of them, his strength was the weakest. Lord Spirit Gun, I surrender. I surrender. The bald young man sent message after message, filled with horror. Thump! The bald young man even knelt down in the void, frantically kowtowing toward Li Yuan. Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback by the scene. Throughout the many battles over the years, This was the first time he'd encountered such a sight. But Li Yuan also understood in his heart that not everyone could face the approach of death with composure. There would always be those who feared death more than anything else. Fear of death is the instinct of every living thing. Whoosh! Li Yuan didn't strike immediately, lightly landing in front of the bald young man, his voice cold. You surrender? What value do you have to me? I am willing to offer all the treasures on my person to you, my lord, the bald young man replied in a low voice. Once he had made up his mind to survive, he had no more hesitation. I kill you, and the treasures will be mine all the same, Li Yuan said, looking down at him, his killing intent undisguised. I can tell you information, lots of it regarding the members of the Myriad Demons civilization, the bald young man said in a low voice. Information? Li Yuan sneered. Do you think, with my strength, I need any information when facing other people from the Myriad Demons civilization? Or do you know something about the inner layer of the mothership? The bald young man suddenly choked. Indeed, Li Yuan's displayed strength was too frightening, undoubtedly on par with the peak of flying heaven. Even Shui Yan would be no match for Li Yuan. I am willing to be a spy for the 7-star civilization within the Tinliang civilization. A spy, the bald young man hurriedly said. I am willing to provide information to the 7-star civilization. A spy. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. Here's how it will work. I ask, and you answer. If your answers satisfy me, I might consider sparing you. Please ask, my lord, the bald young man eagerly said. I ask you, how many people from the Myriad Demons civilization and the 7-star civilization have come here? Li Yuan stared at the bald young man. What about Lu Lei and Shui Yan? Why don't I see those two?
This was the most crucial matter to Li Yuan. Lu Lei is already dead, killed by the heavenly serpent beast emperor, the bald young man said. We originally had 7 people, and as soon as we entered, we were attacked by 2 great beast emperors. 2 of us died on the spot. It was only thanks to a secret treasure used by Shui Yan that we managed to escape.
Li Yuan suddenly understood that the 2 forces had clashed once before. Later, guided by the alien god envoy, the 5 of us came here, the bald youth said in a low voice, but among the 4 of us, Rolbus and Fu Yuan became nominal disciples. Only Shui Yan became a direct disciple and broke into the inner layer. The 4 of us had just come out from the land of tests and immediately encountered you, sir, said the bald youth one after another. Shui Yan, becoming a direct disciple of an alien god? Li Yuan's vigilance heightens. He truly is the foremost genius of the Myriad Demons civilization in this era. No wonder the Eastern demon deity had taken him as an inner sect disciple. Li Yuan was very aware that the expectations of living and deceased divine beings for their disciples were often quite different. What about the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor? What about Yu Jing? Have you seen them? Li Yuan continued to ask. After we entered, we have not seen them, said the bald youth, shaking his head quickly. Time passes. Under Li Yuan's questioning, the bald youth recounted everything he had experienced aboard the mothership and the many secrets he knew about the Tinliang civilization. Whoosh! Suddenly, a streak of light flashed by, and a head was thrown into the air. To the end, the bald youth's eyes were full of shock, seemingly unable to believe that Li Yuan would actually kill him. What a pity! If I had the legendary method that could control a person's soul and consciousness, I might control you and let you live, Li Yuan sighed inwardly, but I do not possess such means. Besides, you've already broken through to the flying heaven level in the Mingshu star realm. If I let you go today, trying to control you in the future would be as difficult as climbing to heaven, Li Yuan said, shaking his head slightly. The threat was too great. Li Yuan couldn't possibly allow him to live. If what Liang Qi said is true, then the remaining geniuses of the Myriad Demons civilization and Tinliang civilization inside the mothership are only Shui Yan, Li Yuan thought to himself. If I enter the inner layer and kill Shui Yan, then this generation's top geniuses of both Myriad Demons civilization and Tinliang civilization would be eradicated, Li Yuan reflected silently. Geniuses like Lu Lei, Rolbus, and Fu Yuan all had great hopes of becoming demigods in the future. Yet now they have all been killed, which should be a rather heavy blow to both civilizations. Whoosh! Time passes, and Li Yuan collected all the treasures left behind by Rolbus, Fu Yuan, Liang Qi, and others. He then returned to the base of the Wind System alien god statue. Based on the many pieces of intelligence gathered before, Li Yuan pondered silently, Big Brother Yu, Shui Yan, and the myriad scales beast emperor among the three great beast emperors, all seem to have entered the inner layer of the mothership. Big Brother Yu was the first to enter. By my calculations, it's been over a month now. Shui Yan was the last to enter, seems to have been less than 10 days, right? Li Yuan thought to himself. Immediately, Li Yuan's gaze fell back on the seventh stone wall, and he continued to practice and comprehend. According to Liang Qi's information, this alien god's land of testing does not rely solely on martial skill comprehension. Li Yuan silently reflected, I will comprehend for 3 more days, then attempt it after 3 days. While Li Yuan was undergoing the tests in the alien god region. In the Tinliang civilization, on Tinliang star, silence reigned in a vast meeting room inside a warship. Every flying heaven warrior and demigod who had received the message had already arrived in the meeting room, but none dared to speak. All eyes were on the 2 imposing figures standing at the center of the room, representatives of the Jin Liang civilization and Yian civilization. They're all dead. What happened? What exactly occurred? The Jin Liang semi-divine said with a steely face, how could Fu Yuan, Yu Fu, Rolbus, and Liang Qi all die so suddenly within such a short span of time? All dead. All of Tinliang civilization's geniuses who entered the mothership had died. Especially Fu Yuan, who was his direct disciple, upon whom he had such high hopes, had also died. Rolbus is dead too, said the Yian semi-divine, his eyes cold with a hint of rage. He was also vexed. He had brought 3 geniuses this time, and now, only Shui Yan was left alive. The key issue was that no one knew how these geniuses died. Were they killed by the beast emperors? Were they shot down by the spirit gun? Or were they killed by the inherent dangers of the mothership? After a long time, Jin Liang, the Yian semi-divine, slowly began, given what we've seen so far, this supposed divine land inside the mothership is more dangerous than we imagined. I suggest we refrain from sending any more prime warriors or flying heaven warriors in lightly. I know, Jin Liang semi-divine said with a bitter smile, I haven't got more powerful forces to send in. We can only wait now, and see if Shui Yan can make it out alive. Only by understanding the situation inside the divine land can we devise the right strategy, Jin Liang semi-divine said. Time passes. The news of Rolbus, Fu Yuan, and the other's death also swiftly traveled back to the 7-star civilization through some secret intelligence networks. Within Sha country, they're all dead. Bai Shan semi-divine was somewhat surprised that Rolbus, who was close to high rank 6th stage in skill level, is dead as well. Yes. They're all gone. According to the intelligence, they died all at once in a very short time, and now only Shui Yan remains. Fang Hai nodded lightly, and according to the intelligence we control, the myriad scales beast emperor seems to be dead too. Can you confirm it? Bai Shan semi-divine was astonished. Yes. The myriad scales beast emperor also left a spirit orb in the outside world, but that spirit orb has now become ownerless, which probably means the myriad scales beast emperor is dead. This information comes from one faction of beast kings affiliated with the myriad scales beast emperor, one of the flying heaven beast kings who seeks to make peace with us. They want to submit to us but hope we can carve out a territory for them to propagate and thrive, Fang Hai explained. They sure are good at calculating. Bai Shan demigod shook his head and said, seeing no hope, they want to switch to better terms. I think we should agree to their terms for now, to ease the tension. These flying heaven beast kings want time, and we need time as well, Bai Shan demigod said. Now that Yu Jing and Li Yuan are not around, we should avoid a large-scale conflict with these flying heaven beast kings. Fang Hai nodded. He seemed to be pondering other matters. Do you think all this is Li Yuan's doing? Bai Shan demigod suddenly asked. It's highly likely. Rolbus and his group, they might not have been killed by Li Yuan, Fang Hai said, but Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor. They've delved deep into that divine land many times, apart from Li Yuan, I can't think of anyone else who could have killed them. If this speculation is true, Bai Shan demigod sighed. Even the Beast Emperor died at Li Yuan's hands, the strength he previously revealed. It's probably not all he's got. Fang Hai's eyes shimmered with anticipation. Perhaps he can bring us more surprises. That is, if he can return safely, Bai Shan demigod uttered with a light sigh. Now, I'm somewhat worried about his safety. In Mingshu Star Realm, inside the mothership, Alien God Zone. 3 days after killing Rolbus and his group, on October 12th. Phew. Li Yuan stood up from meditating and glanced at the 3 remaining stone walls. Although there has been progress, continuing to practice here, I won't make any significant breakthroughs anytime soon. It's time to go in. Phew. With a move of his figure, Li Yuan had already flown into the dark passage behind the 9 stone walls. No sooner had he stepped into the range of the passage, Li Yuan felt a wave of invisible fluctuations sweeping over him, but he did not resist it. This test area was left behind by the collaboration of the 6 great alien gods and the heavenly serpent divine. All around was darkness. Li Yuan felt an invisible force enveloping him, drifting with the current, and soon he saw a beam of light and plummeted down to the ground. This was a much more expansive hall. A passage? Li Yuan looked around to see a gateway emitting a green glow behind him. Beyond this green-lit gateway, there were 5 more entrances in the vicinity. Just as Liang Qi said, the 6 alien god test passageways actually lead to the same test area. Li Yuan thought to himself, it's just that the mark is different on everyone. On the surface of Li Yuan's body, an invisible force was at work, emitting a hazy layer of green light. This signified that he was here to inherit the Wind System alien god legacy. A large amount of light converged in the void, coalescing into a solitary figure with a bulky stature and a single horn. His gaze fell on Li Yuan, carrying a hint of a smile. Spirit Gun, we meet again. Elder Chu, Li Yuan said respectfully. Since you've come to receive the inheritance, then let's do everything by the rules, Chu Bingzhen said. You are here to take the Wind System alien god test. The first task is to imprint the mysterious fluctuations you've perceived from the previous 9 stone walls. It doesn't have to be exact, as long as you achieve the same level of mystery in your fluctuations. Phew. With a wave of Chu Bingzhen's hand, 9 enormous stones flew over from not too far away, made of the same material as the outer walls. Understood, Li Yuan nodded, knowing this was a test of his technical skills. In fact, Chu Bingzhen should be aware of his own strength, but he seems to be a boundary spirit, similar to that of a world within worlds, and all his actions must follow the commands of the alien gods. Phew. The moment Li Yuan's thoughts moved, he had already drawn upon the power of heaven and earth, swiftly leaving marks on the stone walls. The first 6 stone walls he imprinted were complete. The 7th stone wall was somewhat incomplete. Elder, is this sufficient? Li Yuan looked to the bulky, one-horned figure. It is sufficient, Chu Bingzhen said. You are a second-rank life, by the 6 great alien gods' instructions. Understanding 3 stone walls gives you the opportunity to become a named disciple. You've perceived 6 stone walls. There is hope for you to become a direct disciple. However, you should be very clear that while the growth of a powerful being depends on the insight into skills, that is only one aspect. What truly represents everything is real strength, Chu Bingzhen continued. Star meridians, star techniques, combat awareness, weapons, and many other aspects together constitute a strong being. Li Yuan couldn't help but nod, listening intently. Therefore, back then, the heavenly serpent divine and the 6 great alien gods jointly designed 10 layers of tests, aimed to assess the true strength of each inheritor. Depending on the life level and age, the difficulty of trials will vary, said Elder Chu. If you can pass the 3rd layer of tests, you can become a registered disciple. If you can pass the 6th layer, you can become an inner sect disciple, a direct disciple, and qualified to enter the inner layer. What if one breaks through the 9th or 10th layer? Li Yuan asked curiously. Having laid out 10 layers of tests, passing the 6th layer offered hope to enter the inner layer. What were the last few layers for? If you only pass the 6th layer, even if you receive the alien god heritage, you must still overcome several tough challenges in the inner layer before you have a chance to enter the core of the inner layer and come into contact with what the Heaven Snake Divine left behind. Elder Chu looked at Li Yuan, his eyes showing some expectation. However, if you can break through the 10th layer directly, then you will have immediate access to the core of the inner layer. Yet so far, no one has managed to do so. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. Direct entry to the core of the inner layer. According to Elder Chu, Shui Yan and Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, although already in the inner layer, probably had not reached the core area yet. Good, I'll say no more. As soon as you enter the center of the hall, the trial will begin. Elder Chu pointed to the colossal circular arena over 10 kilometers in diameter in the distance. Remember, during this inheritance trial, you are not allowed to use your own weapons. You must use the standard issue weapons. Rustle. With another wave of his hand, Elder Chu caused the ground next to Li Yuan to suddenly split open, revealing a giant cavern from which hundreds of weapons flew out. Sabers, spears, swords, halberds, shields, hammers, and other weapons were all available, along with battle garments. You may freely choose any weapon. They're all third-rank weapons, Elder Chu said. You can even take several weapons with you and store them in your storage magical treasure, up to 100 pieces at most. Yes. Li Yuan nodded. Whoosh! With a flick of his hand, Li Yuan quickly collected a massive number of weapons from the void, a full 100 pieces. Really taking that many? Elder Chu paused. For backup, Li Yuan said with a smile, having his own calculations. If he didn't reclaim these weapons, then just the 100 third-rank weapons alone would be worth tens of thousands of 7 stars points. Not a small amount. Elder Chu, can this trial only be taken once? Li Yuan inquired. No. Everyone has 3 chances in their lifetime. Elder Chu shook his head. However, as you grow older, when you come again, the difficulty of the trials will also increase. So whether you attempt it once or 3 times, the difference won't be too significant. This trial is essentially a test of potential. Understood, Li Yuan nodded and thought to himself. Age? I'm only just over 20 years old and only at second-rank life. The level of difficulty shouldn't be too high. I hope to break through the 10th layer of the trial in one battle. Li Yuan had made up his mind to attempt it. The longer the night, the more dreams occur. Best to strive for a one-time entry into the core of the inner layer. Of course, Li Yuan also knew very well that his star technique was among the strongest of the many prime warriors, and even Yu had said it was the ultimate prime warrior. But his strength was not yet at the limit of a prime warrior. For there was still room for improvement in his understanding of the way. However, the Heaven Snake Divine probably isn't one of the top-tier divine beings in the vast universe, Li Yuan thought to himself. The 10 layers of tests he created probably aren't aimed at the ultimate strength of a prime warrior either. Having everything figured out. Whoosh! Li Yuan had taken possession of a long spear and battle garment, donned them, and leapt onto the central arena of the hall. As soon as he entered, the trial officially begins. Elder Chu's voice rang in Li Yuan's mind again. Remember, the moment you fly out of the arena, the trial is deemed over. If you can't bear it, then shout your surrender, and the trial will also end. Remember, each layer of the trial has a time limit. Kill your opponents quickly. Otherwise, as the number of warriors increases, the pressure will grow. Before he could finish, hum, the ground on all 4 sides of the arena had silver liquid rising, quickly forming the figures of silver-armored warriors. These silver-armored warriors, filled with a murderous gaze, looked towards the center where Li Yuan stood, wielding various weapons such as long spears and large hammers, emanating strong auras. In the blink of an eye, the area around the edge of the arena had already formed over 100 silver-armored warriors. Liquid robots. Puppets. In an instant, Li Yuan was reminded of the 100 Battles arena in the ancient Divine Palace. The opponents he selected were formed of similar golden liquid. Clearly, those powerful divine beings favored such methods to train their junior disciples. When the number of silver-armored figures reached 300, boom, boom, the weapon-wielding silver-armored warriors quickly transformed into streaks of light, roaring as they swooped down on Li Yuan. The hall's arena was vast. But with these hundreds of silver-armored warriors surpassing the speed of sound as they ran, they had ferociously reached Li Yuan's front in an extremely short amount of time. Separated by several hundred meters, with Li Yuan's eyesight, he could even clearly see the minute pores on the faces of these silver-armored warriors. Aside from the faint trembling of the earth, he couldn't hear any breathing. Suppress. Upon a thought from Li Yuan, his body instantly transformed into 5 meters tall, followed by subtle air currents that appeared out of nowhere within 100 meters radius, combining the mysteries of true intent of both. After infusing them with flying heaven-level origin power, the air currents were like a myriad of blades. Puchi, Pu, countless air currents, containing astonishing killing intent, crazily sliced through each silver-armored warrior, resulting in some having their arms cut off, bodies torn apart, or heads severed. They fell one after another. Then, these silver-armored warriors' bodies turned into numerous silver liquids, re-emerging into the ground. However, at the edge of the arena, more silver liquid rose up, recondensing into silver-armored warriors and then once again, with howling intensity, charged towards Li Yuan. They were like wave after wave, endlessly assaulting Li Yuan. These silver-armored warriors all have the strength of high-level origin martial artists, Li Yuan thought to himself. They probably can't even break through my true intent domain. In the blink of an eye, over 500 silver-armored warriors had been swept away by Li Yuan. Suddenly, second stratum. A cold voice rang in Li Yuan's mind, belonging to Chu Bingzhen. Boom. 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 The number of silver-armored warriors appearing at the edge of the arena had increased, and their running speed was noticeably faster. Has their strength been generally raised, approaching that of a top-grade origin martial artist? Li Yuan frowned. However, the increase in strength didn't make much difference. Li Yuan, relying on his true intent domain, was still able to sweep through them. Not a single silver-armored warrior could get within 50 meters of him. Third stratum trial, the cold voice rang out once more. Puchi. The might of the true intent domain remained astonishing, able to slaughter each newly formed silver-armored warrior, but it was obviously much more strenuous than before. If it were a regular flying heaven martial artist facing the attack of so many top-grade origin martial artists, they would either die or get skinned alive, Li Yuan silently said to himself. But still, none could approach Li Yuan. The last silver-armored warrior charged to about 20 meters from Li Yuan, and was still shredded by the true intent domain. By this time, Li Yuan hadn't even moved his body, let alone used his weapon. Fourth stratum trial. With the fourth stratum's silver-armored warriors, their strength suddenly surged greatly, the numerous blade-like air currents creating only small wounds on them. Flying heaven-level bodies? A hint of coldness flashed in Li Yuan's eyes, as a weapon emerged in his hand. Boom! Li Yuan finally made his move, wielding the Black Chen spear and sweeping it towards the silver-armored warriors with a howling attack. Pu! Pung! Pung! These silver-armored warriors, their killing intent sky-high, surged towards Li Yuan like a tide and were immediately torn to shreds as streaks of spear light flashed by. One sweep of the spear, and a swath of silver-armored warriors fell. Too weak, Li Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. His two strongest star techniques had not even been used, since he had to conserve origin power. Right now, it was purely the Black Chen spear and skill that erupted. Without deploying the star techniques, the might of Li Yuan's spear technique was comparable to that of the 33rd rank. The fifth stratum trial. The sixth stratum trial. Li Yuan was slaughtering at an astonishing speed, not giving these silver-armored warriors any chance to pile up. Deep within the mothership, in the far inner regions, here was a huge light screen projection, displaying the scene of Li Yuan undergoing the 10 layers trial. Master, what do you think of him? The colossal black flying serpent phantom inquired respectfully. His speed of slaughter is quite astonishing, having killed up to the 6th stratum without even using the body refining star technique. He certainly has a chance of breaking through all 10 trials. The odds are slim, a gentle voice responded. If he had sufficient origin power, he would definitely make it through. But after all, he is an origin martial artist, and there is a limit to his storage of origin power. The stronger the star technique, the more origin power is consumed in battle. Everything has its trade-offs. However, getting past the 9th layer should not be difficult, the gentle voice continued. Then, in the inner layer, spending some more time, he will be able to come and see me. At just 20 years old, this 7-star civilization shouldn't be particularly strong, but the way he's combined the earth and wind mysteries of true intent to this extent is very monstrous. It's amazing that despite being only 2nd rank, he can cultivate so many powerful star techniques. It must be an extraordinary body refinement realm, indicating that his star meridian talent is also extremely high, with astonishing potential. Overall, his talent is so great that not a single person from my youth or among my 6 divine followers could catch up with him, the gentle voice added. Congratulations, Master, you've finally waited for the right candidate, the black flying serpent phantom quickly said with respect. No congratulations yet, came the reply. No matter how monstrous he is, it all depends on his final choice, the gentle voice slowly said. If he is unwilling, the more monstrous he is, the greater the threat to me. Your subordinate understands, came the affirmation. If he makes the wrong choice, then, it would be best to eliminate him sooner rather than later, the black flying serpent phantom said consecutively. Oh, the 8th stratum trial has begun, it remarked. In the alien god area, the domain of trials. Boom. 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 Those silver warriors howled as they emanated a very strong aura, even beginning to invoke the powers of heaven and earth. Powerful. Each silver warrior possessed the fighting power of the flying heaven level, and while Li Yuan's true intent domain surged, it was hardly inflicting much damage on them, serving only to bind and slow their movements, making it difficult for them to encircle him. I had already passed the 6th layers of trials and was eligible to become a direct disciple of the alien god. Li Yuan's gaze was ice cold. But to encounter flying heaven level challenges at just the 8th layer of trials? Is it so difficult? I am only 20 years old. Logically speaking, the difficulty should be much lower than that of Shui Yan's trials. Whoosh! Li Yuan's figure flickered, transforming into a 5-meter-tall giant, with a wild aura dispersing around him. He had finally managed to unleash the mighty body refinement technique, the all things divine body. Peefed. Whoosh! Boom! Li Yuan's speed and strength surged dramatically, his figure becoming ghost-like, with the might of his spear technique also jumping from level 33 directly to level 35. Not a single silver-armored warrior could withstand a spear strike from Li Yuan, and they fell one after another. However, the consumption of his origin power, which had been quite slow at first, also soared by more than tenfold. Kill! 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 I must slaughter at the fastest speed. Li Yuan was worried about unforeseen complications arising if things dragged on. While unleashing star techniques was terrifyingly powerful, compared to a true flying heaven warrior, what Li Yuan lacked was the origin pill, which was crucial for the recovery speed and storage of origin power. For this reason, whenever Li Yuan had fought with many flying heaven powerhouses in the past, he always aimed for quick and decisive battles. Whoosh! 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 Li Yuan, having activated the all things divine body, was truly ferocious, utterly sweeping through these silver-armored warriors who were at the flying heaven level. During the 9th layer of trials, the power of the silver-armored warriors did not increase any further, but their skills were noticeably stronger. 9 shadow clones. Without any hesitation, Li Yuan unleashed his trump card. Swoosh! 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 9 Li Yuans flashed in the void, creating 9 dazzling threads. The rate of slaughter rose again dramatically, and the consumption of origin power was even more breathtaking. Recover. Recover quickly. The 6-star pulse within Li Yuan's body was operating, frantically absorbing the power from the outside world, striving to convert it into his own origin power. The stronger the star meridian, the more origin power it could store, and the faster it could recover origin power. A quarter of an hour later, as the last silver-armored warrior fell, transforming into a pool of silver liquid and dissipating, Li Yuan snapped out of the intense frenzy of slaughter. Is it over? Li Yuan mused silently. The entire arena had become completely quiet. My origin power is less than 10% remaining. A wave of fear washed over him. The silver-armored warriors of the last 9th and 10th layers were too formidable, likely nearing level 32. Luckily, These silver-armored warriors seemed to lack intelligence and did not truly join forces. Otherwise, Li Yuan feared that even if he exhausted all his origin power, he might not be able to eliminate all of them. Buzz. Masses of light converged to form the figure of a stout single-horned shadow, surprise evident in its eyes. Spirit gun. You actually made it through. Relying on so many star techniques, fighting so fiercely for such a long time, you were able to sustain your origin power. Could it be that you are not 6-star pulse, but 7-star veins? Chu Bingzhen asked curiously. Even with 7-star veins, it's not necessarily a given that one could pass through the 10th layer of trials. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. 7-star veins? Indeed, he had only 6-star pulse, yet each was extremely strong, with 3 being perfect star veins. Just considering the recovery speed of origin power, he might be comparable to someone with 7-star veins. The likes of Ancient Torch Divine had 7-star veins, but only 2 were perfect star veins. Elder, does this mean I have passed the trial? Inquired Li Yuan. Of course, it does. The 10 layers of trials left by the Heavenly Serpent Divine were never really anticipated to be directly passed by anyone, said Chu Bingzhen. After all, your civilizations are too weak, barely even capable of birthing 7-star veins, let alone a peerless genius. Li Yuan was speechless. To Chu Bingzhen, even 7-star veins did not seem significant. But considering the other's identity, Li Yuan somewhat relented. For many civilizations, 7-star veins were legendary, and many demigods might never encounter even one in their lifetimes. Because demigods could only live for 1,000 years. Whereas divines could live for 5,000 years. With their greater strength and broader horizons, they had greater access than the demigods. Hence, awakening 7-star veins, though an incredibly strong talent to the divines, was not unattainable. Like that young fellow named Shui Yan, he came close to passing through the 7th layer, which was already quite impressive, Chu Bingzhen said with a smile. Of course, he is far from your level. In terms of skill, he was not much weaker than you, but his star technique was far behind you. Moreover, he is older than you, which made his trials even more difficult, said Chu Bingzhen. Earlier, Yu Jing had barely managed to pass through the 6th layer of trials. Li Yuan nodded, realizing that Chu Bingzhen's attitude had shifted. Previously, he would not reveal such information. Before going to the inner layer core, you must first accept the heritage of the alien god. Chu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. You have chosen the wind system alien god. Whoosh! Chu Bingzhen pointed towards a spot not far from the arena, and the surrounding space trembled subtly. An abundance of light gathered, solidifying into a figure in a green robe, his expression cold, exuding a mysterious aura that even pressured Li Yuan. Wind system alien god. Li Yuan inhaled sharply, recognizing the figure at a glance. This green-robed phantom resembled exactly the majestic statue outside. The green-robed phantom glanced at Chu Bingzhen, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then seemingly received some reminder and returned to normal. I am but a spiritual imprint left by a wind system divine, said the green-robed phantom to Li Yuan. According to the alien god envoy, you are qualified to become my direct disciple and to receive the many treasures I have left behind. But you should be aware that I have perished. In reality, whether I take a direct disciple or not is of little significance to me, the green-robed phantom continued. I left this heritage as per the honored lord's request and because of my own final wish. Li Yuan was listening. In the mouth of the wind system alien god, the honored lord was probably the heavenly serpent divine being. Elder, what are your requirements? Li Yuan asked. If you become a named disciple, there are no requirements. I will give you a treasure, and you may choose any one of the 7th layer star techniques from the ones I've left behind, the green-robed phantom said.
If you become a named disciple, I will give you a more precious treasure, allowing you to select any one of the star techniques I've left behind and bestow upon you a visualization method of the divine being, the green-robed phantom said. However, you must promise that after you become a deity, if you have the opportunity, you must go to my homeland, Frostwind Star, and find a suitable being to become an inner sect disciple and do your best to teach them to become a demigod.
Frostwind Star? Li Yuan's eyes revealed a hint of confusion. What place is that? He had never heard of it. Keep in mind, with Li Yuan's level of access, he had interactions with many of the foreign civilizations around the Seven-Star Civilization. But he had never heard of Frostwind Star or the Frostwind Star planet. Elder, what if I can't find Frostwind Star? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. It's been less than 10,000 years. The possibility of my homeland being obliterated is quite low. The green-robed phantom pondered for a moment. If by then you truly can't find it, it won't be considered a breach of your promise. Li Yuan nodded slightly. This promise was indeed something to consider. It was a requirement that he would have to fulfill after becoming a deity, and right now, he was only second rank, still very far from becoming a deity. Moreover, it wasn't mandatory. Elder, what about a direct disciple? Li Yuan asked. If you wish to become a direct disciple, you must agree to, after becoming a deity, go to Frostwind Star, protect it for 1,000 years, and either produce 10 demigod disciples or cultivate one divine being. The green-robed phantom looked at Li Yuan with a hint of expectation. Then, you will obtain all my residual star techniques, a hefty gift, a visualization method of the divine being, and a spiritual imprint. Upon hearing this, Li Yuan finally understood why Chu Bingzhen had reminded him early on to be cautious about wanting to become a direct disciple of an alien god. There's no such thing as a free lunch. The condition was too harsh. Protect for 1,000 years? He had only lived for so long, and a fifth-order divine being could only live for 5,000 years. As for cultivating a divine being, that was even more of a pipe dream. Even if he became powerful in the future, the life on Frostwind Star would need to have extremely high talent. Divine beings are not that easy to come into existence. Elder, may I see the star techniques you've left behind? Li Yuan asked. You may. The green-robed phantom nodded, waving his hand and forming a light screen phantom beside himself. It displayed a series of names and descriptions of star techniques. 9 layers star technique, Heavenly Wind Star Veins true explanation. The first 6 layers can enhance the cultivator's compatibility with the wind law, one of the strongest in the dimensional rivers. 7th layer star technique, Phantom Body Thousand Lights. 7th layer star technique. Densely packed with over 10 star techniques, among them 1 9 layers star technique, 4 7th layer star techniques, and the rest were 5th and 6th layer star techniques. 9 layers star techniques, Heavenly Wind Star Veins true explanation. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, immediately noticing this particular star technique. From its name to the description that followed, Li Yuan immediately judged that this must be the Supreme Auxiliary Star Technique of the Wind Vein, presumably on the same level as the true solution of the Earth Star Vein. This is it. Li Yuan already had his heart set on it. Young man, are you willing to become my direct disciple? The Wind System alien god looked at him with anticipation. He was aware that Li Yuan had passed the 10th layer tests, and such an exceptional genius was hard to come by. Elder, 1,000 years is too long. Li Yuan shook his head. I am willing to become your inner sect disciple. The treatment for a direct disciple was indeed very tempting, but the requirements were too stringent, and after a brief consideration, Li Yuan chose to give it up. All the remaining star techniques? Only that supreme star technique attracted him. Spiritual imprint? Could it match up to the martial god inheritance? Significant gift? Could it surpass what the ancient torch divine had left for him? If Li Yuan's talent was lesser, born in a weaker civilization, or if he hadn't received the ancient torch divine inheritance, perhaps he would have agreed. But with the external cultivation conditions Li Yuan already had, the entire legacy of this Wind System alien god was just icing on the cake. The cost-benefit ratio was just too low. All right. The green-robed phantom's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. But he understood that a supreme genius like Li Yuan would almost certainly not agree to such harsh demands. However, he was just a spiritual imprint left by the Wind System alien god and had to obey the commands left by the Wind System alien god. Alien god envoy, the blue-robed phantom looked towards Chu Bingzhen at his side. Spirit gun. Words alone are not proof. You must swear an oath to the great laws of the Tao and make a divine oath. Chu Bingzhen said with a smile. Only then will the alien god believe you. Divine oath? Li Yuan felt puzzled. Powerful cultivators study the law of the great Tao, and the law of the great Tao has its own primordial will. We are all like children of the law of the great Tao. Chu Bingzhen said with a smile. To swear an oath to the law of the great Tao is to be bound by it. Of course, the prerequisite is that the oath maker steps into the threshold of the law and lights the divine fire with the law of the great Tao. Only then will the oath take effect. An ordinary mundane oath is useless, Chu Bingzhen said. Like you now, having yet to step into the threshold of the law, there are no constraints. But if one day you become a divine being, you will naturally feel the constraints in the unseen. If you go against your true intent and don't fulfill it, you will naturally suffer from the backlash of the oath, Chu Bingzhen explained. Li Yuan suddenly realized that there was such a method. However, according to Elder Chu, it seemed that only a divine being making a divine oath would be bound. This is your oath. Chu Bingzhen waved his hand, and a screen of light coalesced around Li Yuan's form, displaying many strange characters. To Li Yuan's surprise, although he did not recognize these characters, he could understand their meaning without hindrance. This is the Heaven and Earth script, originating from the mysteries of heaven and earth. Anyone who has reached the level of true intent in their comprehension of heaven and earth can understand it, Chu Bingzhen explained. In the vast dimensions of the river of time, the script of star civilization is the universal language. Li Yuan understood. After reviewing the oath twice and confirming there were no errors, Li Yuan immediately spoke out. I, with the law of the great Tao as my witness, swear that if I become an inner disciple of the ancient serpent divine and receive the promised treasures, once I become a divine being in the future. The oath was established. But Li Yuan did not feel any change in himself, yet the blue-robed phantom already revealed a smile. The oath is complete, and when you step into the threshold of the law in the future, you will feel the response, Chu Bingzhen said with a smile. Li Yuan nodded, and then lightly bowed to the blue-robed figure, teacher. No need for formalities, the blue-robed phantom shook his head. Firstly, I am not truly the ancient serpent divine, and secondly, this is essentially a transaction, merely a nominal mentor-apprentice relationship. I can only wish you success in lighting the divine fire and achieving divinity in the future, the blue-robed phantom said, his eyes complex as he looked at Li Yuan. Suddenly, his figure thunderously dissipated. Huh? He left? Li Yuan was stunned. The gifts hadn't been given to him yet. Don't worry, the treasure will be passed on to you by me, Chu Bingzhen said with a smile, as an inner sect disciple. The gift bestowed to you is a 10 directions 5 elements divine crystal. 10 directions? Li Yuan nodded slightly. That would be worth 1,000,007 stars points. In addition, you have just witnessed the star technique of the wind system alien god. Which one do you want? Chu Bingzhen asked. Heavenly wind star veins true explanation, Li Yuan said without hesitation. That's a 9th layer star technique, and it's just a supplementary star technique. Chu Bingzhen's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. You have already cultivated the supreme body refining star technique, and your talent in the earth vein should be even higher, fully capable of cultivating the true solution of the earth star vein. This heavenly wind star vein's true explanation won't be as effective as other 6th layer star techniques if you can't cultivate it to a high level of proficiency. Are you sure you still want it? Chu Bingzhen couldn't help but advise. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Other powerful practitioners might worry about insufficient strength in their star meridians, but he was not afraid. Compared to the combat power provided by the slaughter star technique, these types of supportive star techniques were far more important. Without the true solution of the earth star vein, he couldn't possibly have progressed so quickly in the earth vein. Okay. Seeing Li Yuan's determination, Chu Bingzhen no longer advised and waved his hand, which brought forth a thin storage treasure. It flew towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan extended his hand to receive it, sensing with his divine sense. The storage treasure had not been bounded yet, and the inner space was not large. Aside from the neatly arranged 10 directions 5 elements divine crystals, there were 2 orbs emitting mysterious fluctuations. Divine visualization method? Star technique? Li Yuan sensed briefly, confirmed they were correct, and felt joy in his heart. The extra divine visualization method, upon return, he could also find a way to exchange them for other cultivation necessities. One could say that his total gain from this trip was immense. Do you wish to go to the inner core realm now or later? Shu Bingzhen asked. Is there any difference? Li Yuan asked. Not much of a difference. Shu Bingzhen shook his head. The inner core realm is left by the heavenly serpent divine. Your talent and strength are sufficiently fiendish. There will be no further tests. I only remind you, it's still a matter of choice. If you want to gain something, you have to give something in return. Shu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. To obtain what he desired, a price had to be paid. Li Yuan pondered deeply. The heavenly serpent divine had paid such a great price, especially by bringing this mothership. There must be some scheming involved. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially from those who are neither family nor friends. To go or not to go? A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Yuan's mind. He quickly weighed his options. Having barely made it through the 10 trials of the heavenly serpent divine, when push came to shove, how could he just give up? If the heavenly serpent divine truly wanted to force him to do something, he was already inside the mothership, and just by the means the other party had shown, he was completely powerless to resist. There was no need to offer him a choice. This meant that whatever the heavenly serpent divine had left behind wasn't that malicious, at least it wasn't purely malicious. The most critical point was that Shui Yan and the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. Both had already entered the inner layer, and might enter the core area at any moment. Especially Shui Yan. According to Elder Chu's words just now, his level of skill should have already reached 6th stage high rank, which was a terrifying level of skill for a prime warrior, so it was no wonder he could become a disciple of the divine. Such a genius, letting him attempt the challenge. Li Yuan had a feeling that the heavenly serpent divine might be no weaker than the ancient torch divine, and could even be stronger. Such a treasure left by a powerful divine being. It could completely change the power dynamics between different civilizations. If it fell into the hands of the Myriad Demons civilization, the 7-star civilization would face even greater pressure in the future. There's danger, but it's also an opportunity. I received the inheritance of the ancient torch divine, which allowed me to make rapid progress and grow quickly. Li Yuan thought to himself, if I can get a share of the heavenly serpent divine's treasure, it will help me grow even faster. The path of cultivation should be steady above all. Therefore, before venturing out into the star realms, Li Yuan always strove to reach the peak of his strength. But when it's time to fight, you have to fight. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Xie Chu. Having made up his mind, Li Yuan said respectfully, if there's no difference between going sooner or later, then I might as well go now. Fine. You chose this path yourself. Elder Chu revealed a slight smile. I have warned you several times. In the future, don't come blaming me. Before Li Yuan could speak again, whoosh, with a wave of Elder Chu's hand, an invisible force emerged out of thin air, directly enveloping Li Yuan. Boom. Li Yuan felt a thunderous roar in his head, swept by a terrifying force he couldn't resist. Even with his spiritual will, he couldn't block this force's invasion. In an instant, he fell into unconsciousness. Immediately after, Li Yuan's body vanished into thin air. Only the towering phantom with a single horn remained in the hall. The first plan has failed. Originally, the plan was to temporarily choose Shui Yan, who was barely acceptable as a replacement. Elder Chu murmured to himself, I didn't expect to be directly presented with such an extraordinary genius. Even in the vast divine realm, geniuses like this are very rare. We can start on the second plan. It seems as if the heavens themselves are blessing our heavenly serpent clan. Elder Chu thought to himself, Spirit Gun? Li Yuan? I hope, with my help, you won't disappoint me. Go and grasp that slim hope. In the Mingshu Star Realm, Bright Moon Base. While Li Yuan was venturing inside the mothership, Tavares, Zhang Zai, Luo Chan, and the others had already retreated back to Bright Moon Base. As time passed day by day, with no news coming from the mothership, many true intent martial artists were leaving. After all, these martial artists each had their own cultivation plans and couldn't wait forever in the Mingshu Star Realm. Of course, under the higher-ups' coordination, Bright Moon Base still maintained formidable combat strength. Inside one of the Fourth Order battleships, within a super-large conference room, on one side, 2 special instruments were placed, exuding an invisible force. and 2 blood-red crystal stones floated in the middle, supported by the instruments. These were life crystals, representing the marks of life for Yu Jing and Li Yuan respectively. The state of the life crystals could be used to judge their life and death. In this conference room, martial artists would take turns guarding the life crystals, watching over them at all times. Suddenly, one of the blood-red crystal stones suddenly erupted in a burst of light. The brilliance was so intense that it almost covered the entire super-large conference room, and then as the light receded, it quickly dimmed, turning the crystal stone completely white. What? This? The 2 martial artists guarding that day, seeing this scene, were utterly shocked. They looked at each other with horror in their eyes. It's Spirit Gun's life crystal. The life crystal has dimmed. Without any hesitation, the 2 martial artists immediately initiated emergency communication, and soon Tavares, Zhang Zai, and Luo Chan rushed over. The 3 of them were the current leaders at Bright Moon Base. When they saw the dimmed life crystal, their hearts trembled, fully aware of what it meant. A dimmed life crystal indicated the death of its host. Spirit Gun, dead. Fallen in the Divine Land. Tavares's heart shook. How is that possible? How could the powerful Spirit Gun die? Wasn't the demigod just recently messaging that Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor was likely killed by Spirit Gun? Tavares couldn't believe his eyes. In his heart, even the 3 great beast emperors together might not be able to kill Li Yuan. Zhang Zai was equally breathless. He knew full well the significance of Spirit Gun. If Spirit Gun had fallen and the other 2 beast emperors were still alive, it likely meant that Bright Moon Base couldn't be held in the future. Of the 3, Luo Chan was the most shocked. Li Yuan is dead? She alone knew that Spirit Gun was Li Yuan. Moments later, this explosive news had already been transmitted back to the highest echelons of the 7-star civilization by Tavares and the others. The life crystal is dimming. How is that possible? Li Yuan is dead. San Yi Semi-Divine, Bai Shan Semi-Divine, and Fang Hai, the 3 high-ranking officials in charge of the war affairs of the Mingshu Star Realm, were almost dumbfounded when they received this news. The 3 immediately convened a meeting in the virtual network. What happened? How could Li Yuan's life crystal suddenly dim? Bai Shan Semi-Divine couldn't help but say, could it be that the life crystal is damaged? That is a treasure bestowed by the Alliance Hierarch. San Yi Semi-Divine shook his head. Even separated by hundreds of millions of miles, located on different planets, it can accurately judge life and death. Unless one is in a different spatial world, but Li Yuan and the life crystal are currently both within the Mingshu Star Realm. As for the life crystal being damaged, in the past few decades, the life crystal has never broken. As the chief steward of the Starfire Martial Hall, San Yi Semi-Divine was quite familiar with the properties of these treasures. I'll ask my teacher. Fang Hai couldn't sit still any longer. He couldn't believe that Li Yuan would die within the Mingshu Star Realm. Whoosh! Fang Hai's virtual figure disappeared instantly, obviously having gone to inquire from Dongfang Ji. Soon after, his consciousness descended into the virtual world again, his expression looking very grim. San Yi Semi-Divine and Fang Hai exchanged glances, their hearts sinking, both understanding the outcome. The teacher said, unless Li Yuan suddenly left the Mingshu Star Realm, the life crystal would not show his fall. Fang Hai said in a low voice, there is one exception. In that divine land, there are some extremely special and secretive places that can block the life crystal's sensing abilities. Once the life crystal cannot sense the existence of its host, it will decide the host has fallen, and naturally, it will become dim. Both semi-divines' hearts rose with a thread of hope once again. It's just, according to the teacher's meaning, such secretive places, even the usual divine beings cannot open them up. Like our 7-star civilization's 7 great planets, none have places that can block the sensing of the life crystal. Fang Hai shook his head. Within the Mingshu Star Realm, the probability of having such a place is very, very small. Both semi-divines fell into the abyss of despair once again. This statement was almost a death sentence for Li Yuan. Did the Alliance Hierarch say what we should do now? San Yi Semi-Divine couldn't help but ask. Wait. Fang Hai said solemnly. For now, Yu Jing is not dead. Shui Yan is still alive. The 2 beast emperors should still be alive as well. All this is enough to prove that the so-called divine land is not a death ground for outsiders. We can only assume that Li Yuan has fallen into some extremely dangerous and mysterious place. But as long as he is alive, he will eventually come out, Fang Hai said in a low voice. San Yi semi-divine and Bai Shan semi-divine fell silent. Wait. What an excruciating process. At the Bright Moon base, inside a fourth-order battleship, a light screen projection emerged, showing a figure in white robes. Bai Shan semi-divine. Tavares, Zhang Zai, and Luo Chan greeted him with great respect. The news of the Spirit Gun's death cannot be fully confirmed yet. Our high-level executives also do not believe that the Spirit Gun would just die like that. Bai Shan semi-divine said in a grave voice. The three of you must also strictly keep this a secret, and must not let it leak out. Yes. The three said in unison, all aware of the seriousness of the matter. Once it spread, it would most likely cause panic. You all must be prepared to retreat at any moment. Bai Shan semi-divine said seriously. Then his gaze rested on Tavares and Zhang Zai. Tavares, Zhang Zai. Treasures are being assembled at the fastest speed from the Alliance Treasury to elevate your training to a higher level. Once we make a significant retreat, you will need to lead the other Flying Heaven warriors to flee within the Mingshu Star Realm, trying to hold out within the Mingshu Star Realm until you have the strength to resist the Beast Emperors. Bai Shan semi-divine said with a light sigh. Understood. Tavares and Zhang Zai responded solemnly. Having chosen to break through to Flying Heaven warrior within the Mingshu Star Realm, they had naturally prepared for the worst-case scenario. In the event of a major retreat, individuals like Luo Chan and Anyangya, true intent prime warriors, could evacuate along the Star Realm's pathways. But for those like them, who had already broken through to Flying Heaven warrior, they would have to remain within the Star Realm. If it came to that, they would have to choose between a desperate fight or fleeing like the current Flying Heaven Beast King, hiding and struggling within the Star Realm, waiting to accumulate enough power before counter-attacking. In Blue Star Sha country's Jiangnan province, within the nearly imperceptible ancient divine palace, a young girl in white clothes who had been leisurely waiting for Li Yuan's return. Suddenly, Ji Yuyan sensed something, suddenly looked up, a trace of surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. Whoosh! Her figure disappeared from the main hall in an instant. Following that, she appeared in another hall. The hall was empty, except for a glazed antique lamp suspended in the void, emitting a strange light. At this moment, the light from the lamp flickered dimly. The spiritual lamp's flame is flickering. The girl's eyes filled with worry. Li Yuan, what happened to you in that star realm? You'd better not die in there. The spiritual lamp was a treasure far more superior than the life crystal. Through the condition of the spiritual lamp, the girl could infer that Li Yuan probably faced significant trouble. Previously, she had said she did not care about Li Yuan's life or death, but now at this moment, she was also extremely anxious. However, if it were in a normal dimensional plane, she could go for inquiry and even rescue, but in an exterior dimensional star realm, she did not dare enter. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, a month. Time quietly passed. Li Yuan's life crystal still did not light up again. Yu Jingyi's life crystal, however, continued as normal, and this contrast slowly extinguished the flame of hope in the hearts of the 7-star civilization's high-ranking officials. After 40 days had passed, even those like Bai Shan semi-divine and Fang Hai, who held great hope for Li Yuan, began to waver in their convictions. The only thing that still gave them a glimmer of hope was that Yu Jing and individuals from the myriad demons civilization like Shui Yan also had not left the divine land. The 2 beast emperors that seemed to still be alive also didn't emerge. These situations made the already mysterious Mingshu Star Realms, divine land, seem even more elusive and puzzling. Within the Mingshu Star Realm, the Tinliang civilization, 7-star civilization, and the Mingshu Beast clan, these 3 forces, all dared not make any rash moves. Both civilizations were entrenched in their only base. The Flying Heaven Beast kings of the Mingshu Beast clan didn't dare to show themselves either, all hiding away, which actually led to a delicate balance within the Mingshu Star Realm. In Sha country's Zhongbei city, at the Starfire Marshall Hall's South Lake District, late into the night, Inside the villa. Changzhou, Li Yuan won't encounter any trouble, will he? Chen Wei lay in bed, growing more and more uneasy. Even when he was busy cultivating in Feixing, he would occasionally send us messages to reassure us. How come there's not been a single message for more than a month? Chen Hui's voice was full of worry. Previously, even when following Lai Feng's semi-divine for a year of cultivation, Li Yuan, aside from his diligent training, would usually send some messages home every half a month using his flying heaven-level privileges from Feixing. To put his uncle and aunt's minds at ease. Over a month without a single message, not even replying to the numerous messages from Li Changzhou and Chen Wei. It was the first time. It is a bit strange. The usually composed Li Changzhou was also getting restless, touching his wife's hand and saying, "But don't worry too much, you know Li Yuan's situation well. Isn't he Sha country's top martial path talent of all time? Didn't he tell us last time that he is already a top-grade prime warrior? For a powerful martial artist like him to practice and travel for several months at a time is quite normal," said Li Changzhou. "But he should at least send back some messages," expressed Chen Wei anxiously. "All right, don't worry, I'll contact Lord Yang of the province tomorrow," Li Changzhou consoled his wife. Since Li Yuan entered the martial divine star realm, his privileges had increased. As Li Yuan's family, Li Changzhou and the others had the right to directly contact the Lord Yang of the province of the Starfire Zhongbei branch. Feixing, a mysterious place not far from the martial divine star realm. "Master, Li Yuan's life crystal has dimmed, it's been over 40 days, a deep voice said. "I'm worried, has he really fallen?" On the other hand, as a member of the martial divine star realm, and including the time he spent in quiet cultivation before, he has now completely disappeared for over 2 months. Now, many people are speculating about where Li Yuan has gone, the deep voice said. Although Duan Muhong has issued an order, it has temporarily suppressed many guesses. But if this continues, 3 months, 6 months, this news will sooner or later become impossible to conceal. Such a young talent cannot be absent forever, stated the deep voice. Now, the name, Spirit Gun, had spread across many foreign civilizations, attracting great attention from the younger generation of the Seven-Star Civilization. But civilizations like the Myriad Demons Civilization, Tinliang Civilization, and Immortal Ruins Civilization were all still very concerned about Li Yuan. After all, compared to Spirit Gun, Li Yuan is much younger and his potential is incredibly astonishing. Keep a close watch on Shui Yan, Yu Jing, and others. As soon as they emerge, be sure to find out as quickly as possible what's happening within the Divine Land, Dongfang Ji slowly said. I want to know, which divine entity orchestrated the placement of this mothership? Yes, the deep voice responded. The mysterious space once again settled into silence. But Dongfang Ji's heart could not be completely at ease. So much time has passed without any message, could it be, Li Yuan is truly dead? Dongfang Ji pondered with a heavy heart. Before Li Yuan appeared, he had great expectations for Fang Hai, believing Fang Hai could surpass Land in the future to become the top-grade demigod of the Seven-Star Civilization. And even become a divine entity to take over his own burden. Then, Li Yuan appeared. After initially grasping Li Yuan's talent, Dongfang Ji was quite interested, and only after a little more than a year, Li Yuan's growth rate was beyond imagination. Li Yuan's strength was not yet equivalent to Fang Hai's. But in his heart, the significance of Li Yuan had long surpassed Fang Hai's, even believing Li Yuan might one day surpass himself. But now? I hope he can survive, Dongfang Ji sighed internally, having seen many talented individuals fall before. Dongfang Ji understood, once Li Yuan died, for the Seven-Star Civilization to birth another monstrous talent would perhaps take thousands of years. What a pity! Even someone as strong as Dongfang Ji, faced with the Mingshu star realm, could only wait. While the outside world was noisy and turbulent with undercurrents swirling, the inside of the mothership was comparatively peaceful, with no further major conflicts erupting. In the inner layer, Yu Jing, Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, Shui Yan, the three were each in a special passage, desperately cultivating in hopes of entering the inner core realm. Only Li Yuan. In the trial grounds of the alien god region, he had been struck by that invisible force and subsequently lost consciousness. Li Yuan felt as though he had had a very long dream, the longest dream he had ever had in his life. As if he had been asleep for a very, very long time. Finally, Li Yuan's consciousness suddenly cleared, his eyebrows trembled slightly, and shortly after, he opened his eyes. Bolting upright, he instinctively looked around. This was an incredibly vast hall, with 10 majestic pillars supporting the hall, each shining with a metallic glow, each pillar's height probably exceeding 10 kilometers. On the pillars were carved spiraling flying serpents, akin to coiling dragons. At the 4 corners of the hall was emptiness, and vaguely, invisible forces obstructed Li Yuan's line of sight. This expansive hall seemed as though it was suspended above the void. Me? Li Yuan's gaze withdrew, belatedly realizing that he was sitting on a massive jade platform in the center of the hall. That is to say, he had been lying down all this time. What happened to me? Li Yuan was initially somewhat perplexed. With his powerful spiritual consciousness, he was very sensitive to the passage of time. He hadn't noticed it while he was asleep, but now he quickly distinguished it. This made Li Yuan realize, I've been asleep for 46 days? He had never slept that long in one go before. Is this the inner core realm? Li Yuan's heart was wary. Why did I sleep for so long? What's the situation outside? Suddenly, a look of shock crossed Li Yuan's eyes. The wind fluctuations in the world around me. Li Yuan noticed changes in himself, with the clarity of his sensitivity to the mystery of the wind likely being several times stronger than before. Even the mysterious fluctuations of other laws of the Great Tao now seemed much clearer to him. It was as if, during the time he had been asleep, Li Yuan's talents had undergone another transformation. You finally woke up. A familiar voice suddenly echoed in the hall. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of light converged to form 2 phantoms, both of which were figures Li Yuan had seen before. One phantom was the Black Snake Phantom, the training officer, who now seemed to be just like a follower. The other was a burly humanoid figure, with a single horn and clad in thick combat armor. It was the alien god envoy, Chu Bingzhen. Only now, the aura he emitted was vigorous and fierce, and he seemed almost real, much stronger than before. Just standing there, Chu Bingzhen made Li Yuan's heart tremble. Elder Chu. Li Yuan got up from the jade platform, unable to help asking, what's going on? Little fellow. The Black Snake Phantom laughed. Why call him elder anymore? You should address him as the respected, the great, respected one. Respected one? A shock went through Li Yuan's heart. In my heavenly serpent race, only the most exalted beings are worthy of being called respected ones. The Black Snake Phantom solemnly said, even in the divine realm's heavenly serpent temple, the respected ones have the privilege of leaving their names behind. Listening, Li Yuan was bewildered and couldn't help but look toward the burly figure with the horn. Suddenly, Li Yuan realized. No wonder some things had felt odd before. As an alien god envoy, why did he repeatedly remind me to be wary of the heritage? Shouldn't he logically be tempting me into accepting the alien god's heritage, the treasure of the heavenly serpent divine? Chu Bingzhen, the respected one. So that was how it was. Spirit Gun, you are not mistaken. Chu Bingzhen stepped forward, smiled, and came in front of Li Yuan. I am indeed the master of this mothership, and also the heavenly serpent divine. Chu Bingzhen. You speak of. You don't need to call me respected one, just continue to refer to me as Elder Chu. Chu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. Elder Chu. Li Yuan gave a wry smile. You must have many questions in your heart, don't be anxious, I will explain them to you gradually. Chu Bingzhen smiled, since I chose you, naturally I will not hide anything from you. How do you feel now that you've integrated the sacred artifact, Spirit of the Heavenly Wind? Chu Bingzhen smiled. Startled by these words, Li Yuan couldn't help but say, the changes in my body, are they because I've integrated this artifact? Sacred artifacts, even to respected ones, are precious treasures. The Black Snake Phantom said, you've been asleep for so many days because you were refining and integrating the artifact. Indeed, your body is formidable. You succeeded in refinement in just over 40 days. The respected one and I thought it would take at least half a year. the Black Snake Phantom said. Li Yuan suddenly understood. The spirit of the heavenly wind is of great use even to divine beings. Shu Bingzhen laughed, and for those below the level of divine beings, its greatest effect is akin to modifying your body and bloodline, greatly increasing your affinity with the wind law. It works best with second-rank and third-rank life forms. For demigods, their bodies are too strong, so the effect would be much less. Shu Bingzhen smiled. This is also why I only select second-rank and third-order life. Li Yuan's heart was shocked as he listened. He had never heard of such a treasure before. Until now, the only things he knew that could enhance law compatibility were auxiliary star techniques for cultivation, such as True Solution of the Earth Star Vein, and Heavenly Wind Star Vein's True Explanation, and these required extremely high demands on the star meridian, which were very stringent. Kid, it's your luck to have obtained the spirit of the heavenly wind in this barren mortal domain, the Black Snake Phantom said with a smile. Only a hierarch could bring it out. Ordinary true gods wouldn't even hope to have it. Li Yuan was secretly astonished. A true god? According to what Ji Yu had said before, a fifth-order divine being could only be considered a pseudo-god. Looking at it now, the heavenly serpent divine, Shu Bingzhen, must be a very strong existence even among true gods. At the same time, Li Yuan also remembered the term, mortal domain. Was this referring to the dimensional domain he was in? Don't listen to his exaggeration, Shu Bingzhen said with a smile. Such origin treasures like Spirit of the Heavenly Wind are indeed good, but some super beings in the vast divine realm can still take them out. Yet when they cultivate their disciples, not every one of them can become a true god. Even igniting the divine fire is difficult for some. External things are only an aid. Just like the heaven snake, true phoenix, and divine dragon clans, they are destined to become gods by nature. But so what? Most can only ignite the divine fire. Whereas the human race, spread across all domains and being mostly frail at birth, has continuously given birth to super beings that shakes the divine realm over the long years. The heavenly serpent divine shook his head. Now, humans have the most dominant presences in the divine realm. The divine realm? Li Yuan held his breath. This was not the first time he had heard this term. Ultimately, it depends on the individual, Shu Bingzhen said, looking at Li Yuan. The spirit of the heavenly wind, or your future cultivation of the heavenly wind star vein's true explanation, can greatly speed up your cultivation rate, but the many bottlenecks on the path to becoming a god, it still depends on your spirit. Law compatibility is a part of the talent for enlightenment, but it's not everything, Shu Bingzhen said. It can only be said that it increases the probability of you becoming a strong being, allowing you to walk the path of the strong faster and more steadily. Li Yuan listened attentively. These were the experience summaries of an extremely powerful being. But Li Yuan also understood that their perspectives were different. To Shu Bingzhen, perhaps achieving demigod or fifth-order divine being was nothing. But for himself, for the entire seven-star civilization, if they could give birth to a fifth-order divine being, that would be a tremendous event, enough to change the fate of the entire civilization. In any case, thank you, Elder, for this treasure, Li Yuan said respectfully. May I know what you want me to do? From his previous interactions with Shu Bingzhen, Li Yuan was clear that the other party was likely not choosing a successor. Otherwise, it would not have been so much trouble. No rush. Let me tell you slowly, Shu Bingzhen said with a smile. Have you heard of 9 Leaves 9 Mountains? A hint of confusion appeared in Li Yuan's eyes. What was that? How about the burial immortal ancient domain? Shu Bingzhen asked again. A glint of light flashed through Li Yuan's eyes, and after hesitating, he nodded. I've heard an elder in my clan mention it once. It seems to be a mysterious place within the dimensional domain that only demigods are qualified to explore. His teacher Lai Feng had mentioned it once. Back then, Lai Feng and the Alliance hierarch Dongfang Ji met in the burial immortal ancient domain. It seems your civilization is quite powerful indeed. That makes sense. You managed to cultivate powerful body refinement techniques, and your civilization has quite a few fourth-order battleships. It should have given birth to a fifth-order divine being, Shu Bingzhen said. Li Yuan did not speak. Divine beings? His civilization did not have any. But the Alliance hierarch could bring out treasures that were probably stronger than many fifth-order divine beings. Shu Bingzhen said, "You must have guessed that I am not a creature from your mortal domain, but rather from the divine realm." Elder Li Yuan couldn't help saying, "What exactly are the mortal domain and divine realm?" The universe is vast, and the heaven and earth revolve, filled with countless unknowns. The divine realm and the mortal domain are both part of the dimensional river, belonging to a starry sky, Shu Bingzhen said with enigmatic colors in his eyes. The so-called divine realm is essentially an extremely vast and expansive, superdimensional domain where origin power is rich, filled with countless life planets. Over billions of years, it has developed dazzling origin power technology and given birth to many powerful divine beings.
Gods compete for supremacy, numerous clans strive for dominance, and many powerful sects, kingdoms, and civilizations rise, while others are destroyed, among them some that had given birth to heavenly divines. Great realms and civilizations have been annihilated. A touch of melancholy flashed in Shu Bingzhen's eyes.
Li Yuan was also shocked, taking a deep breath. Goodness! The outside world was so vast and expansive, just hearing about it made one's blood boil with excitement. The divine realm is the core of this vast starry sky, the essence, the prime region, Shu Bingzhen continued. While the dimensional domain you are in is an ordinary dimensional domain that is part of the operation of the divine realm, it also has a vast source operating inside it, maintaining the stability of the entire dimensional domain. However, ordinary dimensional domains are too weak compared to the divine realm, usually having far fewer resources and treasures, and produce fewer divine beings. The places where mortal lives reside, hence they are also called mortal domains, Shu Bingzhen explained. Li Yuan finally understood. The so-called mortal domain and divine realm, in essence, don't differ fundamentally, it's just a matter of strength.
Of course, under the operation of a common dimensional domain's origin, to maintain stability, over the course of evolution, there is often a gradual formation of barriers between planes. Different planes are protected by the laws of heaven and earth, making it difficult for the divines within the domain to traverse the starry sky and reach different dimensional planes.
Ultimately, the majority of divines will follow the guidance of the origin of the dimensional domain and head towards the divine realm. Shu Bingzhen laughed. A vast number of mortal domains revolve around the divine realm. With a large congregation of divines, plus those born within the divine realm itself. Naturally, the divine realm is filled with wonders. Li Yuan nodded slightly. This did remind him of a Terma ascension. But it seemed not quite the same. Elder, are there many divines within the divine realm? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Many. If there weren't many divines, could it be called the divine realm? Shu Bingzhen said indifferently, but in some sense, not many either. Li Yuan was stunned. Kid. The black snake phantom beside them laughed. There indeed is a large number of divines, but that's the total number. The divine realm is vast and boundless, with countless stars and lives incalculable. Just like in your lesser civilizations, divines often serve as the leaders of a civilization. In the divine realm, even a fifth-order divine being could easily rule a life planet, mastering the life and death of billions. Li Yuan understood. Even in the divine realm, a fifth-rank divine being was a very strong existence. It was just that the divine realm was so vast that it made ordinary divines seem insignificant. If that's the case, why would those divines want to go to the divine realm? Li Yuan couldn't resist asking. Could it be that the operation of the laws of heaven and earth forces divines to go to the divine realm? Staying in the mortal domain, as a leader of a civilization, one could live freely and at ease. That won't be forced. However, under the operation of the dimensional domain's origin, it is not keen on the emergence of extremely powerful divines. The stronger one's essence, the more they will face the invisible suppression of the origin, Shu Bingzhen explained. Just like you now, you can venture through numerous second-level and third-level star realms. But what about the divines? Fifth-level star domains are quite rare. Shu Bingzhen shook his head. Being a leader of a civilization might be exciting at first, especially when friends and loved ones are possibly still around. But what about after 500 years? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? Shu Bingzhen said with some emotion. A life without purpose is very boring. Being trapped in a single-dimensional plane is like being in a cage, and former friends and loved ones pass away one after another, scarcely leaving behind any attachment. When you look around, all you see are your juniors and descendants. Can you imagine what that kind of life is like? Shu Bingzhen looked towards Li Yuan. Li Yuan was silent. The most crucial thing is lifespan, Shu Bingzhen said. Demigods live for 1,000 years. At 5th rank, igniting divine fire, they become pseudo-gods, living for 5,000 years. At 6th rank, they begin to solidify their divine heart, becoming true gods, with a lifespan of 30,000 years. And at 7th rank, refining their divine nature, they become heavenly divines, living for 300,000 years. Shu Bingzhen spoke softly. Li Yuan held his breath. Pseudo-gods, true gods, heavenly divines? Li Yuan finally understood the divisions among the divines. Li Yuan was also shocked by the lifespans of true gods and heavenly divines. 300,000 years? What an unfathomably long time.
Pseudo-gods and true gods, not fast enough to fly, still need to use technological means to roam the cosmos, making use of stargates for passage, but heavenly divines, on their own, can traverse the cosmic space, shattering planets without effort.
In the eyes of the divine realm, they are all peak powerhouses. With the long lifespans and formidable powers, heavenly divines fear almost no natural dangers and have the capability to explore various civilizations, in pursuit of the ultimate mysteries between heaven and earth. Shu Bingzhen smiled at Li Yuan. If you were in their shoes, having lived for over 1,000 years, would you be willing to die of old age within a dimensional plane? Or would you prefer to head towards the splendid and boundless divine realm? Li Yuan held his breath again. Indeed, for many divines who have lived for over 1,000 years, what pleasures have they not experienced? To seek eternal life, to obtain more powerful treasures and cultivation methods, it is unlikely anyone would choose to stay in their native civilization. Elder Chu. Then why did you come from the divine realm to our dimensional domain? As far as I know, it seems that more than one divine descended at 10,000 years ago. Li Yuan couldn't help but say, is there something in our dimensional domain worth competing for? A priceless treasure perhaps? Through communicating with Shu Bingzhen, Li Yuan had basically confirmed that the ancient torch divine likely also came from the divine realm. You seem to know a lot, and you're not wrong in your guess, Shu Bingzhen spoke slowly. Normally, mortal domains are very poor in resources and treasures, but your dimensional domain is an exception. 10,000 years ago, I led my many divines, at great cost, with this divine-class mothership, to descend painfully into this dimensional domain. I wasn't the only one, many divines from the divine realm descended at that time. And many native divines of your dimensional domain also joined the battle. It was an earth-shattering skirmish, all for the treasure within the burial immortal ancient domain. The struggle for treasures within the burial immortal ancient domain. Was this the reason why the gods descended thousands of years ago? Li Yuan held his breath. When teacher Lai Feng mentioned it before, he only thought it was a perilous place filled with treasures, perhaps a 4th-level star realm. But now it seems, it's far more than that. Just by observing the ancient divine palace and the civilization mothership, one could glimpse how formidable figures like the ancient torch divine, the heavenly serpent divine, Shu Bingzhen, are. Still, they hesitated not a moment to kill their way here. What exactly is hidden in this burial immortal ancient domain? Venerable one, are you a heavenly divine? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. The once eloquent, imposing figure with a single horn was taken aback and suddenly fell silent. Spirit gun. Alongside him, the black snake phantom spoke gravely. Heavenly divine is an extremely great existence, even within the divine realm. Each heavenly divine is a superlative being, one that emerges from a vast number of divines. A heavenly divine can establish a vast dominion and rule countless planets. Even within the heavenly serpent clan, the quantity of heavenly divines is extremely scant. Venerable ones are extremely strong even among true gods, and only then do they earn the title of venerable, the black snake phantom said. If the venerable one's plans had succeeded back then, had he obtained the treasures within the burial immortal ancient domain, there was hope for him to become a heavenly divine. Li Yuan nodded respectfully, yet he understood clearly. So, he's not a heavenly divine. Of course, Li Yuan also understood that just as there are differences between flying heaven warriors and demigods, 5th rank pseudo-gods, 6th rank true divines, even within the same realm, probably have astonishingly large gaps in strength. Chu Bingzhen was an extremely powerful true divine back then. Heavenly divine. Chu Bingzhen's eyes glinted with a complex expression as he looked toward Li Yuan. With your exceptional talent, plus my assistance and your advantage as a being of this domain, there is a slight hope that you could become a heavenly divine, roam freely in the divine realm. A slight hope? Li Yuan thought to himself, without contending the point. From Chu Bingzhen's description, it seems that heavenly divines truly are immensely powerful, far surpassing ordinary divines. Venerable One, what exactly is in the burial immortal ancient domain? Li Yuan asked curiously. What treasure could bring about the descent of the gods? You don't know? Chu Bingzhen shook his head. You don't know? Li Yuan was astonished. Over 10,000 years ago, I led my subordinates to roam a galaxy within the divine realm. Chu Bingzhen spoke slowly. Passing through a region, I felt the whole starry sky tremble continuously. I sensed the heavens and earth and observed that a great upheaval had erupted in your mortal domain. I observed a magnificent and vast spectacle. Above the spectacle, there were 9 continuous mountain peaks, each connected to the next, every peak as though spanning billions of miles across the starry sky, shining with brilliant light. Below, like lotus petals, there are huge leaves, a total of 9 leaves, supporting 9 peaks. Each leaf supporting a mountain. Those 9 leaves stretch, who knows, for tens of thousands of miles, Chu Bingzhen said, shaking his head. Li Yuan was listening so intently, he held his breath. No wonder Chu Bingzhen had asked him at the beginning if he knew about 9 mountains 9 leaves. So that's how it was. That spectacle was just a projection, reflecting across numerous galaxies and planets. It caused an uproar, Chu Bingzhen said. Soon, many gods from neighboring galaxies calculated that the source of this miraculous sight was your mortal domain. And there were quickly rumors that an extremely powerful being was buried in your mortal domain, leaving behind a grand treasure.
That is the burial immortal ancient domain. Moreover, the window to enter your mortal domain was quickly diminishing, Chu Bingzhen said, so many deities didn't dare to hesitate and all desperately descended into your mortal domain.
A great number of divine beings. However, just the process of descending led to the fall of more than half of the deities, Chu Bingzhen said solemnly. Even beings of true god status perished. Li Yuan shuddered at the thought. Is it that dangerous? Just traveling caused true gods to fall? Venerable One, what is a window? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. Countless mortal domains, all orbit the divine realm by the laws of heaven and earth, the Black Snake Phantom said solemnly. For the vast majority of the time, the mortal domains are far from the divine realm. The connection very weak, the barrier of the dimensional domain incredibly thick, not even heavenly divine can tear it. Only at very rare times, the mortal domains, drawn by the divine realm, come close, space becomes unstable, 5th-order divine beings can traverse. That is the window. Li Yuan had an epiphany. In this vast starry sky, numerous mortal domains and divine realms are constantly rotating. Once the window is missed, then, unless it is the native life of that mortal domain, who can leverage the primal force of the dimensional domain, there is hope to return, the Black Snake Phantom said. All outsiders are unable to enter this mortal domain. Even so, traversing different dimensional domains is extremely dangerous. Countless unseen spatial rifts will end most who dare to pass. Divine beings at the demigod rank are undoubtedly doomed. At least a 5th-rank pseudo-god would have a chance to make it through, the Black Snake Phantom said. Li Yuan nodded unwittingly. It seems celestial beings from the divine realm also faced tremendous danger in trying to descend. Did no heavenly divine come? Li Yuan asked curiously. First, the event was sudden. Many powerful Foss's elites hadn't arrived when the window already closed, Chu Bingzhen said softly. As for the heavenly divine, maybe some of them did come, but the limit of outsiders allowed by the mortal domain is 6th-rank true divine. Heavenly divine cannot descend into a non-native mortal domain. They are too powerful and would be repelled by the primal force of the mortal domain. If they forcefully intrude, they will certainly perish. Li Yuan immediately understood. Among the descending gods, the heavenly serpent divine must be among the strongest. Struggling through the channels of the dimensional domain, Xu Bingzhen's eyes held a hint of reminiscence. I sensed many powerful beings, all true gods. We were suppressed by the primal forces, unable to enter the dimensional plane, only able to journey through the starry rifts between the planes. Fortunately, the burial immortal ancient domain is also repelled by the dimensional domain and has not fallen into any particular dimensional plane. Otherwise we deities would have been at a loss. Xu Bingzhen shook his head and said. Li Yuan listened. This point, he had learned about in the databases of Starfire Marshall Hall. Demigods, if they crossed the vast starry sky, could theoretically traverse into various dimensional planes. But divine from foreign domains? They're absolutely repelled. At last, we arrived at the outskirts of the burial immortal ancient domain. The burial immortal ancient domain seems to have just emerged and is extremely unstable. Indeed, it's an unbelievable treasure trove, with countless rare treasures just in the periphery. I sensed what I've been searching for, but it also was extremely dangerous. A great battle ensued. Deities fell one after another. Xu Bingzhen sighed. Of the many deities under my command, only 6 remained alive. He seemed to be recalling the gruesomeness of that battle. Listening, Li Yuan realized that in addition to the battle among the gods, the burial immortal ancient domain itself also posed great dangers. After the initial battle, the burial immortal ancient domain gradually stabilized, and I realized that if we directly stormed into the inner domain, the chance of perishing was extremely high. Many deities shrank back, chose to leave, but I had no choice. Xu Bingzhen spoke solemnly. I was already struggling to survive. This was the greatest opportunity I had encountered, and I had to take a chance on it even if it cost me my life. Moreover, once the burial immortal ancient domain completely stabilizes, the chances would become even slimmer. Li Yuan held his breath, struggling to survive? No choice? But I couldn't become the sinner of my clan, Xu Bingzhen said. Thus, before setting off, I left the civilization mothership behind, so if I failed, my heavenly serpent clan would still have a glimmer of hope. At that time, when the burial immortal ancient domain appeared in this world, this mortal domain was trembling, and many dimensional planes collided with each other, giving birth to many new star realms. To protect the civilization mothership, I intentionally caused it to fall into this star realm, Xu Bingzhen explained. New star realms. Li Yuan immediately thought of the Silver Feather Star Realm, which was also born during that period. Everything matched up. The many compartments of the civilization mothership were damaged during the first round of the battle. At that time, I deduced that this star realm should be conducive to the proliferation of life, Xu Bingzhen said. Li Yuan came to a realization. So, the civilization mothership was destined to crash by the deities of the heavenly serpent clan, not chased down by enemies. I left behind every contingency plan, left behind a spiritual imprint, Xu Bingzhen whispered. My true self led many deities and some demigods. Not long after, I sensed that my true self had fallen. No more messages came back. I knew then that the first plan had failed. Xu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. The second plan had to be executed. I began to proliferate life within the civilization mothership. But resources were scarce and there was no environment for honing. As time passed, the few demigods and flying heaven levels living on the mothership all died of old age, and countless mortals passed away. There was no other way. Fortunately, the star realm stabilized, laying the foundation for life to proliferate. I then exiled the remaining few lives into the star realm. This is the history of the Mingshu Beast clan, Xu Bingzhen said. Now, the majority of life in the Mingshu Beast clan, in theory, all count as my descendants, all containing a trace of my bloodline. Li Yuan listened. He was already aware of these details. I may not feel much for these bloodline descendants, but if they have greater potential, naturally I lean towards them, Xu Bingzhen said. Like the myriad scales beast emperor, whose potential is far less than that of Shui Yan, let alone compared with you, but I still gave him an opportunity. Li Yuan nodded unconsciously. Without sensing otherwise, one would naturally be biased. However, your potential is too vast, Shu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan and exclaimed, "Had you been born in the divine realm, once grown into a flying heaven level, upon further confirmation of your potential, you would have had the chance to become a direct disciple of a heavenly divine gate." Further confirmed potential? Li Yuan was stunned for a moment.
Your potential is sufficiently vast for now, but time is too short. How long are the lives of the heavenly divines? They do not easily accept disciples. The Black Snake Phantom laughed. However, if you keep growing like this, reaching the 37th or 38th level, or even becoming a demigod, then the heavenly divines would definitely be willing to accept you as a disciple.
Li Yuan came to a realization. According to Shu Bingzhen and the Black Snake, his current performance was enough to catch the eye of a heavenly divine? Why wait until the 37th or 38th level? Li Yuan asked. The 7-star veins are necessary to cultivate to the 37th level, and to cultivate to the 38th level, one needs 8-star veins. Shu Bingzhen laughed. The 7-star veins are a requirement to cultivate into a 7th-order heavenly god. The heavenly divines naturally train their disciples, aiming for them to become heavenly gods. If they only cultivate 6th-rank true divines, it would be meaningless for those at the pinnacle. Therefore, to become a disciple to a heavenly divine, awakening 7-star veins is the baseline. Even true gods collecting disciples, like the many intersect disciples I had previously taken, at least required 6-star veins, the baseline to become a 6th-rank true divine, Shu Bingzhen said. And actually, most disciples of the heavenly divines have 8-star veins, Shu Bingzhen stated. 8-star veins? Li Yuan was shocked. In his own mortal domain, 7-star veins were nearly legendary, much less 8-star veins. Previously, Gu had not dared claim he could become an 8-star vein. In the mortal domain, 7-star veins are legends, nearly all becoming divine. They are already considered as talents in the divine realm, Shu Bingzhen explained. But the divine realm is vast, with countless creatures. 8-star veins certainly exist, and with the heavenly divines' long lifespans, they can naturally afford to wait. The heavenly divines, even if they take one direct disciple every 10,000 years, would still have dozens of direct disciples in a lifetime, Shu Bingzhen reflected. I understand, Li Yuan nodded unconsciously. 8-star veins, in the divine realm, probably belong to legend even for ordinary divinities, but not for heavenly divines. Or rather, without the foundation of the 8-star veins, it would be difficult to become a heavenly divine. Every heavenly divine is an unparalleled genius born through the long eras of the divine realm. You have tremendous potential, having already formed 6-star pulse, and each star meridian is exceptionally strong. Awakening the 7-star veins is almost a certainty, and there is hope for achieving 8-star veins. Your talent for enlightenment is also extremely high, earth and wind combining with each other. In the future, you will have a complete hope of touching the space law. Shu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. To encounter such a genius as you in the mortal domain is a blessing from the heavens, a chance that comes once in a blue moon. I dare not ask for more. Another 100,000 years might pass without meeting someone with potential greater than yours. Therefore, I have already made my decision. Shu Bingzhen said, you will carry out the second plan. Li Yuan sighed inwardly. The heavenly serpent divine truly valued him highly. Esteemed one, what is this so-called second plan? Li Yuan asked, what do I need to do? Do you know why I brought the civilization mothership? Shu Bingzhen sighed, as if unrelated to Li Yuan's question. Li Yuan could not help but shake his head. The heavenly serpent clan was obliterated in a great war, with a large number of our people scattered. The Black Snake Phantom gritted its teeth. This civilization mothership is an escape vessel, always on the run. The Esteemed One is one of the very few divinities in our clan who escaped. We venture into the burial immortal ancient land also because the Esteemed One seeks to break through to heavenly divine status and one day reconstruct our heavenly serpent clan. Li Yuan was astonished. So, the heavenly serpent clan had already been annihilated. No wonder they brought the civilization mothership. Normally, powerful beings roaming alone do not bring so many weaker clan members with them. It would not only hinder themselves but also these clan members. It turned out there was no other choice. The first plan is for me to maximize my gains in the burial immortal ancient land, becoming a heavenly divine, Shu Bingzhen said softly. The second plan is for you. Chu Bingzhen's gaze fell on Li Yuan with reverence, to carry our clan's last, holy blood heavenly serpent, into the burial immortal ancient domain, and ultimately help it become a heavenly divine, rebuilding our heavenly serpent clan. Holy blood heavenly serpent. Li Yuan was both shocked and puzzled. What's the difference with the pure-blooded heaven snake? The heavenly serpent bloodline, if only containing a portion, depending on the bloodline concentration, will have the hope to become second rank, third rank, or even fourth rank, Chu Bingzhen said. While a pure-blooded heaven snake, upon reaching maturity, will directly become a fifth-rank pseudo-god. Li Yuan nodded understandably. It was the same with the true Phoenix clan. Lin Lanyu's ancestor, the demigod of Flame City, quickly achieved the demigod status through bloodline. Beyond the pure-blooded heaven snake, there is one even more powerful bloodline, Chu Bingzhen continued slowly. Named Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, it is considered alongside the five-clawed metal dragon of the Dragon Clan as one of the most powerful bloodlines amongst all clans in the divine realm. Carrying this type of bloodline, as soon as one is born, so long as they reach adulthood, they will become a peak true god in the future, and even have a slight hope of becoming a heavenly divine. And on this civilization mothership, we carry an egg of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, which the clan elders entrusted to me when we fled from the Heavenly Serpent Temple. Chu Bingzhen spoke in a grave tone. At that time, all the heavenly divines of our clan were being watched by the enemy, and they couldn't even escape if they wanted to. We true gods actually had a certain chance of escaping. This is a great hope for the rise of our heavenly serpent clan. Li Yuan listened, dumbfounded. In the mortal domain, how many civilizations rise and fall without ever giving birth to a true god? But this so-called Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent will naturally grow into a peak true god in the future? That's just too outrageous. Esteemed one. If that's the case, wouldn't simply hatching the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent egg do? Li Yuan couldn't help but say. If it hatched early, in 10,000 years, it would surely have matured and reached its peak. Not possible. It is an outsider, and even if it hatches in this world, it will not receive the recognition of the native dimensional domain. Thus, it will still be suppressed and rejected, making it very difficult to grow up steadily in this dimensional domain. Chu Bingzhen shook his head. Moreover, it will be rejected when entering the burial immortal ancient domain, Chu Bingzhen said. Rejected? Li Yuan was taken aback. The burial immortal ancient domain contains a powerful origin, and since it became progressively stabilized over its lengthy existence, it indicates it has merged with the origin of this dimensional domain, the Black Snake Phantom explained. For someone like you, native to this dimensional domain, even if you grow to be a heavenly divine, you'll only be suppressed and not rejected from entering. You're like a child nurtured by the origin. But for outsiders, if they go against certain rules of the world's operation, they might even be subdued or killed. Especially heavenly divines, who can't even enter it at all, the Black Snake Phantom added. Li Yuan suddenly understood. Chu Bingzhen hoped to transform this Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent egg into native life. Thus, the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent's chances of seizing treasures in the burial immortal ancient domain would greatly increase. The likelihood of becoming a heavenly divine would probably also substantially increase. Esteemed one, what would you have me do? Li Yuan asked. Become the incubating carrier for this Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent egg, Chu Bingzhen spoke somberly, and form a bloodline pact with it. That way, once it hatches, it would be like your half-child. It will also become equivalent to your contracted spirit beast. In the future, once it has grown to its peak, it will undoubtedly rely on you immensely, aiding you in your adventures in the divine realm. I have also left many gifts for you to help you grow faster, Chu Bingzhen said. Li Yuan was astonished. He was to have the unborn Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent become his spirit beast? And an inheritance from Chu Bingzhen? It all seemed beneficial. What will you get out of this? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. There's no such thing as a one-sided favor. You will nurture it because you are a native life form, and it will receive nourishment from your soul and bloodline, gaining recognition from the dimensional domain's origin, Chu Bingzhen explained as he looked at Li Yuan. As such, When you two join forces to venture into the burial immortal ancient domain in the future, the success rate will greatly increase with mutual cooperation. Li Yuan didn't respond. If that was the only reason, it was far from sufficient. Furthermore, I need you to make 2 law oaths, Xu Bingzhen said. First, you must do your utmost to protect it during its growth and help it become a heavenly divine. Of course, it is destined to reach the true God peak, but you mainly need to protect it from being hunted down by the powers of the divine realm. After all, while the Heavenly Serpent clan was obliterated, their enemies haven't disappeared. It's been only 10,000 years, they're definitely still pursuing the Heavenly Serpent clan. Second, once it becomes a heavenly divine in the future, you must help it rebuild the Heavenly Serpent clan. Li Yuan nodded slightly. It seemed that everything Xu Bingzhen did was for the rebirth of the Heavenly Serpent clan. That must be Xu Bingzhen's obsession. I have told you everything. Xus, if you agree, the many inheritance treasures I have prepared will satisfy you, Xu Bingzhen said as he looked at Li Yuan. If you refuse, I will send you away. The spacious hall became completely quiet. Xu Bingzhen and the Black Snake Phantom waited for Li Yuan's response. To agree, or not to agree? Li Yuan thought to himself. It seemed all to his benefit to agree now. The real disadvantage lies in the future. In the future, if he went to the divine realm, then the vast power that had destroyed the Heavenly Serpent clan would definitely pursue him with all their might. It was akin to making a powerful enemy in advance. According to Xu Bingzhen, not even the heavenly divines of the Heavenly Serpent clan could withstand them. How terrifying must the enemy's power be? Li Yuan still aspired to the divine realm. But, good or bad, did he really have a choice? If he refused, Li Yuan didn't believe that Xu Bingzhen would let him leave. He had taken the spirit of the heavenly wind, he knew the secret. To say he was unwilling and wanted to leave now? He might as well be ready to hit the road. Li Yuan also vaguely understood why Xu Bingzhen kept reminding him about making a choice. Sometimes, once a decision is made, you actually have no choice thereafter. Moreover, this trade wasn't necessarily wrong. No matter how powerful the enemies of the Heavenly Serpent clan were, they were still in the divine realm. It would only be possible for them to threaten him once he was in the divine realm. I am willing, Li Yuan said. Good. A smile appeared on Xu Bingzhen's face. Let's first make the 2 law oaths then. Who? With a wave of his hand, Xu Bingzhen conjured a light screen projection that displayed the words of the oath. Li Yuan confirmed it was correct and quickly made the law oaths. It felt the same as before, with no sensation. Next, it's time to begin nurturing the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent. The whole process should last about 3 months, Xu Bingzhen said. During this period, it will be hard for you to be distracted, and the process may be somewhat arduous, but I hope you can endure it. 3 months? Li Yuan was slightly surprised. That long? It's rather brief, the Black Snake Phantom said with a laugh. That's considering everything has already been prepared in advance. Fine. However, before we start, I hope to send a message back first, Li Yuan said in a low voice. Being gone for such a long time, I'm afraid the high echelons of my home civilization will think something has happened to me, and they'll worry too much. This is indeed the case, Xu Bingzhen nodded. You should have something with you that can confirm whether you are alive or dead, but from the moment you entered the inner layer of the core, all external sensing was cut off. Unless it's that kind of soul-sensing artifact that can transcend different dimensional planes. Otherwise, by now, your homeland's civilization would probably think you have perished, Xu Bingzhen said. What? Li Yuan's face changed. He had 2 soul-sensing artifacts on him. One was the spiritual lamp, which could achieve clear sensing as long as he was in this mortal domain, and it was controlled by Jiu. The other was the life crystal, controlled by the 7-star civilization, but it could only confirm within a singular world. Furthermore, refining the spirit of the heavenly wind had taken him over 40 days. In other words, more than 40 days ago, the upper echelons of the 7-star civilization were guessing whether he had perished. Venerable One, why didn't you tell me? Li Yuan couldn't help but say, worry in his heart. I said before, when you make a choice, there will be consequences. Xu Bingzhen shook his head. Without fully confirming your attitude, I would not allow the slightest possibility of the news leaking. I also established this core palace inside the mothership to isolate the essence of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent Egg. Even a 7th-rank Heavenly Divine wouldn't even dream of sensing it directly unless they broke into the palace, Shu Bingzhen said. Li Yuan fell silent. Shu Bingzhen was right. Before this, there seemed to be no need for him to regard Li Yuan's attitude. But rest assured, I know what you are worried about. Shui Yan, the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, and your clans, Yu Jing, who are currently trapped inside the mothership, I haven't let them out, Shu Bingzhen laughed. The external forces have also not broken out in major wars. Your homeland civilization, the 7-star civilization, has not suffered any loss. Hearing this, Li Yuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most worried about was that so many days had passed and Shui Yan, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, and the others had already left the mothership. In that case, there would be too many uncontrollable factors. As long as you form a blood pact with the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, allowing it to hatch successfully, all these people are at your disposal. Shu Bingzhen smiled. If you are unwilling to kill them, I even have a way to let you control them by soul.
Soul control. Li Yuan was stunned. It involves planting a prohibition at the source, in their souls, making them willingly submissive to you from the depths of their hearts, Shu Bingzhen explained. Thus it is called soul control.
Soul control technique, across the divine realm, is exceedingly precious, and many divines cannot acquire it, Shu Bingzhen said. This peculiar secret technique, in terms of its rarity, is comparable to many complete supreme star techniques. Li Yuan nodded involuntarily. Such methods he had only heard of but had never seen before. Can I cultivate this method? Li Yuan furrowed his brow. Normally, no, even a demigod's soul utilization is quite rudimentary, Shu Bingzhen laughed. But among the gifts I've prepared for you, there's one that can help you initially cultivate Ida. Controlling a few at the flying heaven level isn't hard. Li Yuan inwardly exclaimed and also felt a bit wary. This Heavenly Serpent Divine, truly a supreme existence among true gods, still very fearsome even if already deceased, leaving just a residual thought behind. Of course, this type of soul technique method also has many drawbacks, Shu Bingzhen said. For one, it places a certain burden on the user's soul. The stronger the servant, the greater the impact on the master, so there's a limit to the number of servants you can control. And once a servant surpasses a certain level of strength, they can break free of this soul restriction. Secondly, it cannot be executed on those too strong. For example, if your own soul is only at the flying heaven level and it's used on a demigod, you might instead suffer backlash, causing severe damage to yourself. Li Yuan listened attentively. Thirdly, is that the controlled beings often see a significant drop in potential, Shu Bingzhen said. Some exceptional talents, after being controlled by soul, will often see their strength progress much slower, rarely reaching their original potential. Why is that? Li Yuan puzzled. Their hearts change. Shu Bingzhen shook his head. Why can the strong become strong? Because they have the heart of the strong, the courage and determination to surpass everything. If they become servants, blindly obeying the master, can they still become strong over time? Li Yuan had a realization. True exceptional talents and strong beings always firmly believe in themselves. Even if their progress is slow for a while, they usually do not get discouraged. Even if they revere a senior, they won't contemplate becoming a servant. If I can control their souls, that's naturally best. I don't care if their future potential lowers, Li Yuan shook his head. If he could control the 2 beast emperors, then he could keep control over the Ming Shu beast clan. If he could control Shui Yan, that would be like driving a deep wedge into the demon civilization, potentially infiltrating the high ranks of the myriad demons civilization in the future. Inside a massive secret chamber within the inner layer of the mothership, a combat saber floated in the void, pitch black and emitting strange fluctuations. Inside the chamber, Yu Jing, clad in a black robe, was continually staring at the combat saber in the void, sensing the mysterious fluctuations. Metal. Incredible. This combat saber contains a sword technique that's utterly unimaginable. As Yu Jing delved deeper, the more he marveled. Still, Yu Jing was quite troubled. According to the alien god's messenger, I must comprehend a powerful enough sword technique within 6 months to hope to advance to the next test. This inner layer of the mothership contains many treasures and opportunities, a rare chance for me. I've become a direct disciple of an alien god. With the inheritance of an alien god aiding me, there's a great hope for me to become a semi-divine. Shui Yan became a direct disciple of an alien god with relative ease. Yet, Yu Jing had only managed to barely scrape through the 6th layer trial of the Heavenly Serpent Divine after a breakthrough in the star meridian within the Divine Land and after cultivating a stronger star technique. Faced with the harsh demands of the direct disciple of a Metal Series alien god, Yu Jing ultimately chose to agree. After all, he wasn't like Li Yuan. Now faced with the legacy left by a divine, it was natural to go all out. There is the transmission of an alien god, but becoming a divine is not easy either. I must seize the opportunity within the inner layer. Yu Jingyi's heart was filled with desire. If I could enter the very core of the inner layer, perhaps ascending to godhood would be easy. The deeper he delved, the more miraculous he found the mothership. A great treasure indeed. Still, Yu Jingyi's heart was full of concerns. Having entered the mothership for so long, I'm unaware of the situation outside. How goes the war with the Mingshu Beast clan? Suddenly, countless beams of light converged, consolidating in the secret chamber into a towering, horned silhouette. Yu Jing. Shu Bingzhen looked down at Yu Jing. Alien God's emissary. Yu Jing got up and respectfully bowed. Your trial has ended, Shu Bingzhen said. What? Yu Jing was suddenly shocked. Senior, you gave me 6 months for the trial, and it hasn't even been 2 months. I definitely have the hope of passing this trial. I didn't say you failed the trial, but that your trial has ended. Shu Bingzhen spoke indifferently. Just now, someone has already passed the trial, entered the core of the inner layer, and obtained the treasure left by the Heavenly Serpent Divine. Someone has completed the trial. Who? Yu Jing was shocked in his heart. Having gone through many trials before, he was well aware of their difficulty. And within the inner layer's 6th trials, he had only struggled through to the 3rd layer. Who could have passed all 6 so quickly? Could it be one of the 3 great beast emperors? You know this person, Shu Bingzhen said indifferently. It's the Spirit Gun from your 7-star civilization. Spirit Gun? Yu Jing inhaled sharply, familiar with the name. Before entering the civilization mothership, he had heard about the birth of a super genius, Spirit Gun, in his civilization, who had swept through the Cloud Beast civilization in the Rob Seastar realm. Back then, his heart was exhilarated, but he had not expected that this person would also enter the Divine Land and so quickly overcome all obstacles to obtain the ultimate treasure. You should be thankful. If it had been a bit later, Shui Yan, from the Myriad Demons civilization might have had a chance to break into the core of the inner layer. Shu Bingzhen said indifferently. Although he entered later than you, he has already reached the 4th layer trial. Shui Yan. A flicker of confusion passed through Yu Jingyi's eyes, unfamiliar with the name. The situation over the past few months had exceeded his imagination. But from Shu Bingzhen's words, Yu Jing could also judge. If not for Spirit Gun, he most likely would not have been able to compete with this Shui Yan. That's fine, Yu Jing thought. The treasure of the Heavenly Serpent Divine, falling into Spirit Gun's hands, is 1,000,000,000 times better than it falling into Shui Yan's. After all, it would belong to the 7-star civilization. Sigh. With a wave of his hand, Shu Bingzhen sent a storage treasure floating towards Yu Jing. The combat saber, which had been hovering in the chamber, with its mysterious fluctuations, began to subside and gently fell. As per Spirit Gun's wishes, these treasures are gifted to you, as a reward for passing the 5th layer trial. This? Yu Jing was startled. He himself possessed flying heaven-level spiritual power and, with a mere thought, he could tell the storage magical treasure contained astonishingly valuable treasures. Thank you, Senior, Yu Jing said respectfully. To give thanks, thank Spirit Gun. Shu Bingzhen looked at him. Had he not spoken, you would have had no right to these treasures. The treasure left by the Heavenly Serpent Divine is only 1 level higher than the gift you have received. Yes, Yu Jingyi's heart was already filled with goodwill towards this Spirit Gun, whom he had never met. Before sending you away, you have no demands for this gift, but don't forget your promise to the Metal Series alien god. Chu Bingzhen confirmed. You have set a law oath, and no one can help you with that. I understand. Yu Jing nodded. The inheritance left by the alien god's direct disciple was very demanding, but it also asked him to become a divine before taking action, so there was no rush. Additionally, you must set a law oath, not to reveal the secrets about the inner layer, Chu Bingzhen said. This is not Spirit Gun's request, but a demand of the Heavenly Serpent Divine. Yes, Yu Jing nodded. Before long, Yu Jing, having established another law oath, was directly sent out of the civilization mothership by Chu Bingzhen. This Li Yuan is indeed a man of great loyalty, Chu Bingzhen murmured, as his avatar dissipated. In the core of the mothership, within the vast expanse of the Heavenly Snake Temple, I have already sent Yu Jing away, and told him you are still alive, so you don't have to worry anymore, the towering, horned silhouette suddenly said. Additionally, I have given him an extra little gift, it should be helpful to him. Thank you, Venerable One, Li Yuan nodded. Li Yuan had wanted to contact Bright Moon Base directly, but Chu Bingzhen was unwilling, agreeing only to let Yu Jing pass on the message. Rest assured, I am not deceiving you, Chu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. Now, it's time to start hatching the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent Egg. Okay, Li Yuan nodded. With everything at this stage, there were no other choices left. Rumble, the entire temple suddenly began to shake, as the once towering divine pillars burst into light, countless glows converging towards the center of the Great Hall. This, Li Yuan was startled. It's finally starting. Chu Bingzhen's eyes showed a complex expression. Who knows if this is the last Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent Egg of our clan? When the Heavenly Serpent clan was attacked by a powerful enemy years ago, they began a great escape, and he led just one of the fleeing groups. As for whether the other fleeing groups are still alive, whether there are still any Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent Eggs, Chu Bingzhen doesn't know. They didn't know or contact each other, each escaping on their own, to ensure the maximum continuation of their clan. Boom! Suddenly, the ground of the temple split open, revealing a huge divine pool filled with purple liquid that ebbed and flowed, emitting a hazy radiance, resembling divine brilliance. What a rich life essence! Li Yuan held his breath. He could feel that these purple liquids were probably exceedingly precious. Then, Li Yuan's gaze fell upon a green serpent egg within the vast divine pool. So big! From just sizing it up, Li Yuan confirmed that the diameter of this serpent egg must exceed 10 meters. It was completely immersed in the purple liquid, its surface flickering with layers of flowing light, emitting a powerful aura. Thousands of years have passed, and the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent Egg has maintained its vitality all thanks to these special spiritual liquids, Chu Bingzhen whispered. From the birth to the hatching of a Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent Egg, it can be preserved for up to 30,000 years. And now, it's nearly 20,000 years. These spiritual liquids not only ensure its vitality but also seal its life essence. 20,000 years? Li Yuan was secretly astonished. Truly exaggerated, fitting for a great clan of the divine realm. Their methods are many. Go. Whoosh! Chu Bingzhen suddenly raised his hand. His fingertip traced a streak of light, which instantly shot into Li Yuan's mind. Immediately, a massive amount of information emerged, all about the various methods to hatch the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent Egg. With Li Yuan's current spiritual power, he quickly understood it all. The rest is up to you now, Chu Bingzhen said. Understood. Li Yuan took a deep breath, looked at the divine pool, and directly plunged into it. Splash! Li Yuan was completely soaked in the purple spiritual liquid. I must succeed. Li Yuan thought to himself, once successful, I will receive many treasures left by the Heavenly Serpent Divine, as well as a spirit beast that is destined to grow to the true God peak. Such a powerful spirit beast, easily attracting disasters, not to mention the Heavenly Serpent clan still has formidable enemies. But if used well, it is also a great asset. Following the methods in Chu Bingzhen's information, a Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, in as short as 100 years, and at most 1,000 years, would grow all the way to the true God peak, then shine radiantly for 30,000 years. Many formidable true gods, reaching the true God peak is close to the end of their lifespan, making it naturally difficult to ascend to Heavenly God. But for a Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, it has 30,000 years to strive and pursue. The hope of becoming a heavenly god is naturally immense. Refinement. Li Yuan followed the information. His divine sense quickly penetrated the entire divine pool. Gradually sensing the many secret runes in the divine pool, all were fluctuations of the mystery of the wind vein. Without the spirit of the heavenly wind, I'm afraid it wouldn't be this easy, Li Yuan thought to himself. Li Yuan had understood why Chu Bingzhen had asked him to first try using the spirit of the heavenly wind, to transform his body's bloodline to be closer to the wind law and also to better fit the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent bloodline, making the hatching of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent easier. A while later, Rumble, Li Yuan had initially refined the divine pool and through the divine pool sensed every bit of spiritual liquid. This was the first step. Second step, merge with the life essence. Li Yuan thought, and immediately as if his body was boiling, large amounts of blood seeped from many pores, directly permeating into the spiritual liquid. They began to merge. As time passed, a large amount of blood seeped into the divine pool, and at the same time, Li Yuan's origin power also crazily transformed into blood. Gradually, the entire divine pool started to show hints of blood color. Following the information, Li Yuan spent a long time, and when his body felt waves of weakness, he finally, using the divine pool, merged his own blood with the spiritual liquid into one. Third step, release the suppression, merge into the serpent egg. Li Yuan thought, and the magical treasure-like divine pool completely released its suppression on that giant heaven snake egg. Immediately, Rumble, the once silent holy blood heavenly serpent egg immediately burst into dazzling brilliance, followed by what seemed like a giant vortex forming. Madly absorbing the spiritual liquid in the divine pool, which was mixed with a large amount of Li Yuan's blood. Absorbing the external energy, the aura of the holy blood heavenly serpent egg rapidly exploded. It had begun its nurturing birth. Merge the soul force. Li Yuan thought, his divine sense power already permeated the holy blood heavenly serpent egg. SSSS's, the holy blood heavenly serpent egg, at this moment, seemed like a giant teoti, even devouring Li Yuan's divine sense power without hesitation. Pain. Damage to the divine sense felt like the soul-tearing, waves of pain sweeping through Li Yuan's mind. Hold on. By feeding the snake with the body, nurturing with the soul, only then can we make our bloodlines fit each other, Li Yuan thought to himself, striving to hold on. Li Yuan also finally understood why Chu Bingzhen had previously said to hold on. The entire process would last 3 months, indeed very painful. Fortunately, the holy blood heavenly serpent egg only devoured bits of Li Yuan's divine sense power, causing pain but, in a short time, not causing fatal damage. Back then, the elders said, only by our clan rebirthing a heavenly divine can we rebuild and stand tall in the divine realm once more. Chu Bingzhen silently watched everything in the divine pool, who knows if it can succeed in the future. My lord, a black snake phantom couldn't help but transmit its voice. Do you really plan to let the holy blood heavenly serpent become the spirit beast of the spirit gun? According to your original intention, if Shui Yan comes, wasn't the plan to make Shui Yan the servant of the holy blood heavenly serpent? Chu Bingzhen glanced at the black phantom. Shui Yan. His potential is too poor. The hope for him to become a true god is very slim. He is of little help to the holy blood heavenly serpent, so he is just a substitute in my plan. But the spirit gun is different. Chu Bingzhen looked at the figure in black garment in the divine pool. His potential is extremely high. He is likely to be admitted under the heavenly divine gate in the future, or even become a heavenly divine himself. This is a heavenly divine of the human race. The human race is the leading clan in the divine realm, Chu Bingzhen said softly. I never expected to rely on the spirit gun to fend off the great enemy of my heavenly serpent clan, but in the future, he might join some superpower forces in the divine realm, such as a Chaos Divine Court. Chaos Divine Court? The Black Snake Phantom was shocked. That was indeed one of the top forces in the divine realm. I genuinely help him. The Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent will regard him as a brother, as a father. Due to the bloodline contract, he will also feel extremely close to the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, so that he will naturally help the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent in the future, Chu Bingzhen slowly explained.
He is from the human race. highly talented, and also from the mortal domain, born so pure, his chances of joining a superpower force in the divine realm are substantial.
With that, continued Chu Bingzhen, the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, being his spirit beast, would naturally also have a chance to become the core of a superpower, greatly increasing its chances of ascending to Heavenly God. The Black Snake Phantom understood. If it was the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent alone, joining a superpower would be easy, but becoming the core of a superpower, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It would be hard to gain trust, if it gets to that point. If the two of them, both heavenly divine, join forces and are part of a superpower, even if it meant rebuilding the Heavenly Serpent clan, even our enemies would not dare to act rashly again. Chu Bingzhen spoke gravely. Otherwise, even if they both become heavenly divine, they would still struggle to fend off a great enemy. Wise words, Venerable One, the Black Snake Phantom said. As time passed, while Li Yuan was fully engaged in hatching the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent in the core of the mothership. Back in the Ming Shu Star Realm, Yu Jing had safely returned to the Bright Moon base. What? Spirit Gun, alone, killed over 100 flying heaven beast kings. Has the power of flying heaven peak? Yu Jing was flabbergasted, finally learning about the events of the recent months. At the same time, the news he brought also caused Tavares, Zhang Zai, and Luo Chan to be shocked and excited. Spirit Gun is still alive. He's still alive. Good. Li Yuan is still alive. Yu Jing has returned alive. Baishan Semi-Divine, Fang Hai, San Yi Semi-Divine also quickly received the news and were extremely excited. Baishan Semi-Divine and Fang Hai immediately headed to Jiangnan province to meet Yu Jing, who had come from the Ming Shu Star Realm, wanting to know what exactly happened. 3 great beast emperors, only 2 left. Ming Mountain, it's a god-level warship, and inside the warship are the inheritances of 6 divine beings? Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, Shui Yan, are they all still within the warship? Baishan Semi-Divine and Fang Hai listened to Yu Jing's detailed narration. The 6 divine being inheritances alone astonished them. Chu Bingzhen only told Yu Jing not to reveal inner layer secrets, but regarding the outer layer, he did not make any demands. 2 seniors. Regarding many things about the warship, I can't speak. I can only tell you, seniors, that Spirit Gun has obtained greater benefits than I, and he is safe, Yu Jing said. However, I do not know when he will be able to come out. Baishan Semi-Divine and Fang Hai exchanged glances, unable to speak. Is it a law oath? Baishan Semi-Divine asked quietly. Yes, Yu Jing nodded. Yu Jing's return temporarily alleviated the high echelons of the 7-star civilization's concerns about Li Yuan, filling them with anticipation. Day by day, the situation in Ming Shu Star Realm remained stable, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Tinliang Civilization, aboard the warship suspended over the ocean, inside the conference room. Nearly 5 months since he went in. Such a long time and still no news. Yi and Semi-Divine's brows were deeply furrowed. Considering his status within the Myriad Demons civilization, he was more esteemed than most kings of divine nations. How precious was his time. Originally sent by the Eastern Demon deity, the purpose was to intimidate the Tinliang civilization, to prevent the situation where the Myriad Demons civilization's genius obtains treasures and then gets preyed upon by the Tinliang civilization. Unexpectedly, this delay had now lasted almost half a year. Yi and Semi-Divine, Jin Liang entered the conference room, where there were few people present today, and spoke in a deep voice. I just received a message. Yu Jing has returned. Yu Jing from the 7 Stars civilization? Wasn't he trapped in the divine land? Yi and Semi-Divine was visibly surprised. I just found out as well, said Jin Liang Semi-Divine solemnly. According to reliable information, he has been back for at least a month. That long? Why wasn't it revealed? Yi and Semi-Divine spoke in a low voice. Upon his return, he continued to conceal his movements. We had no knowledge of it. Jin Liang Semi-Divine shook his head and sighed. This time it was purely coincidental that we found out. Still, what he experienced in the divine land and what he obtained remains a total mystery, said Jin Liang Semi-Divine. A coincidence? Yi and Semi-Divine did not press further. The Tinliang civilization was a vassal of the Myriad Demons civilization, but he was not a vassal himself, so naturally, he would not divulge the secrets of his own civilization's intelligence network. All right, I understand. I will report to the Divine Being and find a way to clarify this, Yin Semi-Divine said softly. In terms of intelligence networks, the Myriad Demons civilization was naturally stronger. Now knowing the specific target, the tracking would be much easier. Not long after, Feixing, a mysterious place of long-term quiet cultivation by Dongfang Ji, within a void. Master. A deep voice sounded, I just received news. The Tinliang civilization has identified the leak of Yu Jingyi's whereabouts. It seems to have been leaked recently. Leaked recently? Dongfang Ji opened his eyes and frowned. Did you investigate Yu Jingyi's recent actions? I did. Yu Jing, following orders, had been in seclusion all this time without showing himself. Only recently did he contact his family, the deep voice said. I have already tracked down 6 targets based on clues, and am further pursuing them. Clarify it first, but don't act rashly for now. Find another reason later and then expose it, Dongfang Ji instructed. I understand. There's another matter I wish to report, the deep voice said. Recently, the forces that secretly tried to break into the Blue Star Virtual Network mainframe have been traced. The source seems to be in Sha Country's Jiangnan province. Jiangnan province? Dongfang Ji was taken aback. Being from Sha Country, he was naturally familiar. The target location is uncertain, the deep voice continued. However, the temporarily locked region coincides significantly with the area where Li Yuan last secluded himself to cultivate the Supreme Star technique. A flicker of light passed through Dongfang Ji's eyes. Last September, Li Yuan obtained a treasure worth 500,000 7-stars points, practiced star technique in the ancient Divine Palace, secluded for more than 10 days, effectively disappearing from the 7 Stars civilization's supervision. Although high-level officials of the 7 Stars civilization never inquired, the surveillance system still performed regional standards. State your speculation, Dongfang Ji said softly. From previous signs, it appears that the world within worlds of the fierce Feather Star realm likely contains a powerful Earth system divine being heritage, at least a 5th-rank pseudo-god peak, perhaps even a true god heritage, said the deep voice. Dongfang Ji listened. Continue. In this heritage he acquired, there likely exists a formidable power, the deep voice continued. Now it's uncertain whether this power is under Li Yuan's control. I speculate that hidden there is either a cave heaven treasure or a god-level warship, the deep voice said. If you, Master, wish to know the truth, I can order the Guardian Legion to activate the Planet Origin Force Array to conduct a thorough search, which will definitely reveal it. No need. First, continue surveillance, Dongfang Ji said softly. Didn't Yu Jing say that Li Yuan survived and even gained great benefits? Let's wait for Li Yuan to return. Then question him and probe, Dongfang Ji slowly said. Everyone has secrets. He has exceptional talent, and his opportunities far surpass Fang Hai's. If used well, perhaps a remarkable being will emerge in our 7 Stars civilization. But if not well controlled, I don't want to bring harm to the 7 Stars civilization. Dongfang Ji shook his head. You speak of thorough investigation, but what if there are god-level powers among this hidden force? Could the Guardian Legion withstand it? My journey by warship to there will also take several days. The area of void became quiet. After a while, the deep voice finally said, Master, I was wrong, my consideration was insufficient. I understand your concerns, wanting to control the situation, eliminate all uncontrollable factors, Dongfang Ji said softly, but the more talented, the less controllable. Those you can easily monitor, like Duanmu Hong, like San Yi, do you expect them to ascend to God? Can you confidently entrust the 7 Stars civilization to them? Dongfang Ji shook his head, and like Fang Hai, can you monitor him? Silence fell on the source of that voice. Go then, keep a close watch on Li Yuan's movements, Dongfang Ji instructed. Also keep an eye on the Wanhan Star realm. You use the mothership mainframe to deduce that the time of appearance should be within the next year or two, right? Yes. I will keep watch, and once there is any situation, I will notify Fang Hai at once, and have him go there. Ming Shu Star Realm, at the core of the mothership. Inside the temple. It's almost ready. The lone, robust phantom loomed over the nearly dried-up divine pool, observing Li Yuan, whose spiritual essence had grown significantly weak. Clearly, the drain of the last 3 months had greatly affected both Li Yuan's body and soul. In stark contrast to Li Yuan's feeble aura was the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent Egg, over 10 meters in diameter, releasing an aura much stronger than before. Whoosh! Chu Bingzhen waved his hand. An array of bizarre, fluctuating blood-red secret runes appeared above Li Yuan and the giant egg, congregating into a vast, unique pattern. Li Yuan. Chu Bingzhen spoke in a low voice, bloodline compatibility, get ready. Li Yuan opened his eyes and looked up at the vast blood-red pattern, which emitted an ancient, profound aura.
Li Yuan could sense a ripple of intent emanating from Ida Covenant.
This was a contract. Summoned by the great Tao. Boom! The massive blood-red pattern slowly descended, with one end landing on Li Yuan and the other on the giant egg, followed by countless blood-red phantoms flying out and merging into both. Merge. Li Yuan did not resist as these strange forces flowed into his body. They subtly merged with both his body and soul. As time passed, the massive blood-red pattern gradually faded, and Li Yuan faintly sensed life fluctuations coming from the egg. An invisible connection had been established between them. A natural closeness. Master. Master, a slightly immature voice resonated in Li Yuan's mind. Crack. 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 The powerful, vibrant green giant egg suddenly cracked open, revealing a huge body harbored within a large green snake, coiled inside. At first glance, it seemed indistinguishable from ordinary flying serpents. However, upon closer inspection, its scales were crystal clear, its wings and claws as if masterfully crafted, all radiating a vigorous life essence. The more one observed, the more extraordinary the flying serpent appeared. Beautiful. It was the most beautiful flying serpent Li Yuan had ever seen. Even the flying heaven-level heavenly serpent beast emperors couldn't match the aura of this green snake. Target life. Life level 29.9, Li Yuan promptly conducted a divine palace exploration, feeling inwardly surprised. Born at the second rank limit of life. Whoosh, the green snake's spiritual eyes shifted, and it swiftly came to face Li Yuan. It wrapped its massive wings around Li Yuan, seemingly embracing him, yet its head was lowered as if lying in front of him. Master. The green snake looked at Li Yuan, its youthful voice echoing in Li Yuan's mind again. I have finally met you. Before, I could only sense your presence. This was a soul communication. A female? Li Yuan sensed something was off. But at the same time, when the green snake drew near, Li Yuan felt an unprecedented closeness, as if facing his own child. This was due to the blood covenant, and more so because Li Yuan had nurtured it with his own blood and divine consciousness power. Li Yuan. Chu Bingzhen landed slowly, smiling at the scene. Congratulations, it was successful. Xiao Bing, I finally witnessed the day you were born. Chu Bingzhen, too, was quite moved as he watched the green snake, sighing, it's just unfortunate that I shall never see this myself. I will not forget Elder Chu's deeds, said the green snake softly, her voice clear and melodious, yet tinged with sadness. Li Yuan watched the scene, stunned. Li Yuan, don't be surprised. How powerful is the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent? Even before they are born, they have a faint consciousness, capable of sensing the outside world. Chu Bingzhen explained with a smile. Over the past 20,000 years, Xiao Bing has been aware of many events outside. I often tried to communicate with her, of course. Her consciousness was very vague until she was born and truly developed spiritual wisdom. But the many past experiences will also be vague memories. You should not treat her as a child. She possesses many inherited memories. Her horizon and insight in many respects might far surpass yours, declared Chu Bingzhen. Li Yuan suddenly understood, his heart filled with wonder. The Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, undoubtedly one of the strongest divine beasts in the divine realm, truly incredible. You are called Xiao Bing? Li Yuan looked at the green snake. Master, my real name is Lu Bing, a name I chose for myself. Lu is the most prestigious surname within our heaven snake lineage. Bing is to honor Elder Chu. Without him, there would be no me. The green snake's spiritual eyes looked at Li Yuan earnestly. Given time, if I grow to the peak of true God, then as per the customs of my heaven snake lineage, I may add the title, Zun, to my name. Lu Bingzhen. Li Yuan murmured softly. He immediately realized that Chu Bingzhen's real name must have been Chu Bing. All right, from now on, I will call you Little Ice, Li Yuan said with a smile. Li Yuan knew that, although Lu Bing addressed him as Master, the bloodline contract they had formed was one of equality, and he couldn't force her to do anything. Had it been a true servant contract, it would have involved planting prohibitions and the ability to torment the other party. If it were soul control, that would be even more overbearing, with the servant worshipping the master from the heart. Now, Lu Bing's behavior was not out of subservience but a sense of dependency due to their bloodline affinity and the fact that she had just been born. But she was not a true subordinate. Furthermore, Li Yuan genuinely liked Lu Bing and instinctively refused to treat her as a servant. He saw Lu Bing more like a younger sister. Okay, the green snake nodded vigorously, apparently quite pleased. Little Ice, shrink your body, said Chu Bingzhen with a smile. If you maintain your original size, it won't be easy for Li Yuan to carry you when going to the human world. Okay. Lu Bing nodded rapidly, and her body quickly shrank, her wings and claws retracting, making her look like a real little green snake. She then quickly coiled around Li Yuan's arm. Only a small, delicate snakehead peeked out from his sleeve, appearing quite exquisite and lovely. Such a versatile transformation, how impressive, Li Yuan exclaimed in admiration. Like his own use of the all things divine body, that could enlarge his form. But to shrink like this, he couldn't do it. This is the innate talent of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, and because Little Ice has cultivated the 9-layer body refining star technique, Heavenly Wind Divine Body, to perfection, she can change her body like this, Chu Bingzhen explained. She can shrink as well as enlarge, but the larger her form, the more origin power it consumes. 9-layer star technique? Li Yuan was astonished. Master, I have only just cultivated this body refining star technique to the first rank limit, Lu Bing added quickly. The other 2 9-layer star techniques, Heavenly Wind Star Meridian True Solution, and Sky Cleaving Wings, I have also only cultivated to the first rank limit. Li Yuan was even more amazed. 3 9-layer star techniques? Don't be surprised, said Chu Bingzhen with a sense of awe. As one of the strongest divine beasts within the divine realm from the wind vein, Little Ice's talent is beyond your imagination. She was born at the 2nd rank limit and possesses 6th stage perfection in technique comprehension. And she awoke with 7 star veins. Moreover, she has awakened 3 perfect star veins. Combined with her inherited techniques, she often cultivates the 3 9-layer star techniques to a primary stage before she is born. She is naturally in harmony with the wind law. Normally, it would take her 1,000 years to reach the true God peak in comprehension, which is the slowest growth rate, but with Heavenly Wind Star Meridian True Solution, her chances of becoming a heavenly God increase, and her progress will be even faster, often reaching true God peak within a few hundred years, Chu Bingzhen said. Li Yuan understood. This essentially meant that Lu Bing's already extraordinary aptitude for enlightenment had been further enhanced. Heavenly Wind Divine Body is the supreme body refining star technique that suits her best. Sky Cleaving Wings is the supreme escaping method star technique she has cultivated to complement her wings, making her speed almost instantaneous. She will likely be able to travel the void and touch upon the space law in the future. Chu Bingzhen introduced them one by one, finally smiling. When Little Ice has cultivated all 3 star techniques to the 2nd rank limit, Spirit Gun, in a life or death battle, you might not necessarily be her match. Li Yuan was deeply shocked. It was too exaggerated. Truly worthy of being one of the strongest divine beasts of the divine realm, it's no wonder she was destined to grow to the true God peak, and even have a certain chance to ascend to heavenly God. This was simply the most perfect talent and star technique pairing of the wind vein. Master, Chu Elder has told me that your talent is only higher, not lower compared to mine. It simply needs further exploration, Lu Bing said. Moreover, 7 star veins and 3 9-layer star veins are the limits of my bloodline. If I want to become a heavenly god and rebuild the Heavenly Serpent clan, these alone are not enough. Listening to this, Li Yuan thought his own talent was higher? He had awakened 3 perfect star veins, which did seem stronger, but he had also cultivated diligently from a young age, using the abilities of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, and only now had he awakened 6 star veins. But Little Ice, she was truly innately talented. She was born at a semi-divine level of comprehension and could probably reach the threshold of the law with just a little bit of cultivation. Li Yuan, Little Ice, both of you have extremely high talents and the potential to become heavenly gods, Chu Bingzhen said softly. But talent is just the foundation. You also need to work hard and grind yourself. Yes, Li Yuan nodded involuntarily. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm, but if a smart bird works just as hard, flying faster and more determinedly, then the early bird could never keep up. On the path of cultivation, to become a superior power, talent, opportunity, luck, effort, none of these 4 can be neglected. Whoosh! Suddenly, Chu Bingzhen waved his hand, and the divine palace around them trembled. The scenes around them rapidly collapsed, as if space itself was compressing, until all merged into a blue sphere, which continued to shrink to the size of a thumb, like a marble. This? Li Yuan looked at the blue sphere, then glanced around, seeing only emptiness around the 3 of them. It was as if the center of the mothership had been hollowed out. Little Ice, you first enter the Heavenly Snake Hall, and continue cultivating your 3-star techniques, Chu Bingzhen spoke softly. I have something to tell Li Yuan. Okay. Lu Bing nodded and with a flicker of movement, flew from Li Yuan's arm into the blue sphere. She vanished from sight. A cave heaven treasure? Li Yuan's eyes flickered with astonishment. The ancient divine palace was a cave heaven treasure, capable of containing vast spaces within a tiny area. Yes, this object is known as the Heavenly Snake Hall, and I will let Little Ice refine it and take it with her for convenience in her cultivation, Chu Bingzhen said. Until she becomes a true god, the normal requirements for her cultivation, including the exotic treasures required for practicing many star techniques, are all contained within, so you need not worry too much. I will arrange everything. Li Yuan nodded, feeling relieved in his heart. If all the needs for Xiaobing's cultivation were to be arranged by oneself, the cost would indeed be great. Chu Bingzhen had thought everything through very thoroughly. Of course, not all treasures are relinquished. If she is fortunate enough to awaken the 8-star vein, or even the 4th 9-layer star vein, allowing her to cultivate more supreme star techniques. If there is hope, I'd also wish you to help her as much as possible, Chu Bingzhen said. Senior, rest assured. If there is an opportunity, I will do my utmost to help Xiaobing, Li Yuan solemnly said. It was a thought from the depths of his heart. Chu Bingzhen smiled. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, nearly 100 lustrous jade stones materialized in front of him. I said I would give you a generous gift. Chu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. These are the inheritance crystal stones I have prepared for you. You may take a look at some of them now. Okay. Li Yuan nodded and with a thought, his divine sense released, sensing these crystal stones. Boom. A flood of information surged into Li Yuan's mind. Divine Realm Basics, all-encompassing knowledge, treasure appraisal knowledge, brief of origin power weapons, 9-layer star techniques, Heavenly Wind Star Meridian True Explanation, Heavenly Wind Divine Body, Heavenly God Feather, Myriad Shadows Void. Li Yuan silently sensed them, feeling astounded in his heart. Among these crystal stones, there was a vast amount of fundamental information about making one's way in the divine realm. Although they seemed unimpressive, they were extremely important, and with these stones, one could fully understand the divine realm, ensuring that one would not be completely in the dark upon entering the divine realm in the future. So-called vision is insight. To enhance one's insight is through one's experiences or by learning from the experiences of predecessors. However, just to read through these inheritance crystal stones would be quick for Li Yuan. To memorize them all would be even more difficult. Aside from these fundamental information stones, the rest were mostly star techniques, a total of 4 9-layer star techniques, with more than 57th layer and 6th layer star techniques, all of which could be cultivated up to the 6th rank true divine level. The quantity was overwhelming. It could be said that from now on, in the aspect of wind vein star techniques, Li Yuan could freely choose the ones suitable for himself. These are the basics. The most precious is this inheritance imprint. Chu Bingzhen once again handed over a crystal-clear stone, which was quite different from the other inheritance crystal stones. It seemed more mysterious. A complex look flashed in Chu Bingzhen's eyes. I have infused all the insights from my lifetime of cultivation into this inheritance imprint. It should last for a very long time. Remember, if you sense it superficially, although the cultivation effect will be much less, it will consume much less of the imprint's power. But if you resonate with consciousness resonance, it will greatly consume the spiritual imprint contained within, and I estimate it will last at most 10 times. Chu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. How you want to use it is up to you. Inheritance imprint. Li Yuan gently took the crystal stone. He couldn't help but think of the martial god inheritance. From the martial divine star realm, it seemed similar. However, the divine being inheritances in the martial divine star realm were from 5th rank divine beings. Whereas Chu Bingzhen's inheritance imprint belonged to the true god peak level, incomparable to the former. In addition to the inheritance, I have prepared 3 treasures for you, Chu Bingzhen said, gently pushing with his hand. A storage treasure flew towards Li Yuan. This first one is for now. The second one, when Zhaobing becomes a demigod, you will receive it upon breaking the seal in the heavenly snake hall. The third one, however, you will have to wait until Zhaobing ascends to divine being, said Chu Bingzhen. I hope you can understand. The exalted one has considered everything, Li Yuan said. This was probably because he worried that if Li Yuan received all the treasures now, he might neglect Lu Bing. Li Yuan also received the storage treasure and put away both the inheritance crystal stones and the inheritance imprint he had just received. Additionally, I will grant you mothership 2nd level authority, Chu Bingzhen said. You can freely enter and leave the mothership and use its scouting function to sense the entire Mingshu star realm. You can also activate the mothership's attack mode, and as long as the target is within the Mingshu star realm, you can strike to kill. Li Yuan's heart was joyous. Quite powerful indeed. It was unfortunate that the entire mothership had crashed and was somewhat suppressed by the core power of the star realm. Were it able to fly, the entire 7-star civilization would possess a great weapon. But even if the mothership could not move, such authority allowed him to easily sweep through the entire Mingshu star realm. For entities like the Tinliang civilization, the Mingshu Beast clan, and others within Tai Mingshu star realm, if he desired to carry out slaughter, it would be effortless. After some more conversation, Chu Bingzhen looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan, I have told you everything that needed to be told. From now on, it's up to you and Lu Bing. I am already dead and ultimately, I am but a spiritual imprint, unable to help you. Hope. Both of you may ultimately ascend to Heavenly God, Chu Bingzhen said, and rebuild our Heavenly Serpent clan. Whoosh. Chu Bingzhen's phantom dissipated, leaving only the thumb-sized, Heavenly Snake Hall. Li Yuan reached out, took the Heavenly Snake Hall into his possession, and communicated with Zhaobing to make it shrink further, like a speck of dust, hiding it within his battlesuit. Mothership Authority. Heavenly Snake Beast Emperor, Shui Yan, Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. You are all here. Li Yuan could sense their locations. First to complete the Soul 9 refinements, then I will go to control them one by one. With Li Yuan's current 2nd level authority within the mothership, only subordinate to Chu Bingzhen and the training officers, he could easily confirm the location of the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor and his group using inquiry methods. Furthermore, with the mobilization of mothership energy, killing the most powerful Myriad Scales Beast Emperor would be a breeze. Sweeping through the Mingshu Beast clan would also be easy. However, I can't possibly stay in the Mingshu star realm forever. Once I advance to flying heaven level and Lu Bing also breaks through to 3rd rank, we won't be able to return to Mingshu star realm, and thus we won't be able to utilize the power of the mothership, Li Yuan thought to himself. By then, if we want to defend Mingshu star realm, we can still only rely on the 7-star civilization itself. The venerable ones would be willing to help him, help Lu Bing. But they may not necessarily be willing to concern themselves with the other powerhouses of the 7-star civilization who will be stationed in the star realm in the future. Therefore, he had to strive for a permanent solution to the problem. Enslavement. Enslave the Beast Emperor. making them lead a large group of flying heaven beast kings to fend off the future invasions of the Tinliang civilization. Li Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. With the strength of the myriad scales beast emperor, along with some of my assistants, there is hope for him to break through to semi-divine in the future. Once they became servants, it wouldn't matter if Li Yuan couldn't return. They would loyally carry out the orders Li Yuan left behind. Whoosh! Li Yuan's figure moved, swiftly leaving the empty area. With the heavenly snake hall taken up, the space became hollow, but it also revealed many passageways. Following one of the passageways, Li Yuan directly entered one of the quiet cultivation rooms. The quiet chamber was as bright as daylight and contained many jade platforms. Exhaling, Li Yuan casually chose a jade platform to sit on, and with a thought, he activated his authority and closed the cabin. Condense. Li Yuan pointed to the void, and instantly two light screens appeared, each displaying a figure. One was the massive figure of the myriad scales beast emperor, resembling the legendary Fire Kirin. The other was Shui Yan, dressed in a black robe, seriously holding a combat saber, deeply engrossed in cultivation. These two guys are still foolishly cultivating? Trying to pass the fifth layer challenges to reach the inner core? Li Yuan shook his head inwardly. Even for Shui Yan, it would probably take several years to get through the fifth layer challenges. The challenges left behind by Chu Bingzhen were not so easily overcome. Snap! He closed the two light screens. First, I'll use the treasure gifted by Chu Bingzhen to try to gain entry to the Soul 9 Refinements method, Li Yuan thought to himself, taking out an inheritance crystal stone from his palm. Among the nearly 100 inheritance crystal stones gifted by Chu Bingzhen, aside from the various cultivation knowledge and star techniques, many were various secret techniques. Although these secret techniques did not directly enhance combat power like star techniques, many secret techniques were valued even higher than supreme star techniques. For example, a Soul 9 Refinements. Li Yuan's consciousness penetrated it, and a flood of information surged into his mind, all concerning the cultivation methods of Soul 9 Refinements. Incredibly profound, making Li Yuan marvel. After a long time, even with Li Yuan's strong spiritual power, he barely managed to memorize Soul 9 Refinements completely. But that was just memorization. Cultivating it was still as difficult as ascending to heaven. The creator of this method was truly formidable, probably one of the powerful heavenly divine, Li Yuan thought to himself. No wonder Chu Bingzhen placed such importance on this method.
Soul 9 Refinements consists of 4 parts: Semi-Divine Chapter, Pseudo-God Chapter, True God Chapter, Heavenly God Chapter. Normally, only a semi-divine peak expert would have a chance to gain entry.
Because, usually only semi-divine peak experts would have sufficiently high research on the soul. Like a flying heaven-level life, most only crudely utilize divine sense to cultivate this kind of soul secret technique. If not careful, it could even lead to a collapse of their own spirit. Once Soul 9 Refinements was perfected, it would allow control of up to 9 strong beings of the same rank with minimal impact on oneself. For instance, cultivating the Pseudo-God Chapter would enable one to control and enslave 9 pseudo-gods. At the same time, it wouldn't put an additional burden on one's own soul, which is very important. After all, the soul is the foundation of life, and enslaving other powerhouses is aimed at strengthening one's own forces, but if it affects the soul and cultivation, the gains do not outweigh the losses. Of course, like cultivating into the Pseudo-God Chapter, and then controlling semi-divine beings would have an even smaller impact. Controlling dozens of them wouldn't stack up to the impact of controlling a single pseudo-god. 5th rank treasure, Divine Soul Liquid. Li Yuan flipped his palm again, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. Gently opening it, Li Yuan felt as if his spiritual power was leaping with joy. Like a starving person encountering a substantial nourishment. A normal flying heaven-level soul can't cultivate the Soul 9 Refinements, so what to do? Use external aids. The first treasure gifted to Li Yuan by Chu Bingzhen was 2 things: a unit of pseudo-god Divine Soul Liquid and 50 Fangshan crystals of the 5 elements Divine Crystal. 50 Fangshan 5 elements Divine crystals are worth 5,000,007 stars points, Li Yuan thought to himself, plus the 10 Fangshan 5 elements divine crystals gifted by the Wind System alien god, I've now acquired a total of 60 Fangshan divine crystals. Divine crystals, even within the divine realm, were a hard currency. Divine beings conducted transactions using divine crystals. A semi-divine artifact would typically cost between 0.1 and 1 Fangshan. And a fifth-layer divine artifact, depending on its use, typically costs between 10 and 500 Fangshan. In short, the divine crystals that Li Yuan had acquired could be exchanged for a decent divine artifact. However, in terms of value alone, these 60 Fangshan divine crystals did not compare to this 1 unit of pseudo-god divine soul liquid. According to some introductions in common knowledge, the so-called divine soul liquid is refined by some soul masters in the divine realm after hunting down divine powerhouses, extracting the essence of their souls. Li Yuan inwardly sighed. It can nourish the cultivator's soul, aiding in its growth. The most crucial point is, once used, it allows some weaker beings' souls to temporarily possess the characteristics of this level of divine soul liquid, enabling them to cultivate many soul secret techniques that are normally difficult to practice. Or in combat, by using divine soul liquid, one can also temporarily boost the power of the soul, greatly increasing the power of soul secret techniques in action. In short, its uses are manifold, Li Yuan thought to himself. Having received the legacy bestowed by Chu Bingzhen, Li Yuan's perspective and knowledge had become far beyond what they once were. In the vast divine realm, full of mystery and splendor, there were innumerable exotic treasures. But Li Yuan could also glimpse the dangers contained within the divine realm. Pseudo-god soul liquid, Li Yuan stared at the jade bottle, behind which lay the fall of a 5th-rank deity. The soul of a 5th-rank deity could produce many portions of pseudo-god soul liquid. Its value was also extraordinarily astonishing. Phew! With a thought, Li Yuan fully opened his soul and began to absorb the strange power of the pseudo-god soul liquid in the bottle with all his might. The divine soul liquid was not a real liquid, but a formless power. Only by reaching the flying heaven level could one sense and absorb it with divine sense. Fortunately, it's pseudo-god soul liquid, Li Yuan thought to himself. If it were true god soul liquid, even with my spiritual power, I couldn't withstand it at all. Even absorbing a trace could result in my soul shattering. The true god soul liquid was worth more than 1,000 times that of the pseudo-god soul liquid, and its efficacy was heaven-defying. Time passed by. Hiss hiss. Li Yuan continued to absorb the power of the pseudo-god soul liquid. Your spiritual power has broken through from level 37.3 to 37.4. A prompt from the divine palace flashed by. The pseudo-god soul liquid could nurture the soul. But the key was that Li Yuan felt his spirit become empty and ethereal. At this moment, he seemed to control every ounce of his soul's power with meticulous subtlety, surpassing the past by tens or hundreds of times. Is this what it feels like for a pseudo-god powerhouse to control their soul? Li Yuan marveled. With the help of such a supreme treasure, one could catch a glimpse of the power of a deity. Cherish the time. The first step, soul-splitting. Li Yuan didn't dare waste the power of the pseudo-god soul liquid and immediately began cultivating Soul 9 refinements. Chu Bingzhen had left him this legacy. Once wasted, before heading to the divine realm, it would be nearly impossible to get such precious items again. As Li Yuan began cultivating Soul 9 refinements, in another control cabin of the civilization mothership. The layout here was quite similar to that of the Heavenly Snake Hall. My lord. The Phantom of the Black Snake couldn't help but say, are you truly planning to enter the Heavenly Snake Hall and guide the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent all the way there? But that way, you will be leaving the source of the mothership and probably won't survive for long. Even the spiritual imprints left by a true god are not immortal, they require constant external support. The power of the Heavenly Snake Hall can also support me, Chu Bingzhen said with a faint smile. Besides, I have already fallen. I am not truly alive. What point is there in continuing to barely exist on the mothership? The Phantom of the Black Snake fell silent. Lu Bing has pinned her hopes on me. Transferring to the Heavenly Snake Hall, I might be able to survive for a few hundred years, but it can spare her from taking many detours, Chu Bingzhen said with a hint of resolve in his eyes. It may also increase her chances of ascending to heavenly god status by a considerable margin. These years have been hard on you. From now on, you shall have complete control over the mothership, Shu Bingzhen said to the Phantom of the Black Snake. Yes, my lord, responded the Phantom of the Black Snake, sensing Shu Bingzhen's resolve and no longer trying to persuade him. Whoosh, the towering figure with a single horn dissipated with a smile, followed by the Phantom of the Black Snake feeling a powerful spiritual imprint in the essence of the mothership fading away rapidly. The Lord's obsession is to train Liu Bing to ascend to Heavenly God and rebuild our Heavenly Serpent clan. Even if it means erasing his last trace from the world. He faces it calmly. The Phantom of the Black Snake thought sadly. What about me? What is the value of my existence, to guard this mothership forever? In the quiet chamber where Li Yuan was cultivating, he didn't notice at all. Hiss, a strange power had silently permeated the Heavenly Snake Hall, hidden within his battlesuit. The Heavenly Snake Hall, vast and boundless, was in no way inferior to the ancient Divine Palace, and perhaps even more advanced. Whoosh, the towering figure with a single horn materialized. Not far away, a slender green snake rested coiled up. Senior Chu, Liu Bing was quite excited. You've come. Because of bloodline and pacts, she liked Li Yuan from the bottom of her heart and was willing to listen to him. But her bond with Shu Bingzhen was built on profound emotions accumulated over long years.
Ha ha, little Bing, I've come to the Heavenly Snake Hall not to continue chatting and talking idly with you as in the past, but to supervise your cultivation, Shu Bingzhen said earnestly.
I understand. Liu Bing nodded repeatedly. You have extraordinary talent, destined to reach the peak of a true god, but you must realize one thing. Bloodline is an advantage, but it is also a restraint, Shu Bingzhen said seriously. Bloodline, is it a chain? A hint of confusion flashed in Greensnake's eyes. She had inherited memories and information left by Shu Bingzhen, coupled with her past 20,000 years of vague memories, but after all, she had just been born, many pieces of knowledge had not yet fully transformed into cognition. You look at your elder brother, Shu Bingzhen said with a smile. He is a rare talent among the billions of human race beings. He reached second rank limit by the age of 20 with ease. But he certainly also experienced many difficulties. For example, for your birth, he endured 3 months of divine sense-tearing pain. If it were you, could you endure it? Green Snake couldn't help shaking her head. She knew of Li Yuan's sacrifices and was even more aware of the tormenting pain she asked herself and doubted she could persevere. The soul can grow easily. Some treasures can make it grow quickly. But the growth of the heart and mind can only rely on time, relying on events to polish it one by one. Shu Bingzhen looked at Green Snake. Your soul has also reached flying heaven peak. But your willpower is only at second rank limit. Your elder brother. His willpower is probably almost near the semi-divine level, Shu Bingzhen said with emotion. This is incredible. Green Snake listened attentively. Think about it. He is only 20 years old now and has grown from weak to strong. If a human race powerhouse, without the enhancement of a bloodline, goes through 10,000 years of trials and tribulations and cultivates to the true god peak, how strong is his mental and willpower? Shu Bingzhen said. If you just rely on your bloodline and idly become true god peak, can you compare with those powerhouses? No comparison. Green Snake shook her head. Those born in lowly circumstances who can grow up are 1 in a million. Shu Bingzhen reflected. But those who manage to grow up are often the most terrifying. Like those at the pinnacle within the divine realm, many have grown step by step from the unranked. And like you, Little Ice, if you just drift along without effort, your cultivation will become weaker as you proceed. Shu Bingzhen looked at Green Snake. Because your strength has come too easily, too effortlessly. So, once the power of your bloodline is exhausted and you need to rely completely on yourself, it will be difficult, Shu Bingzhen said gravely. Green Snake nodded. Elder Chu, what should I do? Strive. Bloodline gives you a starting point that surpasses countless lives, so you should strive even harder, Shu Bingzhen said earnestly. You were born with 7-star veins. Hence, you should strive to attack 8-star veins during the flying heaven phase. Inside the Heavenly Snake Hall, I have prepared many training grounds for you, some of which are even life-threatening. If you can persevere, I believe you will surpass most of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpents. Chu Bingzhen said. "It is just unknown whether you can achieve it." "I can. And I want to rebuild the Heavenly Serpent clan with my elder brother," Green Snake said softly, her spirited eyes shining. "I also seek revenge, to avenge the deceased clansmen." The more than 20,000 years of vague memories made Green Snake roughly aware of past events. She also understood the responsibilities she carried. "Good," Chu Bingzhen nodded with satisfaction. "Then for now, go and cultivate the star technique. Once you have cultivated 3 star techniques to the 2nd rank limit, I will start your special training. Train movement technique. Comprehend the true meaning of wind. Temper willpower. Engage in actual combat." None of these are dispensable. Chu Bingzhen was well aware that in the upcoming brutal training, Lu Bing would likely face moments of being tortured to breakdown. After all, she was just a newly born little one. But as long as she kept persevering, just persevere. Looking back after hundreds of years, Lu Bing would likely have undergone a startling transformation. Even with the assistance of divine soul liquid. But Li Yuan's research on the soul was ultimately superficial. Therefore, it took him almost half a month before he finally began to grasp the Soul 9 Refinements, Semi-Divine chapter. In the blink of an eye, time had come to the beginning of March 2046. Inside that quiet chamber of the mothership, cultivating this secret technique is much more troublesome than cultivating a star technique. Li Yuan shook his head inwardly. "I have only just achieved minor success." Li Yuan estimated that if a semi-divine peak expert were to practice it, with an almost divine soul and the assistance of divine soul liquid, they could probably fully master the semi-divine chapter in one go. However, just to enslave some flying heaven-level beings, the Soul 9 Refinements that's just getting started is sufficient. Li Yuan sensed his mental consciousness. Compared to the past, it had become much more agile, and its power concentration was also much stronger at practicing the Soul 9 Refinements, also significantly boosted his soul attack and soul defense from before. The growth of spiritual power is an unexpected joy. Li Yuan sensed the unprecedented strength of his spiritual power, as his gaze also swept over the Divine Palace Pinella's spiritual power at level 38.8. It is known that before using the Divine Soul Liquid, Li Yuan's divine sense had been weakened after 3 months of depletion, becoming very feeble. But in just this short half a month, not only had Li Yuan's past injuries fully recovered, but he had also progressed further. "I previously thought that even with the observing the great sun starry sky scripture during the prime warrior phase, it would probably only grow to around level 39, and it would be extremely difficult to transform into the semi-divine level," Li Yuan mused inwardly. "Now it seems that in another year or 2, I should be able to reach 39.9 level. Perhaps I could try to strike for semi-divine level spiritual power during the prime warrior phase." Li Yuan's eyes held a glimmer of light. Semi-divine level spiritual power would accelerate Li Yuan's comprehension of the mysteries of the heaven and earth. At the same time, it would also further raise the maximum limit of his spiritual awakening. Perhaps he could advance to 70% or even 75%. "The growth of the mental body, the comprehension of true intent, will make my awakening of the star meridian even faster. At the same time, there is hope to initiate spiritual incorporation 3 times, Li Yuan pondered inwardly. "If I can initiate spiritual incorporation 3 times, there is a great chance that I will awaken to the 8-star veins during the prime warrior stage. Purely relying on myself?" Li Yuan was fairly confident in breaking through to the 7-star veins as a prime warrior, but the 8-star veins were difficult. Probably not until reaching the flying heaven level or even the semi-divine level would there be hope. In the past, Li Yuan had simply set his goal on 8-star veins. However, after encountering Chu Bingzhen and understanding the vast expanse of heaven and earth, the significance of the 8-star veins became clearer, and Li Yuan's yearning grew even stronger. "Perhaps I should first achieve the 7-star veins, and then at the flying heaven or semi-divine levels, I could further awaken the 8-star veins," Li Yuan pondered inwardly. "The earlier the breakthrough, the better. If the 8-star veins could be achieved early on, then at the flying heaven and semi-divine levels, every single star vein could be strengthened." The 8-star veins, among the countless powerful beings of the divine realm, were already considered an unparalleled genius. What kind of genius would one be with 8 star veins, plus 4 or even 5 perfect star veins? Let's go. It's time to act. With a thought, Li Yuan used his authority to directly open the quiet chamber. Swoosh! He transformed into a streak of light, soaring along the metallic corridors, heading straight for the testing grounds where Shui Yan was. It's not far, I can arrive in 6 minutes. Li Yuan knew precisely where Shui Yan was. Inside an enormous secret chamber within the mothership's inner layer. This damn trial is really difficult. The black garment youth, Shui Yan, stared at the distant massive stone wall which was covered in a multitude of secret runes that came together to form various patterns. In front of Shui Yan, similar mark patterns were being condensed with origin power. With my true intent at the high rank, condensing this divine seal is still so tough. What could possibly be hidden in the core of this inner layer to make it so difficult? Shui Yan frowned. After more than 5 months in the mothership, he was quite anxious inside. But anxiety was pointless. He could either give up or continue striving. Focus and strive. The core of this inner layer may very well contain treasures left behind by a true god, Shui Yan pondered inwardly. In the history of the myriad demons civilization, we only managed to birth a single true god, yet the foundation left by these gods allowed for the continuous emergence of pseudo-gods in our civilization, making it one of the strong civilizations within the dimensional domain. A treasure left by a true god is unimaginable. As an inner sect disciple of a divine, even at second rank, his vision was extraordinarily high. Boom! The massive door to the secret chamber suddenly opened. Huh? Shui Yan was puzzled and turned to look, only to see a figure clad in black battlesuit standing behind the door, with an indistinct face. Only a pair of eyes stared coldly at him. Second rank. How can there be such a strong aura? Shui Yan was shocked and stood up on guard, eyeing Li Yuan.
Although Li Yuan's body had reached level 30, his Sea of Origin power did not possess an origin pill. This pill, when condensed, would create a special force field and aura around the body, which are the signs of a third-rank life.
Who are you? Shui Yan asked warily, not daring to make any rash moves. The incident happened too abruptly. Just moments ago, he was receiving an inheritance. According to the alien god envoy, he should not be disturbed before the time was up. Shui Yan was completely bewildered. Boom! Li Yuan made his move directly. In the instant he acted, his body transformed into a height of 5 meters. He directly deployed his body refining star technique, bursting out with full power. Not good. Shui Yan's face turned pale, realizing that the visitor meant harm. With incredibly fast reflexes, he immediately erupted into action. Boom! Li Yuan couldn't be bothered to use his Black Chen spear. He struck Shui Yan directly and then harshly slapped out a palm so fast that even Shui Yan, divine child-level geniuses, could not dodge in time and had to instinctively swing his combat saber in defense. Bang! The palm struck the combat saber, and the terrifying force swept through it. The combat saber was flung away, and Shui Yan himself was smacked flying. Bang! Shui Yan crashed against the nearby metal wall hard, spewing a mouthful of fresh blood with force. With one palm, Shui Yan was severely injured. A flicker of terror flashed across his eyes as he stared at the cold and godlike figure standing not far away. Who on earth are you? Shui Yan asked, his voice low and teeth gritted. He felt that the other party was not intent on killing him, otherwise, he would have already been dead following that first palm strike. Suddenly, Shui Yan seemed to realize something and almost lost his voice. Are you the spirit gun from the 7-star civilization? Have you already gained the treasure of the heavenly serpent divine? In the brief moment, this was the only possibility Shui Yan could think of. No need for many questions. I only ask you one thing. Li Yuan's voice was ice cold. Are you willing to submit to me? If you don't submit, then die. Shui Yan's pupils constricted slightly. Subjugation? Or death? The mysterious figure resembling a spirit gun actually wanted him to submit? For a moment, Shui Yan didn't know whether to call the other party confident or foolish, but he did feel the killing intent emanating from the mysterious man. If he refused to submit, he was probably going to die. Shui Yan, I'm giving you 5 seconds to decide. If you don't agree, then die. Li Yuan's voice was ice cold. 5, 4, 3. Huff. I am willing to submit. Shui Yan suddenly knelt on one knee and said solemnly, I, Shui Yan, from the Myriad Demons civilization, am willing to submit to my master. However, in reality, Shui Yan's mind was cold, filled with murderous intent. Master? Once he escaped from the Mingshu Star Realm, in the future, he must find a way to kill this idiot. Of course, Shui Yan also understood that the mysterious man in front of him had probably obtained the ultimate treasure of the civilization mothership, allowing him such authority. But, so what if he obtained the treasure? As long as he was free, returning to the Myriad Demons civilization, the other party couldn't do anything to him. A true man can bend and stretch. As long as he could survive, Shui Yan didn't mind temporarily bowing his head. It's really maddening. If not for the encounter with those fools, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor and the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, using up the life-saving secret treasure, I could have escaped, Shui Yan cursed inwardly. Earlier, just after entering the Divine Land, he had used the life-saving treasure bestowed by his master, the Beiyu deity. Good. This is the mark of a wise man, Shui Yan. You are a talent, and talent is precious, Li Yuan said with a smile. How could he not understand Shui Yan's thoughts? Superficial submission probably meant thinking about how to bite back at him. Words alone are not proof. Li Yuan looked down at him. Swear an oath under the law of the great Tao. Upon hearing this, Shui Yan inwardly scoffed, really an idiot. Oaths under the law? The oath only takes effect once I ascend to God, and violating it wouldn't take my life. Oaths under the law indeed have binding power, but they cannot control one's innermost thoughts, nor will they directly kill the oath maker. What if one violates the law's oath? The most serious backlash is continuous retribution by the great Tao, and the speed of understanding the mysteries of the law would slow down. Compared to becoming a servant, one's life is naturally more important. But for Shui Yan, his lifelong goal had been to become a 5th-rank divine. An oath under the law? He didn't fear it at all at the moment. Those worried about the law's oaths were often the ones who ardently wished for power. An oath under the law? Shui Yan's face seemed to show a struggle, and after long hesitation, he asked, May I know the name of my master? Spirit Gun. Li Yuan's voice was cold. What, is swearing an oath under the law such a dilemma for you? Up to this point, Li Yuan had not revealed his Li Yuan identity. He was worried Shui Yan might possess some secret treasure for communication, and before he had absolute control of the situation, he had to be cautious in his actions. Shui Yan's expression showed struggle, but as if making a resolution, he slowly said, I swear by the law of the great Tao. He quickly established a law oath. Good. Shui Yan, now let go of your soul's defenses. I need to place a restriction in your soul to prevent your betrayal, Li Yuan said coldly. Soul restriction? The color drained from Shui Yan's face, and this time, he was truly shocked. He knew very well that among the divine, there were many secret treasures capable of controlling servants, and if one were to betray. Once the restriction was activated, the servant's end would be very miserable. What, unwilling? Li Yuan stared coldly. Were you just pretending earlier? Do you truly not wish to submit to me within your heart? Rest assured, this restriction won't take your life, nor will it affect you. After placing this restriction, I will send you back to the Myriad Demons civilization to keep sending me information, Li Yuan said coldly, offering a big incentive. Shui Yan was moved by the thought of being sent back. He had assumed that Spirit Gun would take him back to the 7-star civilization, but if he was allowed to return, soul restriction. Within the Myriad Demons civilization, there were several divine beings. Surely they could undo a 2nd-rank life soul restriction? Regardless, a glimmer of hope arose in Shui Yan's heart. I am naturally willing to submit to my master. Shui Yan's voice was low. Fine, I will release the restriction, but I hope my master will be cautious. Placing a soul restriction, if not careful, I fear it might cause injury. Physical injury could be healed with origin power. But if the soul were injured, at best, it would lead to severe vitality loss. At worst, one could become an imbecile or even face soul collapse. Rest assured. Relax, don't resist. Li Yuan looked down at him, already silently using Soul 9 refinements. Whoosh, an invisible spiritual fluctuation swept forth, piercing directly into Shui Yan's soul like a sharp spike. Ah! Shui Yan felt an intense pain in his soul. Don't struggle, it's normal to feel pain. It's just one restriction, and it will be over quickly. If you resist, then don't blame me if your soul collapses. Li Yuan's voice was cold as he continued to bluff. In fact, if Shui Yan resisted with all his might, it would be difficult for Li Yuan to fully control him. At the very least, Shui Yan could destroy his own soul. After all, Li Yuan's soul was only at the flying heaven level, and although much stronger than his opponent, there was no intrinsic difference between them. Beings like demigods and pseudo-gods, when controlling enemies with soul control, often first severely damaged the opponent's soul with soul attacks, rendering the target unable to struggle. Li Yuan could not do such a thing. But Li Yuan could bluff. And sure enough, under Li Yuan's coercion, Shui Yan dared not resist, enduring the intense soul pain as Li Yuan continually worked within his soul. The entire process lasted about 10 minutes. Suddenly, Shui Yan felt something was not right. He sensed many thoughts rising within his heart. A flash of light in his eyes and a trace of fear emerged. No. This isn't a soul restriction, it's a method of soul control. No. I refuse to be controlled by soul control. Shui Yan suddenly erupted in a roar, his eyes flashing with resolute determination. On the surface, submit, imposed soul restriction? Shui Yan still felt there was hope to break free. But to be controlled by the soul? That would be the end of everything. Bam! A heavy palm slammed down on Shui Yan's body, smacking his recently healed body back to the ground, as fresh blood spurted out again, leaving him powerless to resist. Finally realized it? Too late. Li Yuan's voice was ice cold as he suddenly sent 9 thoughts crashing like a torrent into Shui Yan's soul. The final step of soul control began a heart control. Ah! Shui Yan tried to struggle, to destroy his own soul, but to his horror, he found that he could no longer manipulate it. In the past 10 minutes, Li Yuan had had free reign, and now Shui Yan had lost the right to control his own soul. It's over. Despair filled Shui Yan's heart along with a surge of resentment. I shouldn't have. Damn spirit gun. To actually be able to use soul control? To deceive me? He would rather die than be controlled by the soul. 1 minute later. Master. A bloodied Shui Yan knelt on the ground, his eyes full of reverence. Shui Yan greets his master. This time, it came from the heart. Haha, good. Li Yuan revealed a smile, his eyes also showing a hint of fatigue. Practicing soul control in a real fight was very exhausting. But the cost was worth it. Through the soul imprint, Li Yuan could clearly feel Shui Yan's thoughts were absolutely submissive. This was true enslavement. Methods like soul restriction, oaths of law, servant contracts, and so on could not control the inner thoughts of servants. Only soul control could change a person's heart. The current top genius of the myriad demons civilization, just like that under my control, Li Yuan thought silently. Li Yuan also felt a sense of caution. In the future, I must be wary of enemies, never to fall under soul control. Once controlled, it's almost as good as death. No, it's worse than death. At a master's command, a servant would not hesitate to kill his own spouse and children and would believe from his heart that it was the right thing to do. How terrifying was that? Of course. Soul control was not an absolute measure. There were as many as 4 ways to remove it, the first being the master lifting the control. The second was to kill the master. Once the master died, the soul imprint would naturally dissipate. The third was the servant's strength growing over time and breaking through the soul imprint's seal with their increasingly strong soul power, slowly regaining freedom without realizing it. The fourth was to find a super strong being proficient in souls to help break the soul imprint. The Soul 9 refinements, even among the heavenly divine, is a method created by powerful beings. Li Yuan thought silently. Even though the soul imprint I set up is weak, it would still require someone at the true God peak to break it without damaging Shui Yan's soul. Of course, if Shui Yan wanted to regain freedom on his own, then reaching the pseudo-God peak was probably enough. After all, the soul imprint Li Yuan had set was only at the semi-divine level. There's no rush. It will take Shui Yan a very, very long time to reach the semi-divine peak. Wait until I am stronger and have practiced the pseudo-god level soul imprint, then I can rebrand it onto his soul, Li Yuan thought silently. Soul control was not a once and for all thing, but the benefits were immense, yielding an absolutely loyal servant. Shui Yan. I will soon let you go. After you return to the Myriad Demons civilization, focus on cultivating yourself, Li Yuan said. I will have the intelligence network contact you secretly, and you can pass back some intelligence regularly, the specifics. Remember, before you ascend to God, remember to transmit a message to me. With Shui Yan's talent, even though his potential was greatly reduced by the soul imprint, there was still hope of ascending to God. And Li Yuan would also attempt to help him continuously. Yes, Master, Shui Yan said respectfully. Master, do you need the inheritance and treasures I obtained earlier? No need. When you go back this time, you're not a failure, but a success, Li Yuan shook his head. After returning, do not reveal the secrets of the mothership's inner layer. Tell the Myriad Demons civilization, the Tinliang civilization, just say there are 6 divine being inheritances hidden inside the mothership. Sooner or later, the 7-star civilization would definitely have geniuses coming to accept the alien god inheritance from the mothership, and the news would spread eventually. Therefore, protecting Shui Yan's identity was very important. You also should not stay in the Mingshu star realm, Li Yuan enjoined. Go directly back to the Myriad Demons civilization. Yes, Shui Yan nodded. Time passed. Li Yuan arranged all the details for Shui Yana using his authority on the mothership. He allowed Shui Yan to leave the mothership. The game is afoot. Should Shui Yan one day become the leader of the Myriad Demons civilization, that would be quite fun. Li Yuan's eyes held a hint of expectation. The Myriad Demons civilization posed a great threat to the 7-star civilization, and with centuries of hatred, especially Fei Xing's destruction, the 7-star civilization was desperate for revenge. Myriad Demons civilization yearned to annihilate the 7-star civilization. The 7-star civilization wished to extinguish the Myriad Demons civilization just as much. Not long after, almost repeating his previous tactics, Li Yuan once again subdued Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. Naturally, the process was much harder, because the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor was too strong, with a life level as high as 36 levels in the inheritance he had recently received. Li Yuan was at an absolute disadvantage in a one-on-one fight. The gap at the base level was too obvious. Compelled, Li Yuan had to use his mothership authority to completely subdue Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. But after being completely subdued, Myriad Scales Beast Emperor was rather straightforward, and Li Yuan easily employed the soul imprint to fully control him. Master, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, resembling a fire Kirin, said respectfully. Can you, alone, be certain of controlling the Mingshu Beast clan? Li Yuan inquired. I can. Myriad Scales Beast Emperor replied with full confidence. There's no need for you to hand over the inheritance you received to me. Keep it for yourself, and cultivate diligently. Strive to become a demigod in the future. Li Yuan waved his hand. Additionally, you may choose some of these 5th-layer star masters and 6th-layer star techniques to study. Whoosh! Li Yuan bestowed some star techniques upon Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. Bound by the oath of the law, Li Yuan dared not divulge anything above the 7th-layer star techniques, as per the demands of Chu Bingzhen. But the 7 stars technique and below? Chu Bingzhen allowed Li Yuan to teach it to anyone he wished. Thank you, Master. Myriad Scales Beast Emperor felt that Li Yuan treated him, his servant, extremely well. Let's go. First take care of the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, Li Yuan said with a smile. That fool. A glint of murderous intent shone in Myriad Scales Beast Emperor's eyes. He actually thought of killing my master before. There's no need for master to act, I'll kill him myself later. In the past, the 3 great beast emperors were like brothers. But now, an enemy of Li Yuan was an enemy of Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. Li Yuan smiled. Then I'll leave it to you, go meet him. The two quickly left the inner layer and flew towards the exterior of the mothership. Outside, within a quiet chamber, the enormous heavenly serpent beast emperor lay quietly here. Damn it. The portal has been closed all this time. I've been unable to leave the mothership, muttered the heavenly serpent beast emperor to himself. Could it be that Myriad Scales never entered the control room? If the exit portal were open, he would have long run away. However, hiding here all this time, probably even the spirit gun can't find me, the heavenly serpent beast emperor mused quietly. Suddenly, boom, the doors of the quiet chamber were flung open, startling the heavenly serpent beast emperor to the extreme, his heart pounding as he turned to look. Upon seeing the figure by the door, the heavenly serpent beast emperor's heart relaxed, and a smile appeared on his face. Myriad Scales, you've come out. How did it go? I've already dealt with the spirit gun, and I've obtained the inheritance from the inner layer. Come on out, Myriad Scales beast emperor warmly beckoned. Okay. The heavenly serpent beast emperor, without any suspicion, swiftly flew towards Myriad Scales beast emperor. Utterly unguarded, years of camaraderie had made him trust Myriad Scales beast emperor considerably. Just as they drew close to each other, roar, Myriad Scales beast emperor suddenly opened his maw wide, fiercely biting towards the neck of the heavenly serpent beast emperor. Whoosh! Whoosh! His hooves also ferociously clawed at the heavenly serpent beast emperor's chest and heart. Splurt! Boom! Blood splattered in an instant. Myriad Scales. The heavenly serpent beast emperor was severely wounded in a blink, his mind clouded, barely able to comprehend what happened. Dare to pursue and kill my master, you deserve to die. Myriad Scales beast emperor's eyes were ice cold, filled with killing intent. Boom! The doors of the chamber slammed shut again, leaving the heavenly serpent beast emperor no chance to escape. 2 minutes later, boom, the doors burst open, and Myriad Scales beast emperor, covered in blood, flew out of the chamber and respectfully approached Li Yuan. Master, these are the treasures left by Heaven Snake. Good job. Li Yuan collected the treasures, even more pleased with Myriad Scales beast emperor. Myriad Scales beast emperor was very powerful. With such a servant under him, the Mingshu Star Realm was as stable as Mount Tai. Even if he were to leave, there would be no upheaval. However, the downside was that Myriad Scales beast emperor could only stay in the Mingshu Star Realm. As for the heavenly serpent beast emperor, Li Yuan had never intended to enslave him. It would have been a waste of a quota. Let's wait for Shui Yan to return first to eliminate any suspicion of himself. We shall continue to cultivate quietly within the mothership for another 2 days, Li Yuan said softly. Yes, Myriad Scales beast emperor naturally complied. Inside the quiet chamber, continue cultivating. Li Yuan was not one to waste time and continued to press on with his cultivation. The visualization method, though painful and tortuous, could not be neglected. Understanding the mystery of heaven and earth, observing the myriad treasures for assisting cultivation, was also the fruit of accumulated effort over the days and months. 2 days later. Let's go, said Li Yuan, transforming into a beam of light that flew towards the portal, with Myriad Scales beast emperor quickly following. Atop the towering Ming Mountain, spanning thousands of kilometers, the once beautiful heavenly serpent lake had become battered and dilapidated, no longer possessing its former splendor. Swoosh! Swoosh! 2 figures burst forth from the bottom, shooting out of the water's surface. Myriad Scales. Have you remembered all my instructions? Li Yuan looked at Myriad Scales beast emperor. I have remembered, Myriad Scales beast emperor replied respectfully. Master, I will swiftly gather the flying heaven beast kings of the Mingshu beast clan, then lead them to attack the Tinliang civilization base. In doing so, we will not only destroy the Tinliang civilization but also quietly deplete the strength of the Mingshu beast clan. Myriad Scales beast emperor stated earnestly, everything is for the 7-star civilization. Now, Myriad Scales beast emperor also considered himself a member of the 7-star civilization. Li Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Destroying the base of the Tinliang civilization was not difficult, as long as they used the power of the mothership. Artillery firing from tens of thousands of miles away could probably kill most of the initial rank Flying Heaven warriors. But that would expose the fact that the Seven-Star Civilization had completely taken control of the civilization mothership. Naturally, it would increase the risk of exposing Shui Yan. Furthermore, the remaining strength of the Mingshu Beast clan was still too strong. It was uncontrollable. Thus, Li Yuan's plan was to hide his own identity, pretending that Spirit Gun had acquired only one of the 6 great alien gods' inheritances. Then, he would have Myriad Scales Beast Emperor lead the Mingshu Beast clan to clash with the Tinliang civilization, unknowingly and utterly disintegrating the Mingshu Beast clan's power, until the entire territory and resources of the Mingshu Star Realm were completely under the control of the Seven-Star Civilization. Go ahead, Li Yuan instructed. I'll continue to stay in the Mingshu Star Realm for a while longer. If anything comes up, you can contact me through the soul branding. Master and soul servant could communicate through the soul. The stronger their souls, the farther apart they could be and still make contact. In fact, if both parties' souls were powerful enough, they could even contact each other across different dimensional planes. Yes, Master, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor nodded. Immediately, he transformed into a stream of light and left. Having obtained the mothership map access granted by Li Yuan, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor could easily locate each Beast King. And with the cumulative authority of his years as the Beast Emperor, coupled with the demise of the other 2 great Beast Emperors, it was clear he would have little trouble taking control of the Mingshu Beast clan. It's time to prepare to return. Li Yuan watched as the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor departed. This trip to Ming Mountain has brought tremendous gains. In terms of wealth and treasures, I surpass many demigods of the Seven-Star Civilization. Li Yuan pondered silently. In terms of heritage, considering the magnitude, probably the entire civilization's accumulation isn't comparable to mine. All things considered, Li Yuan had already received 2 true god heritages, one from an Earth system true god and another from a Wind system true god. I've also received help from Little Bing, a future true god peak powerhouse. Li Yuan felt full of purpose, all these accumulations. Next, it's to cultivate step by step. Now, I have become the prime warrior of the civilization. In the future, it is to strive to become the strongest Flying Heaven warrior, the strongest demigod. Li Yuan thought to himself, I'm not looking to compete with the geniuses in Seven-Star Civilization's history. It's with the 3rd rank and 4th rank geniuses in the Divine Realm, Li Yuan mused silently. The talents from the vast Divine Realm were the benchmarks for Li Yuan. Until one day, utterly eradicate all threats from the Star Realms and make my 7-star civilization truly powerful. Li Yuan held this aspiration in his heart, to become as strong as the Immortal Ruins civilization, or even stronger. The Immortal Ruins civilization is the epitome of absolute power. Over the long years, the Immortal Ruins civilization never worried about invasions from other civilizations within the dimensional domain. Back to Bright Moon Base. Settle everything, then I'll return to Sha Country to see my uncle and aunt, Li Yuan knew. It had been half a year without news, and even though Yu Jing had sent a message back, the higher-ups of the civilization probably wouldn't reveal much to his uncle and aunt. The family must be very anxious. Swoosh! Li Yuan transformed into a beam of light, soaring into the sky. As Li Yuan had just flown out of Heavenly Serpent Lake, at the Bright Moon Base, inside a 4th-rank battleship in the conference room, only one life crystal remained. Yu Jing said Spirit Gun is still alive, but it's been so long without any news. Tavares sighed softly. He might have been alive then, but what about now? Zhang Zai also shook his head. Both were filled with concern. As Flying Heaven warriors, they could not leave the Mingshu Star Realm, naturally fearing the eventual need for a mass exodus. It's not that they feared death, but they didn't wish for it. Suddenly, boom! The previously white life crystal suddenly burst into a dazzling red light. Huh? What? Tavares and Zhang Zai were first stunned, then their faces lit up with ecstatic joy. In the center of the conference room, a huge light screen suddenly emerged, displaying a figure in black battlesuit, who appeared to be flying at high speed. Spirit Gun? He really came out? Tavares and Zhang Zai were thrilled. That excited, huh? Li Yuan's voice carried a hint of a smile. Send the message to Bai Shan Semi-Divine and the others. Just say that I have received divine being inheritance and have come out alive. Before long, you will also be able to enter divine land, to attempt to receive divine being inheritance. There are many benefits within the civilization mothership, which Li Yuan might disregard, but they would be useful for most flying heaven warriors. Good. Good. Divine being inheritance? Tavares and Zhang Zai were both astounded and overjoyed. Spirit Gun has returned. This news spread at an astonishing speed, swiftly reaching Fang Hai, Bai Shan Semi-Divine, San Yi Semi-Divine, and the others. Alliance Hierarch Dongfang Ji also quickly became aware. In the Bright Moon base, Li Yuan had already returned from Ming Mountain. Within a 4th-rank battleship, Li Yuan had finished his exchange with Tavares, Zhang Zai, and others. Dozens of warriors wielding flying heaven-level combat power, who had been informed by the base, had just departed. Within the quiet chamber, Li Yuan settled down and logged directly into VChat through the battleship's virtual network. Separated by different worlds, smart wristbands couldn't connect to the virtual networks on Bluestar or Fakesing. One must rely on the battleship or the base's network. Upon logging in, he found an overwhelming number of unread messages. Uncle sent 8 messages, Aunt over 20, Qian sent me 10 messages, Muha 2 messages. Li Yuan first noticed the messages from family members pinned at the top of the chat. Li Yuan clicked to open the chat with his uncle. Xiao Yuan, why haven't you been in touch? Have you been busy with your training lately? Xiao Yuan, send a message home when you have the time. Xiao Yuan, Provincial Hall Master Yang has informed us. You're undergoing closed-off training to surpass the flying heaven level. Xiao Yuan, everything at home is fine, with me here, you can train with peace of mind. In recent months, Uncle Li Changzhou had been sending a message every month, all with the same content. And Aunt's messages were clearly filled with worry, but she didn't dare to say outright, Xiao Yuan, even if you must endure tough training, remember to take good care of yourself. He read through each of the family messages one by one. For some reason, Li Yuan's eyes started to moisten, and he suddenly felt the urge to go home immediately. It had been a long time since he had spent proper time with his family. Other people who attend martial arts university get a month's vacation each year. A touch of guilt arose in Li Yuan's heart. But I only attended university for 1 year before heading to the martial divine star realm. Apart from making my uncle and aunt worry. At this moment, Li Yuan fully understood that infamous saying, the moment you become an adult, you've already spent most of the time you'll ever have with your parents. Although Li Yuan was now astonishingly wealthy and highly esteemed, with his family living without worry and even in comfort. But affection is not something that can be purely measured by money. Taking a deep breath, Li Yuan quickly began replying to his uncle and aunt. Uncle, I've come out of the intensive training, and in at most half a month, I should be able to come home. Besides family, there were many friends and relatives, such as his good brother from high school, Zhou Qi, Li Tianyu, and others, as well as good friends like Ji Yu Chang'an and Shi Xiao. There were also peers like Tian Dajuang, Jin Huguo, Dan Taifeng, Alicia, and others who had entered the martial divine star realm together. And many elder friends as well. Li Yuan, I've become a 15th rank martial artist and am about to venture into a star realm for the first time. This was a message from Li Tianyu, sent a month ago. He was already in his 3rd year. Apparently, as years passed, Li Tianyu had been doing very well at Zhongbei Martial University. As for people like Dan Taifeng and Tian Dajuang, their skills had reached 5th stage high rank. Alicia's growth was even more terrifying. She was at 5th stage perfection, and she was expected to become a member of 7-Star Mountain by July this year, the brightest rising star in the martial divine star realm this year. Alicia had sent a lot of messages, more than 10, a rather large number among his friends. Her words also reflected worry. It seems, in the martial divine star realm, Duanmu Mountain Master must have announced that I was participating in closed-off intensive training, Li Yuan thought to himself. Li Yuan, how are your training sessions going in martial divine star realm? This was a message from Li Yong a few months ago. Upon seeing this message, Li Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In fact, he had just seen teacher Li Yong. But for the sake of secrecy, Li Yuan had never acknowledged him, so Li Yong had no idea that Spirit Gun was Li Yuan. Li Yuan, I've become a 28th rank origin martial artist. It looks like there's hope for me to become a top-level origin martial artist in this lifetime. Haha. Remember to tell me when you get back to Zhong City. This was a message from Wan Qing. It was sent 5 months ago. Li Yuan could sense Uncle Wan must be brimming with high spirits. This world, clearly, did not stop just because Li Yuan had disappeared, but continued to move forward uninterrupted, and his family and friends were all living their lives. But they had all been continuously worried about Li Yuan. Li Yuan replied to each message one by one. It took a long time before he finished replying to all of them, and then his gaze fell on one particular chat box. Because, among everyone, the one who sent the most messages wasn't his aunt, Buddha Lin Lanyue. Unread messages 99 plus there were over 100 messages. Lanyue. Li Yuan was dazed for a long time. He gently clicked, and the earliest message was from last November. Li Yuan, I heard Mingshu Star Realm won a big victory in the war. Take extra care. I haven't heard from you for a long time. I pressed Sanyi Semi-Divine for answers, and she told me that your life crystal had dimmed, possibly fallen in Mingshu Star Realm. I don't want to believe it. I went to Fierce Featherstar Realm and asked the Boundary Spirit, but he couldn't confirm if you were dead or alive either. I believe in you, you definitely wouldn't just die like that. I'm sure you're alive. I'm still looking forward to the day you become divine. I've reached 5th stage perfection in my skills. According to tradition, I should celebrate and invite Dan Taifeng, Tian Dajuang, and others. I'll wait for you to return before celebrating. It's snowing in Martial Divine Star Realm. This is my first time seeing it, and you're in Mingshu Star Realm. I believe you're just temporarily stranded somewhere. During the Spring Festival, I visited Zhong City once to wish Uncle and Aunt a Happy New Year. They seem to be in good health, and they apparently don't know your spirit gun. Don't worry. You must live. I'm waiting for you to come back. One message after another struck Li Yuan's heart indescribably. He felt something inside being stirred. In Li Yuan's heart, Lin Lanyue held a very special place. And this time, adopting the name, Spirit Gun, to enter the Martial Divine Star Realm, those who knew his true identity, like Luo Chan, Yan Jing, Fang Hai, and Sanyi Semi-Divine. Either were not that close, or they were all elders. Simply put, purely in terms of emotions, their connections were not that deep. Whereas for close relatives and friends who were extremely affectionate, most were unaware of the Spirit Gun's fall. Only Lin Lanyue, by virtue of her status, was sufficiently high-ranking, and as a disciple of the divine, she was able to converse with Sanyi Semi-Divine and knew Li Yuan was Spirit Gun. In terms of emotions, hers were much deeper than those of Luo Chan and Dan Taifeng. Yu Jing has been out for quite some time, but it seems the higher-ups of civilization have been keeping it a secret, Li Yuan thought silently. Even Tavares and Zhang Zai only know Yu Jing is alive and out. None of these high-ranking individuals from the Star Realms knew I was alive before. To keep it secret, of course, the higher-ups wouldn't inform Lin Lanyue voluntarily. After a long contemplation, Li Yuan activated his special privilege and, through the warship, directly called Lin Lanyue's communicator. In the Martial Divine Star Realm, inside an ultra-large mansion. This was Lin Lanyue's residence. Uncle, what is it this time? Lin Lanyue frowned and said, looking at the figure on the screen. Lanyue, the family still hopes you can attend this latest meeting, the middle-aged man in the screen said with a wry smile. Consider it doing a favor for your uncle. Uncle, you've always been good to me, and I can agree to anything else. But I won't participate in the Blazing Flame family's meetings right now. Lin Lanyue shook her head. The patriarch said when you reach the Flying Heaven level, it will be your time to take over as clan leader. The middle-aged man sighed. Those elders, they all want to meet you now. Meet me for what now? Lin Lanyue shook her head. I won't meddle in the clan's affairs right now. I just want to quietly cultivate. If they have any issues, They should organize their materials and bring them to the Alliance's disciplinary committee. Are you really going to turn the family upside down? The uncle said with a wry smile. About what happened to your mother? Uncle. Lin Lanyue cut him off directly, speaking in a low voice. You don't need to lecture me. If those elders are afraid I'll trouble them in the future, let them go to the patriarch and ask the patriarch to rescind the decision. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words. Rescind the decision? The Flame City Semi-Divine had long stated that Lin Lanyue was the most promising in the Blazing Flame family to become semi-divine. How could it be rescinded? All right, if you truly don't want to return, so be it. I will try my best to placate the elders, the middle-aged man sighed. Take care while cultivating in the Martial Divine Hall. Lin Lanyue nodded slightly and hung up the phone. She was very grateful to her uncle as, back when Li Chongzhou was injured, it was she who sought him out to ask for a treasure to be sent overnight from Feixing to Blue Star. But towards the Blazing Flame family, Lin Lanyue had extremely complex feelings. Not long after hanging up, Master, Li Yuan, whom you specially follow, is requesting communication, the assistant AI's voice rang out. Lin Lanyue's body trembled slightly, her eyes gaining a glint of disbelief. Master, would you like to take the call? The AI's voice sounded again. Take it, Lin Lanyue said immediately. Drip the communication connected. Lanyue, it's me. A deep voice sounded. Lin Lanyue abruptly covered her mouth, tears faintly visible in her eyes, yet she made no sound. I saw the messages you sent, the deep voice continued, pausing for quite a while before adding, the conflict in the Mingshu Star Realm shouldn't last too long. I'll return to the Martial Divine Star Realm soon. Wait for me. Okay, be careful. Lin Lanyue's eyes glistened with tears, but her voice remained calm. She didn't ask for reasons from Li Yuan, knowing his importance to the entire civilization. Silently, the barrier between them seemed to be slowly dissolving. In the Mingshu Star Realm, having hung up, Li Yuan felt much calmer inside. After a while, he quietly resumed his cultivation. Not long after, another communication arrived, and with a raised eyebrow, Li Yuan clicked to answer the call. Principal, it's me. Your news vanished for half a year, scaring us all to death. Both Bai Shan Semi-Divine and I were really worried you died in the Divine Land. Fang Hai's voice came through. Didn't Brother Yu come out first? Li Yuan immediately said. We knew you weren't dead, but since Yu Jing didn't reveal too much, how could we not worry? Fang Hai sighed. After all, according to what Yu Jing said, that Divine Land involves more than one divine. It's a big involvement, Li Yuan nodded. While he couldn't reveal the Heavenly Serpent Divine, the exterior of the mothership was impossible to hide. How about it? Are you confident of taking Mingshu Star Realm now? Fang Hai asked. I am 100% certain, Li Yuan said. Good, Fang Hai laughed. Now, enter the virtual network, Starfire Space. The Alliance Hierarch wants to see you. The Alliance Hierarch wants to see me? Li Yuan was stunned. He had not been back for long. When Yu Jing came out, the Alliance Hierarch did not summon him, Fang Hai said with a smile. But your situation is different. Firstly, you are much more important, and secondly, according to Yu Jing, you should now control the core secrets of the Divine Land. The secrets of Ming Mountain. The entire upper echelon of the civilization is very concerned, Fang Hai stated gravely. It's quite normal for the Alliance Hierarch to want to see you immediately. Okay, Li Yuan nodded. He then disconnected the communication with Fang Hai. In this quiet chamber, there was a virtual network cabin. Li Yuan directly entered and logged into the virtual network. Wanting to directly contact the Feixing virtual network from the Star Realm, it required extremely high permissions. In the virtual network, Starfire Space. I have an extra permission? Li Yuan noticed an abnormality in his permissions as soon as he entered. He was already qualified to enter the Starfire Realm, and there was also a message from Fang Hai. Following the message, Li Yuan's consciousness entered the Starfire Realm. This was a vast void, with only a floating palace in it, completely red, with gold and red lights mixed together, dazzling endlessly. Li Yuan, come here, said Fang Hai, dressed in black, already waiting outside the palace, smiling. The principal is also here. Li Yuan's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly flew over. Let's enter together. The Alliance Hierarch is right here, Fang Hai whispered. In the past, only over 20 demigods from the Martial Hall could come to this Starfire realm. I was previously granted access, and you are the second, Fang Hai explained as they walked. Li Yuan immediately understood that this virtual space, Starfire realm, must be the gathering place for the highest echelons of the Starfire Martial Hall. Over 20 demigods? In the entire Seven Stars civilization, are there over 20 demigods belonging to the Starfire Martial Hall? Li Yuan wondered silently. Before this, with his permissions, he had been able to find that there were over 50 demigods in the Seven Stars civilization. Now, it seemed there were even more. Swoosh, swoosh. Fang Hai led Li Yuan into the palace. The interior was quite spacious and empty, and at the far end of the hall, a figure in a golden robe was sitting cross-legged, radiating an extremely sharp aura. It was Dongfang Ji. Teacher, Fang Hai bowed respectfully. Alliance Hierarch, Li Yuan also bowed. He felt it strange that the aura of the Alliance Hierarch in the virtual network seemed even more sharp and commanding than in reality. The last time he saw Dongfang Ji, he only felt that the other's aura was strong and vast but not so overwhelming as now. The law of metal. Sit, Dongfang Ji said indifferently, waving his hand, and 2 chairs appeared in front of Li Yuan. Fang Hai sat down without hesitation, and Li Yuan did the same. I have generally reviewed your report. Dongfang Ji's gaze fell on Li Yuan. But there are some doubts I want to ask you about, so I specifically asked Fang Hai to bring you here. Alliance Hierarch, please ask me. Whatever I can say, I will definitely tell, Li Yuan spoke honestly. After coming out from the mothership, Li Yuan had quickly prepared a document briefly describing his experiences and explaining the situation inside the civilization mothership, although the content was very rough. You mentioned in your report about the divine land in the ruined star realm, that it is indeed a god-level mothership, but based on your report and combined with Yu Jingyi's report, the 6 great alien god heritage you talked about only involves the outer layer, right? Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan with a smile. What about the inner layer? Does it involve true god heritage? Did you all make a law oath? Is it hard to say? Li Yuan was taken aback. Haha, Fang Hai showed a smile. Li Yuan, don't be surprised. The teacher's vision exceeds your imagination. True god heritage, it's very terrifying, but you don't have to worry about it being taken away, Fang Hai said with a smile. Having seen the martial divine hall and with your experiences, you should be able to guess that what the teacher controls also far exceeds your imagination. Even I have a share of true god heritage, Fang Hai said. The principal also has true god heritage? Li Yuan was shocked internally, creating a huge stir. This was definitely explosive news. Fang Hai also became a 7-star vein not long ago, only then fully obtaining that true god heritage recognition, Dongfang Ji said with a smile. The core heritage of a true god usually requires the 7-star veins. Li Yuan was increasingly shocked and couldn't help but look at Fang Hai. 7-star veins? According to Chu Bingzhen, even in the divine realm, the 7-star veins were already considered very powerful. If the principal is so powerful, what about the even more mysterious and powerful Alliance Hierarch? For a moment, a rush of thoughts flashed through Li Yuan's mind. At that moment, Li Yuan vaguely realized that he might have touched upon some of the core aspects of civilization. Alliance Hierarch. Indeed, that mothership involves the heritage of a wind system true god, Li Yuan stated earnestly. It left behind many treasures and star techniques. Wind system? Is it that true god from the Heavenly Serpent clan? Dongfang Ji said with a smile. Li Yuan was increasingly astonished. The Alliance Hierarch was incredibly had he guessed all this? In his and Yu Jingyi's reports, they had not yet mentioned this. You have received the true god heritage, so you should know many things, said Dongfang Ji slowly. Are you aware of the divine realm? I am, Li Yuan nodded. Beside him, Fang Hai remained calm, seemingly already aware and unsurprised. And the burial immortal ancient domain? Dongfang Ji asked. I've learned some about it, Li Yuan hesitated and then added, and also about 9 leaves 9 mountains. I know quite a bit about that too. From the Alliance hierarch's demeanor, Li Yuan understood that his strength and the hidden forces behind him likely surpassed his own imagination. The War of the Gods 10,000 years ago saw many divine beings from the divine realm descend, among them, a deity from the heavenly serpent clan, who was one of the strongest. Dongfang Ji spoke softly. He brought a civilization mothership. These are no secrets. After his fall, the civilization mothership disappeared without a trace. I have always speculated that his civilization mothership must have crashed into one of the star realms near our 7 stars civilization. It was not until I observed Ming Mountain and the Flying Heaven Beast Kings in the Mingshu star realm that I became 60% confident that Ming Mountain is the civilization mothership of that heavenly serpent clan deity, Dongfang Ji said with a smile. I have been waiting for the entrance of the Mingshu star realm to upgrade to a second-level star realm. I knew that the opportunity had arrived. Dongfang Ji smiled at Li Yuan. Luckily, your talent and strength were high enough that you directly seized the heritage. Otherwise, it really would have been troublesome. Li Yuan listened with increasing shock. From the Alliance hierarch's words, had he identified the secret of Ming Mountain long ago? Li Yuan also immediately understood why the last time the Alliance hierarch had given him information, he specifically mentioned the civilization mothership. Alliance hierarch, with so many civilizations within the dimensional domain and even more dimensional planes, why did you believe that the heavenly serpent clan True God's civilization mothership crashed near our 7 stars civilization? Li Yuan could not help but ask. Dongfang Ji could not help but smile. Beside him, Fang Hai also showed a smile. Li Yuan, have you ever thought about why our 7 stars civilization has so many star realms? Why do numerous foreign civilizations constantly desire to invade our 7 stars civilization? Li Yuan was momentarily stumped. In fact, this was also what perplexed Li Yuan. He had previously received extensive intelligence about the Myriad Demons civilization and the Tinliang civilization from Shui Yan and Liang Qia. Upon comparison, Li Yuan had discovered a critical point. Compared to these foreign civilizations, the star realms of the 7 stars civilization were too numerous. The star realms connected to the 7 great planets totaled, perhaps, over 1,000. All these belonged to exterior dimensional star realms. This was quite inconceivable. As mighty as the Myriad Demons civilization, with several dozen life planets, other than the interior dimensional star realms between planets, over tens of thousands of years, they had only discovered a little over 100 exterior dimensional star realms. Only a tenth of the 7 stars civilization. You must know, these star realm entrances of the 7 stars civilization had all appeared just in the last few hundred years. Very strange. All this indicated the uniqueness of the 7 stars civilization. In our entire dimensional domain, there are over 10,000 dimensional planes, Dongfang Ji whispered. Most of these dimensional planes have spawned life, but only a few have developed a relatively advanced civilization. And even fewer have given birth to divine beings. Li Yuan listened intently. Many dimensional planes collide and intersect, forming many junction points, Dongfang Ji said. These junctions are spatially unstable, which causes star realms to be frequently born and destroyed. Is our 7 stars civilization one such junction point? Li Yuan asked curiously. Yes, and no, Fang Hai said with a smile. Li Yuan grew even more puzzled. Once, the previous era of the 7 stars civilization was very prosperous. Dongfang Ji's eyes held a reminiscing look. It had more than 10 life planets and also gave birth to divine beings. The previous era? Many thoughts surfaced in Li Yuan's mind. Everything changed over 10,000 years ago, with the emergence of the burial immortal ancient domain. Just the repercussions alone had a massive impact on many nearby dimensional planes. The most affected was the dimensional plane of our 7 stars civilization. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan. The entire plane's civilization was directly obliterated, along with the plane's origin suffering damage, which resulted in the plane's origin power being absorbed to repair itself. It was only thousands of years ago that our civilization's ancestors began to redevelop from a wilderness state, up till today. Only 2,000 years ago did the origin of the plane begin to recover initially. The stargates opened, and origin power gradually pervaded the entire dimensional plane. Li Yuan listened in shock. No wonder, while civilizations like the Immortal Ruins civilization and the Myriad Demons civilization had been passed down for tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, the Seven Stars civilization was much weaker. All this was due to the obliteration of the previous civilization. Was the burial immortal ancient domain the chief culprit? That upheaval turned our Seven Stars plane into a new junction point. The instability of space has resulted in numerous star realms being born in these few hundred years, gradually recovering the origin power within the plane, thus establishing connections with many star realms, Dongfang Ji explained. This also allowed us to come into contact with other foreign civilizations. Li Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Throughout history, the civilization had undergone increasingly significant changes over the past few centuries. All this is secondary. The key point, Dongfang Ji said slowly, is that it has led to the birth of two crucial star realms within our Seven Stars civilization: a Nine Leaves star realm and Nine Mountains star realm. 9 Leaves 9 Mountains? Li Yuan was increasingly astonished. Other civilizations find it difficult to enter the burial immortal ancient domain's 9 Leaves 9 Mountains, Dongfang Ji stated. But we can enter directly through the star realms. This is both a disaster and an opportunity. 9 Leaves star realm? 9 Mountains star realm? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask, Alliance Hierarch, are these two star realms exclusive to our 7-star civilization? Exclusive, Dongfang Ji nodded. The 9 Leaves star realm is a 3rd-level star realm, and the 9 Mountains star realm is a 4th-level star realm. In fact, there isn't much treasure within these two star realms, just that each has a separate passage leading deep into the 9 Leaves and the 9 Mountains. Li Yuan marveled in secret. This was indeed a great opportunity for the 7-star civilization. At the same time, Li Yuan also vaguely understood. So, does that mean the 9 Leaves star realm only allows those at the flying heaven level to enter? The burial immortal ancient domain is mysterious and incomprehensible, with invisible rules in operation. We call its core, ancient domain, a starry skyspace rift situated between planes, Dongfang Ji slowly said. Therefore, the divine from many dimensional domains can enter along this starry skyspace rift, and even the divine from the divine realm can descend in this way. Over the long years, the treasures that were easy to obtain in the periphery of the ancient domain have already been taken. Today, for those divine to dare enter the ancient domain, it's tantamount to a survival rate of 1 in 10, Dongfang Ji solemnly said. Li Yuan listened quietly. He was beginning to understand. So the Myriad Demons civilization wants to invade our 7-star civilization for these 2-star realms? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. But I remember, Alliance Hierarch, you met teacher Lai Feng in the burial immortal ancient domain. Does this mean that powerful beings from other dimensions can still enter the 9 Leaves and 9 Mountains? Li Yuan was curious. Enter, they can certainly enter, Fang Hai said with a smile next to him. Li Yuan, anyone can enter the ancient domain at the core, but it's difficult for everyone to do so. But the 9 Leaves and 9 Mountains are part of the outer regions. The 9 Leaves world only allows those at the flying heaven level to enter. The 9 Mountains world only allows demigods, Fang Hai explained. Other civilizations' flying heaven beings and demigods, if aided by divine, can also reach the burial immortal ancient domain, and then attempt to enter the 9 Leaves and 9 Mountains, but just the dangers of the outermost layer alone are enough to kill 90% of those flying heaven level and demigods before they can truly enter the 9 Leaves world, the 9 Mountains world. The 9 Leaves and 9 Mountains are likewise fraught with peril, which is why, for every 100 flying heaven and demigods from those foreign civilizations, hardly one survives, Fang Hai remarked. Li Yuan was more and more alarmed upon hearing Thesa 1% survival rate. The Immortal Ruins civilization is one of the most powerful civilizations in the dimensional domain. The largest campaign they had ever organized involved rallying over 200 demigods to attempt the challenge. Dongfang Ji spoke softly. In the end, only one made it out alive. And the one who survived wasn't even the strongest among them. Dongfang Ji shook his head. Thesa, Li Yuan was at a loss for words. How brutal. That was a demigod. Out of hundreds, only one survives. and survival doesn't even depend on strength. Such knowledge must surely dishearten any demigod who heard it. Dongfang Ji spoke slowly. The powerful from our 7-star civilization, by going through these 2-star realms into the 9 leaves and 9 mountains, have a very low death rate and have obtained a great deal of treasure. Lant thus became the first demigod of our civilization. My own strength, too, is inseparably linked to the 9 mountains world. Fang Hai's true god heritage also originates from the 9 leaves world. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan. Our entire civilization has thus thrived, and many of our treasures are even coveted by divine beings. Li Yuan was shocked to hear this. So, it seemed the 7-star civilization, in just a few hundred years, caught up with the Tinliang civilization, Cloud Beast civilization, and others. All of which was inseparable from the 9 mountains and 9 leaves. Therefore, any foreign civilizations capable of passing through star realms and bordering our 7-star civilization, as long as they have a bit of strength, naturally harbor covetous thoughts, Dongfang Ji said. The greatest threats are the Immortal Ruins civilization and the Myriad Demon civilization. Immortal Ruins civilization? Li Yuan was astonished. Have we also been involved in a major war with them? Li Yuan, you've clashed with the Immortal Ruins civilization. You should be aware of their strength, Fang Hai said with a smile. They haven't made a move only because there hasn't been a chance. We border the Myriad Demon civilization at a 4th-level star realm, Demon Mountain Star Realm. Situated in Feixing, Fang Hai continued. That has been the root cause of several major wars. And the great extinction in Feixing's history originated from there. Demon Mountain Star Realm? Li Yuan sighed to himself, having previously read about it in the database. This was the only 4th-level star realm within the 7-star civilization, located in Feixing, and it allowed demigods to pass through. With Teacher guarding the Demon Mountain Star Realm, the Myriad Demons civilization has temporarily given up on invading, Fang Hai said. As for the Immortal Ruins civilization, we are connected by 2 star realms. One is the Fierce Feather Star Realm in Feixing, a 2nd-level star realm. The other is the Kunlun Star Realm. Fang Hai paused. That's the one beneath Kunlun Martial University, which may break through to become a 3rd-level star realm at any time. Li Yuan held his breath. He was naturally no stranger to the Kunlun Star Realm. Over the past few decades, Principal Fang Hai stayed at Kunlun Martial University, with the purpose of guarding the entrance to the Kunlun Star Realm. Being the principal was just incidental. The Kunlun Star Realm is vast and stable. In the teacher's predictions, it's not far from becoming a 3rd-level star realm and might eventually even become a 4th-level star realm. Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. Tell me, will the Immortal Ruins civilization remain amiable by then? They maintain peace with us because they've never had the chance. As far as we know, the number of civilizations annihilated by the Immortal Ruins civilization is not small, Fang Hai said. Li Yuan sighed inwardly, a sense of intense crisis welling up in his heart. The Demon Mountain Star Realm was far off in Feixing, but the Kunlun Star Realm was right here on Blue Star, within Sha Country. One Rob Sea Star Realm had already made Sha Country lose sleep. Should the Kunlun Star Realm advance to a 4th-level star realm? The Immortal Ruins civilization was much more powerful than the Myriad Demons civilization, and if a major war erupted, the clash of numerous demigods could potentially destroy most of Sha Country. Never, he would never allow such a thing to happen. The thought rose uncontrollably in Li Yuan's mind. The more Li Yuan saw and understood, the less naive he was compared to his youthful student days. Everything in his heart was for himself, for the might of the 7-star civilization. It was a natural order where the strong preyed on the weak. Li Yuan. Today I brought you here just to let you understand the core secrets of our civilization. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan. You have high talent, higher than mine, higher than Fang Hai's. It's just that you are still young and haven't fully realized your potential yet. Maestro, Li Yuan was about to speak. No need to be modest, Dongfang Ji shook his head. As a prime warrior, you've burst forth with flying heaven peak strength at just 2nd rank and received 2 true god heritages, which proves everything. Even if placed in the divine realm, you would probably be considered a rare genius, Dongfang Ji said. 2 true god heritages? Li Yuan was inwardly shocked. Don't be surprised, Fang Hai joked. Li Yuan, the affairs in the fierce Featherstar realm might deceive others, but not your teacher. There should also be an Earth system true God heritage in the world within worlds. Li Yuan fell silent, ceasing to argue. The more he interacted, the more unfathomable the alliance hierarch seemed, now feeling the other party more mysterious than ever. With talent comes responsibility. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan. The burial immortal ancient domain is an opportunity for our 7-star civilization, which might allow our civilization to become the strongest in the dimensional domain. But if we ourselves are not strong enough, then, whether it is the possible turmoil in the burial immortal ancient domain in the future or invasions from other civilizations, all could destroy our 7-star civilization, Dongfang Ji slowly said. By then, the 7 great planets would be entirely destroyed, billions would die, and all traces erased. It's not impossible. Li Yuan's heart tightened upon hearing this. Then, it would be a repetition of the downfall of a past civilization. Countless precedents have proven that even true gods cannot fully control the burial immortal ancient domain. It's too remote for us. Dongfang Ji spoke softly, but at least, we need to make efforts to fend off invasions from other civilizations. The height of a civilization depends on the stature of its top warriors. If our civilization could give birth to a pseudo-god, it would be much safer. If it could produce a true god, then we could say that our 7-star civilization truly stands tall among the dimensional domain civilizations, unafraid of most storms. A hint of inexplicable light flashed in Dongfang Ji's eyes. Becoming a pseudo-god, for those semi-divines in our civilization as well as many young talents, there is some hope, for semi-divines live 1,000 years, anything is possible. Dongfang Ji spoke softly, but becoming a true god? At least, in my view, besides me, only you two have the potential. Dongfang Ji looked at the two. Now with my presence, our civilization is temporarily safe. Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan, but relying solely on me is not enough, for I can't guard it forever. Lant Semi-Divine once protected our civilization for a long time. Later, he assisted me, and I was able to grow rapidly. Now, it's time for your generation of leaders, Dongfang Ji said. Starfire, passing on the torch, from generation to generation, never extinguishing. This is the original intention of me and Lant Semi-Divine when we unified the 7 stars, established the Starfire Martial Hall, Blackstone Martial Hall, Starry Sky Martial Hall, and the 7-Star Alliance. Fang Hai and Li Yuan both felt their blood boiling. True god? Even the myriad demons civilization currently lacked a true god. Even though Li Yuan, favored by Chu Bingzhen and Ji Yu, that was all in the future. Now, his true intent comprehension was not even at the semi-divine level, let alone the distant true god. But both Li Yuan and Fang Hai felt the responsibility they bore. Passing on the torch, from the first-generation Prime Warriors, to the first-generation Flying Heaven Warriors, then to Lant Semi-Divine, Dongfang Ji. Now, it was needed for their generation to stand up. The strength of a civilization was never dependent on one person but required generations of strong warriors to step forward. Until one day, the 7-star civilization stands at the very peak of the dimensional domain. As time passed, Li Yuan continued to interact with Fang Hai and Dongfang Ji. Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, the blood flame of the Wanmo civilization, have all been controlled by your soul? Fang Hai listened, shocked. A trace of astonishment flashed in Dongfang Ji's eyes. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. This was something he had decided to reveal after much thought. Some matters kept hidden served no purpose. Like blood flame, requiring the intelligence network of the 7-star civilization to contact to fully leverage its effects. No wonder you said you were absolutely certain about ending the war in Mingshu Star Realm. Dongfang Ji smiled. You have done well. Your war plans are excellent, too. As for blood flame, I will arrange for undercover contacts to establish a stable connection, Dongfang Ji said. After the war ends, I will have Sanyi Semi-Divine comprehensively tally your contributions. Li Yuan nodded, not particularly concerned now. His gains in the Mingshu Star Realm were significant enough. The wealth of most semi-divines in his civilization couldn't compare to his own. Unless he broke through to flying heaven level, his need for external things was minimal now. When are you planning your breakthrough? Dongfang Ji looked at Li Yuan. Fang Hai also looked towards Li Yuan, smiling. Li Yuan, I will likely become a semi-divine soon. When you break through to flying heaven level, I'm prepared to appoint you as the Grand Hall Master of the Starfire Blue Star Main Hall. Grand Hall Master of Blue Star? Li Yuan was momentarily taken aback. That was one of the most powerful figures in the entire Blue Star. If your principal can do it at flying heaven level, why can't you? Dongfang Ji offered a light smile. Maestro, Principal, Li Yuan said, I currently am at 6-star pulse. I plan to reach 7-star veins before my breakthrough. Li Yuan dared not mention 8-star veins. It was too exaggerated and hard to explain. 7-star veins was sufficient. 7-star veins? Dongfang Ji nodded. That's acceptable. You are still young. You can continue to accumulate and lay a good foundation. There's no rush to reach the flying heaven level. 7-star veins? Fang Hai sighed. He had reached the flying heaven level a long time ago, and it had cost him a great deal of energy to achieve the 7-star veins. Compared to him, Li Yuan had progressed much faster. Furthermore, once I increase my strength further, I want to sweep through the second-level star realms, Li Yuan said solemnly. Sweep through the second-level star realms? Fang Hai's eyes flashed with a strange color. Good ambition, Dongfang Ji smiled, but it's not as easy as you think. Some second-level star realms are home to demigods. Demigods? Li Yuan widened his eyes. That's insane? Even with his confidence, Li Yuan didn't believe that he, as a prime warrior, could contend with a demigod. Not even if his true intent comprehension stepped into the threshold of the law would it suffice. The fundamental gap was too large. The so-called levels of star realms are just the grade of their entry points, and have nothing to do with the inherent strength of the star realms themselves, Dongfang Ji explained patiently. A few second-level star realms have strong indigenous lifeforms, or flying heaven warriors stationed there who have broken through. Of course, if your strength advances further, you indeed have the potential to sweep through most second-level star realms. But it's not necessary, Dongfang Ji shook his head. Why not? Li Yuan asked, puzzled. In doing so, you won't foster allies within, nor invincible challengers from outside, leading ultimately to decay, Dongfang Ji stated. There are a few second-level star realms with substantial threats that indeed need to be eradicated, like the Rob Sea-star realm. But for the most part, these realms serve as a proving ground for many civilizations and ordinary martial artists, where although there are some casualties, it is the price paid for the emergence of powerful warriors. If there's no danger at all, how can the next generation of warriors grow? Dongfang Ji smiled. Li Yuan understood. Before you break through to the flying heaven warrior, tell me, and I will give you a list of second-level star realms that need cleaning up, Dongfang Ji said. All right, I'll follow the hierarch's arrangement, Li Yuan nodded. Soon, Fang Hai left first. Only Li Yuan and Dongfang Ji were left in the palace. Li Yuan, 3 last things, Dongfang Ji said, looking at him. First, your authority in the Martial Hall is elevated to that of a flying heaven star lord, which will give you access to more data and resources of the Martial Hall, Dongfang Ji continued. Second, have you studied the 1,000 Illusions formation map I gave you last time? I have. Li Yuan nodded repeatedly. When you comprehend the 1,000 Illusions formation map and reach the flying heaven level, that is when you should set out for the 9 Leaves world, Dongfang Ji said. Li Yuan immediately understood why, when it had been given to him, he was told to report back upon comprehension. Now, the 1,000 Illusions formation map seemed to be related to the 9 Leaves world. The third matter, Dongfang Ji stated, the Earth system divine being inheritance you received should contain a latent power, right? Latent power? Li Yuan was puzzled. It seems you're not very aware, but this power originates from Jiangnan province in Blue Star. Once you return to Blue Star, go and tell them not to try to infiltrate the mainframe of Blue Star anymore, Dongfang Ji said with a smile. I should be correct, right? Boom. Jiangnan province. Li Yuan's mind reeled as he pieced together Dongfang Ji's words and guessed who it might be. Jiu Yu. Yes, Hierarch, I understand, Li Yuan replied. When I return, I will keep them restrained. Good, the inheritance you've received is yours to command, Dongfang Ji said. I'm just warning you that these alien god inheritances are sometimes a double-edged sword. Manage it well. If you feel you can't control it, come to me, and I'll take care of it, Dongfang Ji's confident voice reassured. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. In the Crimson Palace, Dongfang Ji watched Li Yuan leave. Master, aren't we going to tell them the truth? A deep voice asked. It's not yet time, Dongfang Ji slowly said. When they make it through the 7th mountain on their own strength, they will naturally understand. The path of cultivation must be trodden by themselves. The deep voice replied. Master, when will we venture to the 9th mountain? There's no rush. Let's wait for Fang Hai to break through. Once I enter the 9th mountain, it's hard to say when I could return. In the Mingshu Star Realm, in the chamber of the warship. Clang! Li Yuan emerged from the virtual network cabin, his eyes filled with astonishment. Hierarch. How powerful must one be to even track Gu's movements? Li Yuan marveled silently. And what exactly did Gu do while I wasn't here? Li Yuan found Shu Bingzhen's words, to gain what you want, you must be prepared to give, deeply resonant. Everyone thinks differently and isn't entirely under one's control. True God heritage? It seemed not all benefits were straightforward. With that thought, myriad scales, Li Yuan directly transmitted to the soul. How are the preparations? Master. In 3 more days, we should be able to launch the attack, the myriad scales Beast Emperor replied through soul transmission. With their spiritual power, soul transmission across tens of thousands of miles was effortless. Continue cultivating, Li Yuan calmed his heart and resumed his cultivation in the chamber. After this battle ends, I must find a way to erase the 9 Shadows clone, star technique star mark, Li Yuan thought silently. Then, I can recultivate the true solution of the heavenly wind star vein with a perfect star vein. Once he erased the 9 Shadows clone, his strength would naturally diminish. But the true solution of the heavenly wind star vein was the foundation of cultivation and would boost Li Yuan's compatibility with the wind vein significantly. While Li Yuan was in meditation, in the vast world of the myriad demons civilization, on a massive planet, a figure in black garment, Shui Yan, slowly descended from the warship. Shui Yan, the black-robed elder demigod smiled, the East Demon deity and Beiyu deity have both arrived, waiting for you inside the palace, go ahead. Yes, Shui Yan nodded, a trace of unease in his heart. The master has planned everything. Soul control is usually something only divine beings can perform, Shui Yan thought to himself. East Demon and Beiyu probably won't guess. And the master's soul imprint has perfectly merged with my soul, they shouldn't be able to sense it either. Whoosh! Shui Yan flew into the distant majestic temple. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, Ming Mountain. Numerous massive flying heaven beast kings hung in the void, nearly 300 in number, incredibly silent, all gazing towards the distant vacuum where a figure resembled a fire kirin. Myriad Scales Beast Emperor was emitting a majestic and vast aura, his cold eyes scanning each flying heaven beast king. If we win this battle, the Myriad Scales Beast clan can continue to thrive securely, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor said coldly. Therefore, I do not want any beast king to slack off. Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. A discordant voice arose as a green snake solemnly spoke. How could we ally with the 7-star civilization? Can we trust them? It was the spirit gun that carried out massive slaughters against us. If we must ally, it should be with the Tinliang civilization. Qing Sheng. This is the 3rd time you have opposed me. The Myriad Scales Beast Emperor's eyes turned frosty. For the sake of your father, the Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, I didn't pursue the matter the last 2 times. But today, you dare to waver in solidarity? There's a limit to everything. The Myriad Scales Beast Emperor shook his head. Boom! In an instant, the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor moved, streaking across like a blazing red comet, his speed terrifying. Beast Emperor, I was wrong. Qing Sheng Beast King's face changed, and he quickly tried to plead for mercy. But it was too late. Slash! Blood splattered as the massive body of the green snake was torn into two by Myriad Scales Beast Emperor's sharp claws. Ching Sheng Beast King, dead. Facing a level 36 Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, a common Beast King like him had absolutely no power to resist. Anyone else have objections? The Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, bathed in blood, imposing, his icy gaze sweeping across. All the flying heaven beast kings lowered their heads, not daring to make eye contact. Depart. Target, Tinliang Civilization Base, commanded the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. Boom. 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 Hundreds of beast kings set off mightily. One day later, inside a 4th rank battleship at Bright Moon Base, numerous martial artists with flying heaven level strength were shocked as they looked at the scene on the screen. This? The Tinliang Civilization Base, destroyed? Myriad Scales Beast Emperor, such formidable strength. Even the main cannon of the 4th rank battleship couldn't fully lock on him. It's because there were too many flying heaven beast kings. Tavares, Zhang Zai, Li Yang, Luo Chan, and others were quietly discussing, their voices filled with awe. They had not anticipated. Unexpectedly, the Mingshu Beast Clan would be attacked by the Tinliang Civilization Base, until it was completely breached. The strength of Myriad Scales Beast Emperor was too powerful. Eventually, at the cost of losing over 50 flying heaven beast kings, the Mingshu Beast Clan completely breached the base, and after suffering heavy casualties, the remnants of Tinliang civilization retreated from the Mingshu Star Realm. At this point, the last strategic stronghold of Tinliang civilization in the Mingshu Star Realm was declared annihilated. Tinliang civilization has been attacked. Who will be next? It's hard to say. These martial artists were somewhat panicked. Suddenly, "Ladies and gentlemen," said Li Yuan, standing at the front of the team, "there's no need to worry about the Mingshu Beast Clan launching an attack on us. I had a confrontation with the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor in the Ming Mountain, and it was difficult to determine a winner. Ultimately, we came to an agreement. The boundary line will be set at Ming Mountain and the Earth Dragon Gorge, with one side belonging to the Mingshu Beast Clan." Li Yuan spoke softly. "The other side, spanning 20,000 kilometers, will belong to our 7-star civilization. From now on, there will be peace," Li Yuan declared. What? A 20,000-kilometer territory, an agreement with the Spirit Gun and the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor. Is this agreement reliable? The Myriad Scales Beast Emperor couldn't handle the Spirit Gun? The martial artists were both shocked and incredulous. They knew the Spirit Gun was powerful, having apparently reached the Flying Heaven Peak, but the strength revealed by the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor during the attack on the Tinliang civilization base was even more terrifying. With a slight calculation, these martial artists understood that if the Spirit Gun could force the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor into making an agreement, he must have become even more fearsome than 6 months ago. How could they not be shocked? After all, the Spirit Gun was still a prime warrior, yet his strength could progress so rapidly time after time. What kind of monster was this? In the beginning, many Flying Heaven warriors were skeptical of the Spirit Gun's statements. However, not long after, a Flying Heaven Beast King came as an emissary, which again caused a stir. This agreement, could it be true? But still, was it reliable? Many questioned in their hearts. Inside a secret chamber of a warship, there were only 3 people. Tavares, Zhang Zai, Li Yuan, completely enveloped in a black garment, looked at the 2 men. Spirit Gun. The 2 of them were quite respectful. Over time, they had grown to admire this mysterious prime warrior from their civilization. He was truly terrifying. He was much stronger than Yu Jing. "You 2 will be the highest commanders here, so I'm telling you the truth." Li Yuan spoke softly. "The Myriad Scales Beast Emperor is actually under my control." What? The Myriad Scales Beast Emperor is your servant? Both Tavares and Zhang Zai were shocked. They weren't fools and immediately thought of many possibilities. This so-called agreement, it's just to cover up the truth. Li Yuan looked at them and said, "The 20,000-kilometer territory is temporarily sufficient for our 7-star civilization to propagate and extract resources. Once your strength progresses further, reaching the Flying Heaven Peak and eventually becoming semi-divine, then we can completely eliminate the Mingshu Beast Clan." The myriad scales beast emperor will secretly suppress the proliferation of the Mingshu beast clan and step by step cooperate with you, Li Yuan continued. Also, regarding the information about the divine land, once it's collated with your access level, you will be able to view it. Eventually, you'll also be able to enter it and see if you receive the divine being inheritance, Li Yuan smiled. Yes, Tavares and Zhang Zai now completely believed the spirit gun's words. By the way, Li Yuan finally said, although you reside permanently in the Star Realm, it's not impossible to leave. Actually, besides upgrading the Star Realm, there is another way. This was something Li Yuan had found in the data gifted by Chu Bingzhen. What way? Both Tavares and Zhang Zai felt a glimmer of hope rise in their hearts. Ascend to God. Once you become divine, you can break the bonds of the Star Realm and enter the starry sky-space rift, Li Yuan said, and regain your freedom. After sending off Tavares and Zhang Zai, who were full of thoughts, the quiet chamber welcomed its last visitor. Spirit gun. What is it that you need? Li Yang asked. However, Li Yang was very perplexed. As an ordinary flying heaven warrior, why had he been summoned? Boom. The door of the quiet chamber closed. Teacher, Li Yuan's mind moved, and he put away his phantom spirit garment, revealing his face, and bowed respectfully. I was disrespectful before. I hope you can forgive me, teacher. Li Yuan? You're the spirit gun? Li Yang widened his eyes, his mind buzzing. My student, the spirit gun? Li Yang was indeed shocked. It should be noted that since the virtual battle on Blue Star ended 2 years ago, his contact with Li Yuan had become infrequent. After hosting Li Yuan's graduation ceremony at Kunlun Martial University, although both headed to Feixing, they went to different places. To put it bluntly, the two hadn't met for nearly 2 years, and there hadn't been much contact in between. Li Yang knew that Li Yuan was growing rapidly and was reportedly a member of the Seven Stars Mountain. But, until just moments ago, he couldn't believe that the spirit gun, famed throughout the foreign civilization as the strongest prime warrior in history, was Li Yuan. It was absurd. How long had Li Yuan been cultivating? How could he possibly achieve the peak battle power of a flying heaven-level warrior? Yet the truth was right before his eyes. I understand now. Li Yang quickly figured it out, his face still filled with disbelief. I've always wondered why I had never heard of the spirit gun before the great battle in the Rob Sea. Why the spirit gun never showed his true face. So that's it. Li Yang shook his head, sighing. It's you. No wonder you needed to conceal your identity. It didn't take long for Li Yang to understand. Public records stated that the spirit gun was over 50 years old and had already shocked various foreign civilizations. If people knew the spirit gun was not yet 21, it would cause an upheaval. After figuring everything out, Li Yang shook his head and said, Li Yuan, what you did was wrong. You being the spirit gun must be the highest secret within our civilization, and not many people must know. You really didn't need to tell me. Given my power and status, I shouldn't know about this. Li Yang looked at Li Yuan and said, now that I know, there's a risk of a leak. Li Yang had always taken pride in mentoring a disciple like Li Yuan, but at this moment, his heart was filled with worry. One step beyond the ordinary makes a genius. And Li Yuan? He's gone far beyond the ordinary, and the turmoil he might face in the future is beyond what Li Yang could imagine. Subconsciously, Li Yang thought of Wu Menong. When Wu Menong died, Li Yang watched helplessly as a peerless genius fell. And Li Yuan, he was 10 times, 100 times more monstrous than Wu Menong. I didn't tell you the truth earlier because there were other considerations, Li Yuan said, but now, the conflict in Mingshu has concluded, and I am about to leave, not knowing when I might advance to the flying heaven level. If I don't tell you now, there might be even fewer opportunities later. After leaving the Mingshu Star Realm, for safety, Li Yuan would soon head to the martial Divine Star Realm. Before reaching the flying heaven level, Li Yuan wouldn't easily return to the Mingshu Star Realm. For safety's sake, there would hardly be a direct reason to meet Li Yang. And since Li Yang had reached the flying heaven level, he couldn't leave the Mingshu Star Realm either. We can always meet in the virtual network, Li Yang shook his head. Virtual is still virtual, Li Yuan looked at Li Yang. Master has been very kind to his students. If I don't see you one last time, I won't be at peace. Over the years of cultivation, the only ones in Li Yuan's heart who were teachers were Shu Bo, Li Yong, and Lai Feng's semi-divine. And Shu Bo had passed away, Lai Feng's semi-divine was missing. Only Li Yong was left, and he would also be confined in the Ming Shu star realm for a long time. As for Ancient Torch Divine, Western Goodman Divine, they weren't truly part of his life, so naturally, there was no emotional connection. Li Yong looked helplessly, yet there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Master. Li Yuan suddenly waved his hand, and 2 storage treasures flew out of his palm towards Li Yong. I'm in a hurry coming and going, didn't prepare any special gifts, and direct transfer could draw unnecessary attention. Consider these items as farewell gifts from your disciple. These? Li Yong was startled, and his divine sense unwittingly swept over them, a hint of surprise flickering in his eyes. So many weapons and treasures? That's too much. After a brief inquiry, he knew how many treasures these 2 storage items contained. With Li Yang's vision, a quick estimate made it clear, these were probably worth tens of thousands of points. This was an astounding fortune for him, who was just at level 31. Master, you know, these treasures mean little to me, Li Yuan smiled, please accept them. Except for the treasures of Myriad Scales Beast Emperor and Shui Yan, to avoid detection, Li Yuan hadn't touched them. The other, numerous powerful beings he had slain, the treasures they yielded weren't particularly precious but were abundant in quantity. Those left behind by the likes of Heavenly Serpent Beast Emperor, Thousand Eyes Beast Emperor, Rolbus, Fu Yuan. The number of treasures was substantial. What he gifted to Li Yong was just a small portion. Of course. These treasures, most of which don't suit you, just sell them slowly, sell them occasionally, enough to meet your own cultivation needs, Li Yuan said. If you encounter any problems or needs in your future cultivation, you can message me. As a student, I'll definitely do my best to help you, Li Yuan earnestly said. Eventually, Li Yong accepted them, persuaded by Li Yuan. They say you are my student, Li Yong shook his head and sighed, but truthfully, you've helped me more. The previous soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit. And now, you're giving me so many treasures, most at the peak of flying heaven, probably don't have this much wealth. In my heart, I've always felt guilty, Li Yuan shook his head. If I hadn't had that soul-nurturing ancient spirit fruit back then, Master might not have broken through. And probably wouldn't have been trapped in the Ming Shu star realm. Li Yuan had indeed thought about this. You are wrong. Li Yuan. What's there to feel guilty about? Li Yong couldn't help but laugh. If I hadn't come, wouldn't someone else have? I volunteered for the war in the Ming Shu star realm. Do you remember Fan Jin? Li Yong said sentimentally. Teacher Fan Jin. Li Yuan nodded. How could he possibly forget? He died in battle in the Kunlun star realm, and I also participated in that urgent operation. A hint of reminiscence flashed in Li Yang's eyes as he sighed, yet I was powerless. War always requires someone to step forward, and although I can't be like you, contributing to Sha country and the 7-star civilization is a fulfillment enough for me, Li Yong said with a laugh as he looked at Li Yuan. Besides, I've already received the order. I should be the first principal of the future Mingshu Martial Arts University. Principal? Li Yuan was startled. Old Hai always says that it's time for me to take over.
Now, he's still the dean, yet I'm about to become a principal, Li Yong smiled. Teaching and nurturing, isn't it the same everywhere?
Right. Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. He could tell that Li Yong meant his words sincerely. You should be leaving soon. There's nothing else left to teach. Li Yong looked at Li Yuan. Just one piece of advice. Don't take too many risks, stay alive. Being alive is more important than anything. After parting with Li Yong also had a soul communication with the Myriad Scales Beast Emperor and gave a final instruction. Then, he had already arrived at the entrance to the Mingshu Star Realm, which was under martial law, temporarily preventing anyone from passing through. Lu Bing, prepare to leave the Mingshu Star Realm, Li Yuan transmitted his soul. Once we enter the 7-star civilization, without my command, try to stay in the Heavenly Snake Hall, and do not appear unless I allow it. Okay, big brother, Lu Bing's crisp voice rang out, But Big Brother, my absence is predicated on the fact that it does not threaten your life. If you encounter a life-threatening situation, I'll definitely intervene. Li Yuan did not retort. By the time Liu Bing has trained multiple Supreme Star techniques to the second rank limit, her strength might even surpass his. After all, Liu Bing's true intent comprehension was already at the semi-divine level. And judging by the growth rate of the Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, it might not be many years before she can step into the threshold of the Wind Law. Wu! Li Yuan turned into a streak of light, flying directly through the ripple-covered expanse of the Star Realm passage. Crossing the ripples, Li Yuan found himself in another world, also a warbase, though the atmosphere was notably different. Sha country. Home feels really different. The soul itself seems much more at ease, Li Yuan thought to himself. Not far away awaited a group of flying heaven warriors. Spirit Gun. Greetings, Spirit Gun. Welcome back. Several flying heaven warriors came forward with smiles, even showing some deference. So much time had passed. These flying heaven warriors were well aware of the terrifying record of achievements Spirit Gun had created in the Ming Shu Star Realm. Senior Yun, Li Yuan nodded. Half a year ago, when he had passed through this warbase to go to the Ming Shu Star Realm, it was also these flying heaven warriors who had welcomed him. There's no need to call me senior. In terms of strength, Spirit Gun, you are much stronger than me, said the warrior surnamed Yun with a smile. Welcome back victorious. Would you like to sit down for a meal together? No thanks, I have things to do. Li Yuan shook his head and smiled. Senior Yun, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving now. All right. The flying heaven warrior surnamed Yun didn't stop him. Whiz. Li Yuan turned into a streak of light, quickly disappearing into the open-air passage above the hall. Spirit Gun is really unrestrained. Same as last time, not giving us any face, a flying heaven warrior couldn't help saying. What status do we have in front of him to give us face? Don't think too highly of yourself, another countered, we all owe him. If he hadn't subdued the Ming Shu Star Realm, I fear our place here would now be the front line of preparations for war. Let's just hope he can continue to grow, the warrior surnamed Yun sighed. The stronger he is, the better it is for the entire civilization, and it benefits all of us. Senior Yun, said Li Yuan coldly, don't waste time. The battle situation is urgent. Better open the passage quickly so I can get through. Outside it was night. Flying away from the warbase and into the nearby void, Li Yuan paused, sensing something. A speck of dust floated leisurely through the void, landing on his shoulder. It was the ancient divine palace. Since Li Yuan had returned to Blue Star, he had been able to sense the presence of the ancient divine palace, and even communicate with Gu inside it. Li Yuan narrowed his eyes, looking towards the not-so-distant spot. In the void invisible to ordinary people, Li Yuan could clearly feel two figures, one black and one white, rapidly approaching. After condensing his true intent, he could distort light during flight, concealing his tracks, making it difficult for ordinary people at a distance to detect him. But opponents at the same level can feel the changes in the power of heaven and earth. Mere distortion of light is not enough to hide from them. Soon, Principal, Senior Bai Shan, Li Yuan bowed as a greeting. Well done, you haven't let us down, Bai Shan semi-divine smiled. I have already heard the general situation from your principal. I must thank you on behalf of Sha country. If the Ming Shu Star Realm were occupied by the Seven-Star Civilization, I fear that our Sha country would never have peace, Bai Shan semi-divine reflected. Senior, I too am a person of Sha country, Li Yuan said. Li Yuan had some guesses in his heart. Probably many core secrets of the Seven-Star Civilization were unknown to Bai Shan semi-divine. Now, it seems the Alliance Hierarch, Lance semi-divine, and Principal Fang Hai are likely the core layer. Myself, can only say just touched on some secrets, prepared to be in the core layer. The Ming Shu conflict is resolved, and your meritorious deeds have been approximately estimated. Bai Shan semi-divine looked at Li Yuan. Your contribution is the greatest, especially regarding the divine being inheritance in the civilization mothership, plus the vast resources of the entire Ming Shu Star Realm. It could be said that, if calculated in 7 stars points, it might be an astronomical number, Bai Shan semi-divine shook his head, but the treasures of the entire civilization are ultimately finite, and the early contest over the star realm drained a lot of resources. Next, in exploring the Ming Shu star realm, it will require a massive investment of resources. So, after various assessments by multiple demigods, in the end, you were assigned 3,000,007 stars points, Bai Shan semi-divine said with a smile to Li Yuan. Don't think it's too little. 3 million? That's a lot, Li Yuan repeatedly said. 3,000,007 stars points, equivalent to 30 Fangshan crystals. For most demigods, that was absolutely a huge sum. Li Yuan truly hadn't expected the reward to be so high. Yes. The alien god inheritances within the civilization mothership, the resources of the Mingshu star realm. Once unearthed, their value would be incredibly astounding. But the key point was, they hadn't been unearthed yet. Over the past few years, the seven-star civilization had been continuously pouring investments into the wars involving the Mingshu star realm. And they hadn't seen much return yet. Not much, Fang Hai said with a laugh beside him. As long as you don't think it's too little, it's fine, since taking out so many 7 stars points must have been after careful evaluation. Just be at ease when accepting it. Those who contribute to the civilization deserve to be rewarded, Fang Hai said. Thus, the whole civilization can operate smoothly. Don't break this rule. Otherwise, if you have other gains and don't care about these 7-star points, and don't take them, but what about other flying heaven warriors and demigods? Will they also not take them? Fang Hai said. Over time, it would cause the motivation of many powerful beings to decrease. All right. Li Yuan nodded and no longer refused. Quickly, Li Yuan received a notification that 3,007 stars points had already been credited to his account in the 7 stars treasury. Once he entered the flying heaven level, at that time, to cultivate multiple secret techniques, these points would be useful. Okay, Li Yuan, I'll be leaving first, Bai Shan semi-divine smiled. Li Yuan saluted, watching as the other left. Li Yuan, are you going straight back to the martial divine star realm, or what? Fang Hai looked at Li Yuan. Principal, I want to return to Zhong City for a few days, Li Yuan said in a low voice. I haven't been back in a long time, either. To see your family? Fang Hai nodded. All right, then I will secretly follow and protect you these next few days, and I won't interfere with whatever you want to do. Can I reveal my whereabouts? Li Yuan asked in return. If he couldn't reveal them, then he would meet his family privately. People like Wan Qing would be inconvenient to meet. Just keep a low profile, Fang Hai said. As long as no demigods personally come, you're safe on Blue Star. As Li Yuan, the alien race probably won't send a demigod, Fang Hai said. Understood. Li Yuan and Fang Hai transformed into 2 streaks of flowing light flying in the void. Along the way, they looked down at the land below. At the moment, it was 5 in the morning, and there was a slight glow at the edge of the sky. And along the way, passing through bustling towns of Sha Country, Jiangnan Province, and other provinces, most lights were bright, with the vast majority of people still sleeping. But on many streets, numerous vendors had already begun their work for the new day. Time passed, and after 6 o'clock, with Li Yuan's vision, he could see that, in some towns' schools, many students had already started their morning exercises, full of vigor. These scenes made Li Yuan think back to himself several years ago. Numerous demigods defending locations in the 7 stars. Countless flying heaven warriors, prime warriors venturing into the star realms, seizing resources. Everything, isn't it just for this scene? Li Yuan silently pondered. At this moment, his resolve grew even stronger. He would forever guard this land, protect this planet, and continue in peace. Several hours later, as daylight broke, Li Yuan and Fang Hai had entered Zhongbei Province. Zhongbei Province is known for its many lakes, Fang Hai remarked. The province of 1,000 lakes, Li Yuan shook his head. That's why every summer, the floods are also severe. Every advantage has its disadvantage, Fang Hai laughed. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zhong City, we're almost there. Fang Hai pointed towards the distant city, now vaguely visible, and said, Go on, I'll be always guarding in the void. My battleship has arrived. Whoosh! A massive battleship from the distant void approached. The hatch opened, and Fang Hai directly entered the battleship. Subsequently, the surface of the battleship burst into light and almost completely vanished. A truly invisible battleship. Fourth-rank battleship? Li Yuan muttered to himself. Later, I might also swap one to play with? A fourth-rank battleship, one requires 100,000 7-stars points to exchange, and it also requires at least the authority of the Flying Heaven Peak. Of course, such a high price. Most Flying Heaven warriors simply couldn't afford it. It was mostly demigods who went to exchange. And Li Yuan, both authority and points were sufficient. Exchanging as Li Yuan might raise suspicions. Li Yuan thought to himself, let's talk about it later. Whoosh! Li Yuan flew across several lakes, and not long after, Starfire South Lake community was already visible in the distance. Inside Li Yuan's family villa, today was destined to be exceptionally lively. Brother! Big brother! Two excited voices rang out, both rushing towards Li Yuan, filled with excitement. Qianqin, Muha. Li Yuan also showed a smile. Having not seen his younger siblings for several years, they had both grown up. They say a girl changes 18 times between childhood and adulthood. Li Qianqin turned out graceful and elegant, quite similar to his youthful aunt. Li Muha, however, resembled Li Yuan somewhat, just a bit broader and more robust. Both of them were about to enter their final year of high school. Xiao Yuan. Chen Wei called out. Aunt, uncle. Li Yuan also walked forward swiftly. Chen Wei couldn't help but pat Li Yuan, examining him, seemingly worried that Li Yuan had lost weight. It's good you're back safely, Li Chongzhou smiled and said, come on, your aunt started early this morning and made a table full of delicious food, just waiting for you to return. Good, I haven't eaten aunt's cooking in a long time, Li Yuan smiled. After more than a year, the family was reunited. Zhang City Martial Hall, 12th floor. The Flying Heaven level, from the Starfire Martial Hall. Passed through the city's air defense system. Already entered Guan Mountain District? Fei Qian looked at the report in his hand, filled with surprise. Someone like Li Yuan, flying in, would be detected by the city's air defense system. But once identified, they would be granted direct passage.
At the same time, the relevant information would also be reported to the likes of Zhang City Military, Starfire Martial Hall, government, and so on. All would receive the notification.
Who is it? How come I'm not aware? Fei Qian pondered, attempting to query. The result actually showed, the other party's confidentiality level is too high to inquire. This took Fei Qian by even greater surprise. Normally speaking, given his strength and status, he was at least entitled to know about ordinary Flying Heaven warriors coming in. Could it be a Flying Heaven Peak warrior from one of those days? Fei Qian thought to himself, Zhang City, after all, hasn't produced many Flying Heaven Peak warriors. Could it be Lin Yu has come back? But he's stationed at Rob C. He shouldn't come back all of a sudden. Fei Qian pondered. He knew all the distinguished people who had emerged from Zhang City like the back of his hand. Suddenly, knock knock knock, someone knocked on the door. Master, Vice Hall Master Wan Qing is here to visit. The voice of the auxiliary intelligence sounded. Qing? Fei Qian muttered to himself, then said, please, come in. The door opened. Wan Qing, dressed in green, walked in, directly closed the door, stepped forward, and greeted, Elder Fei. What's the matter? Why so cautious? Fei Qian straightened himself. Li Yuan just came back and would like to invite you and me to dine, Wan Qing said softly. Li Yuan? Fei Qian was initially startled, then as if realizing something, he looked at the report in his hands. Guan Mountain District. Just came back. It matches. Unable to inquire. If it really is him, does it mean Li Yuan's status now rivals that of a Flying Heaven Peak warrior? Fei Qian was shocked. What's wrong? Wan Qing asked, puzzled. Elder Fei, won't you go? Go, of course, I must go. Fei Qian smiled. Who else did he invite? No one else. Just the two of us. Wan Qing laughed. Next year, we go to his home. All right. Fei Qian's smile grew even wider. Time passed. After returning to Zhang City, Li Yuan spent time with his family and also met with some old acquaintances in secret. People like Fei Qian, Wan Qing from the Martial Hall, and his high school teachers such as Teacher Chen, and Principal Tan Zhenlong, were all visited individually by Li Yuan, who showed his courtesy. 3 days later, inside a villa at South Lake Starfire Martial Hall. Uncle. Starting this month, I will instruct Starfire Martial Hall to deliver spiritual liquid on time every month. Li Yuan said, you and Auntie must take it regularly and try to cultivate as much as possible. For Auntie, occasionally urge her to train her body as well to maximize the effects of the spiritual liquid. After a long time, it should be enough to bring your physical quality up to level 19. Li Yuan looked at Li Changzhou. Fine. Li Changzhou could not refuse anymore. Through their recent interactions, he had vaguely sensed that his nephew had undergone earth-shattering changes. Those exotic treasures worth hundreds of millions of blue star coins were acquired with a wave of his hand. It just so happens that I dreamed of becoming a foundation-establishing warrior when I was younger. Li Changzhou laughed. I thought I was too old to have a chance, but with your treasures, perhaps I could give it a try. Just right. Li Yuan smiled. To reach level 20, one's skills must reach the 4th level. This cannot be achieved simply by external means. Thus, the spiritual liquid for which Li Yuan spent dozens of points could only ensure that his uncle and auntie's physical quality would eventually reach level 19. The well-being of his family was Li Yuan's greatest wish. Uncle, I've already spoken with Hallmaster Fei. The Martial Hall will take Li Mahua's training even more seriously and will continuously arrange for prime warriors to teach him, striving for him to get into Starfire University. If not, he should still be able to enter Kunlun Martial University, Li Yuan said. Li Muha had quite decent talent and had been focusing on the martial path all along. Li Qianqin was far behind. She had chosen to pursue a cultural path, which Li Yuan did not interfere with. His sister's talents and temperament meant she was not suited for the martial path. Rather than forcing her, it was better to go along with her wishes. Uncle, about Xu Ling, I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to check on him occasionally, as I have arranged a cultivation plan at Starfire Martial Hall for him, but I really don't have the time to interact with him much more, Li Yuan said. Xu Ling, as Xu Bo's direct descendant, Li Yuan always remembered his teacher's last wishes. He treated Xu Ling and Li Muha the same. Yes, I will. Li Changzhou nodded. He and Muha also get along well. Li Yuan smiled. With his uncle around, there was no need for him to worry too much about home. After saying goodbye to his family, Li Yuan did not rush to leave Zhang City. Instead, he concealed his aura, traveled through the void, and arrived at the southernmost tip of Guan Mountain District, a special cemetery of the Heroes' Mausoleum. Those buried here were all the heroes who had made great sacrifices to protect their home and country in the history of Zhang City. Huh. Li Yuan twisted the surrounding light so as not to disturb others, gently landing in front of a gravestone. There were fresh flowers in front of the tombstone, indicating it was frequently visited. Teacher. Li Yuan waved, and several bottles of liquor appeared out of thin air, gently falling down. Only later did Li Yuan find out from Tan Zhenlong that Xu Bo had a great love for fine liquor. But since returning injured back in the day, he seldom drank to suppress his condition. If there's a chance in the future, I will definitely bring all the fine liquor I can find in this world as a tribute to my teacher. Li Yuan murmured to himself, pouring out the liquor bottle by bottle. Finally, he bowed respectfully, and took off into the sky. High in the sky, Fang Hai had been waiting for a long time, a warship floating next to him. Principal, thank you for your help, Li Yuan said. In the past few days, Fang Hai had been keeping watch around him. It's fine, I've been cultivating there anyway. Fang Hai shook his head. The one you just paid tribute to, is that the high school teacher mentioned in the records? Yes. Li Yuan nodded. Fang Hai patted Li Yuan on the shoulder, not asking further. He sighed. Let's go, I'll take you to the martial divine star realm. Swoosh. Swoosh, the two of them entered the warship. The journey was uneventful. Half a day later, Fang Hai delivered Li Yuan to the warbase just outside the martial divine star realm before turning back. In recent years, Fang Hai had mostly been stationed in the Kunlun star realm, seldom leaving for long. Huh. As soon as Li Yuan crossed the Star Realm passage, arriving inside the Star Realm, he sensed many life forces on a huge platform. Among them, one aura was very familiar. Li Yuan couldn't help but look over. A figure in a pale red robe was waiting not far away, smiling. Li Yuan. Li Yuan also showed a smile. Lan Yue. Li Yuan took the initiative to meet her, smiling as he said, "What brings you here? Weren't you supposed to arrive in the martial divine star realm around 10 o'clock? Clad in red, Lin Lanyue revealed a smile, "So I thought I'd come here to wait for you." "There was no need to do that. As soon as I returned, I naturally would have," Li Yuan said. "It's not the same," Lin Lanyue interrupted Li Yuan. Li Yuan paused. His spiritual power was now so formidable that he could naturally sense the slight emotional change in Lin Lanyue. "Li Yuan, let's head back first," Lin Lanyue spoke softly. "There are too many people here."
Li Yuan nodded, his gaze briefly sweeping over the distance.
Many prime warriors stationed at the Star Realm passage couldn't help but look over. Although the prime warriors here were certainly trusted immensely, it was best to be cautious in all matters. "Take my vehicle," Lin Lanyue said. "I will take you back," Li Yuan said with a smile. He didn't wait for Lin Lanyue to refuse. With just a thought from Li Yuan, an invisible force already enveloped Lin Lanyue, and together they flew towards the end of the Earth towards the Martial Divine Hall and Seven-Star Mountain. High above, the wind howled ferociously. "You didn't even wait for my agreement," Lin Lanyue said helplessly, feeling the invisible force around her. "It's faster this way," Li Yuan said with a smile. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two of them flew at high speed. "The conflict in the Mingshu Star Realm has ended, I've heard," Lin Lanyue asked. "What's next? Are you going out again?" Earlier at the Star Realm entrance, with so many people and eyes around, she had refrained from asking. "I won't be going out for a while," Li Yuan said. "In the next few years, before I become a flying heaven warrior, I should mostly be staying in the Martial Divine Star Realm." The Martial Divine Star Realm was safe enough to ensure that no semi-divine level beings of the alien race would invade. Lin Lanyue grinned. Suddenly, Li Yuan spoke with a hint of apology in his voice. "Lanyue, I've made you worry these past few months." If not for San Yi's semi-divine urging Lin Lanyue to call him and hinting to her that he was the spirit gun, she wouldn't have been worried all this time. Hearing this, Lin Lanyue was momentarily stunned, her eyes brimming with a touch of radiance. "It's fine, as long as you have returned safely." Lin Lanyue's feelings for Li Yuan were quite complex. In high school, they were in different classes and always maintained a healthy competition. Later, as Li Yuan's advancement quickened and considering her unique upbringing, Lin Lanyue found much resonance with him, and she could feel the effort behind Li Yuan's growth. At that time, she greatly admired Li Yuan. Therefore, she had helped Li Yuan many times, and even pleaded with her uncle and brother to assist when Li Chongzhou was injured. At that time, she harbored a hint of affection for him. Later, as they entered different universities and their interactions dwindled, Lin Lanyue kept her feelings to herself, unexpressed, because her primary pursuit was to prove to the Blazing Flame family that her mother's choice was correct and to rescue her mother. It wasn't until her ordeal within the world within worlds when, after many hardships, she managed to gain recognition from the fire system Divinia Li Yuan came to her rescue. At the time, Lin Lanyue was overwhelmed with joy and excitement because she felt Li Yuan cared for her. In the world within worlds, she faced the test of the fire system divine so quickly, partly because she wanted to head to the Martial Divine Star Realm sooner. Then, later on, Li Yuan's growth became increasingly rapid and brilliant, and when Lin Lanyue learned he was the spirit gun, she was shocked and happy for Li Yuan. Until the recent conflict within the Mingshu Star Realm, where the news of Li Yuan's death had left her heartbroken. Even with some self-blame, Lin Lanyue thought that if she had not gone to the Fierce Feather Star Realm to send a message to Li Yuan, maybe he would not have died. Until a few days ago, when she received Li Yuan's communication and learned he was still alive, her excitement was unimaginable. "I saw your message," Li Yuan said with a smile. "You've achieved 5th stage perfection in your skills so quickly. You must be the fastest cultivator in the martial divine star realm outside of myself these past 2 years. Alicia's breakthrough was a bit faster than mine, Lin Lanue said. She's 2 years older than us, Li Yuan said with a smile. Moreover, when she was at 5th stage skill, you were only at 4th stage high rank. Li Yuan. Lin Lanue smiled helplessly. You know better than anyone that my progress is so fast because my bloodline power plays a big part. There are many in the Blazing Flame family who have awakened their bloodlines, yet why are you the only one to achieve success? Li Yuan said with a smile. Don't sell yourself short. By the way, in a few years, once you've condensed the true meaning of fire, you could try going to the Mingshu star realm, Li Yuan suggested. You could see if you can attain the inheritance of the fire system alien god. Fire system alien god? Lin Lanue was puzzled. I'll tell you about the Mingshu star realm, Li Yuan said with a smile. All right. Lin Lanue nodded vigorously. She was curious about Li Yuan's experiences and added, I hope it doesn't involve any secrets. You're at the Flying Heaven peak level now. What I'm telling you is within your rights to know, Li Yuan said with a smile. Time passed. The two soared across the vast sky, one speaking, the other listening. Listening to Li Yuan recount his struggles with the Beast King and Beast Emperor, his adventures on the civilization mothership. Lin Lanue came to know what Li Yuan had been through and understood the immense contributions he had made for their entire civilization. After a long while, we're at my residence. Lin Lanue looked down at the continuous palatial estates below. Li Yuan, I'll go down first, see you later. Li Yuan nodded. Whoosh! Lin Lanue leapt and gracefully descended dozens of meters, landing lightly in front of the mansion, turned back to nod at Li Yuan, and then Li Yuan soared into the sky, flying towards 7-Star Mountain. 7-Star Mountain? I will also ascend 7-Star Mountain come July this year, Lin Lanue pledged silently in her heart. He returned to his long-missed dwelling in 7-Star Mountain. It was deathly silent, not a soul in sight. Apart from Lin Lanue, Li Yuan had not yet told any other friends from 7-Star Mountain of his return. He went straight to the quiet chamber. All matters at home are settled. I am at peace, Li Yuan silently recited. It's time to continue working hard on my cultivation. Li Yuan knew that his talents and strength meant he would never be an ordinary person who could enjoy happy times with his family. When the sky falls, the tall ones must hold it up. To the 7-Star civilization, he was the future tall one. Work hard. Stay focused. Do not slack off, Li Yuan thought to himself. The first thing to do is to sell all the useless items obtained from slaying other strong beings and exchange them for 7 stars points. The second is to buy treasures and remove the star technique star marks from 9 Shadows clone, and then recultivate true solution of Heaven Wind Star Meridian. Then, I will work hard to pursue the 8-star veins, Li Yuan muttered to himself. The day I reach the 8-star veins will be the time I sweep through many second-level star realms and achieve flying heaven. Buzz. With a thought, Li Yuan disappeared from the chamber, entering the Cave Heaven Treasure, Ancient Divine Palace. Only 2 grains of dust hung in the void. Huh? Where is Big Brother? Lu Bing, who controlled the Heavenly Snake Hall, immediately felt her connection with Li Yuan weaken drastically, as if he had reached another space. She was shocked and tried to sense the outside world with her divine sense, but could find no trace of him. Shocked, she immediately thought of rushing out of the Heavenly Snake Hall to the outside world. Little Bing, don't panic, a gentle voice spoke. It was Chu Bingzhen. Li Yuan entered another Cave Heaven treasure, which seems to be a treasure he owns. Your big brother's background is deeper than you think, Chu Bingzhen laughed. Another Cave Heaven treasure? Lu Bing was even more surprised but felt slightly relieved. The deeper Big Brother's background, the happier I am. Yes. Continue your cultivation, and try not to let your big brother outdo you. Inside the ancient divine palace, the vast, ancient main hall. Li Yuan appeared out of nowhere and immediately saw a girl in a white dress with bare little feet not far away. Sister. You finally decided to come in. Jiyu said with a smiling face. The harvest from your journey to the star realm seems substantial, even bringing out another Cave Heaven treasure, which just now extended a force, trying to probe me. But, the ancient divine palace is not so easily disturbed, Gu said. That power was not very strong. Heavenly Snake Hall? A glint passed through Li Yuan's eyes. This was within his expectations. He couldn't fully control the Heavenly Snake Hall. In fact, Li Yuan guessed that Chu Bingzhen might have hidden some forces within the Heavenly Snake Hall. Just like Ancient Torch Divine might leave some forces within the Ancient Divine Palace. That's another spirit beast I collected. Li Yuan shook his head, related to the secrets of Ming Shu Star Realm. As time passed, Li Yuan roughly narrated his experiences in the Ming Shu Star Realm to Ji Yu. Li Yuan still trusted Ji Yu considerably. At least, compared to Chu Bingzhen, Ji Yu was more trustworthy. Of course, things Li Yuan talked about, like Chu Bingzhen, Holy Blood Heavenly Serpent, involving oaths of law, couldn't be directly mentioned. Law oath? I understand. True God heritage is not easy to obtain. Each true God is a top-tier powerhouse in your dimensional domain. Ji Yu nodded. But no matter, since that cave heaven treasure belongs to your spirit beast and you have established a blood pact, she should be trustworthy and will eventually make a move. I will naturally observe secretly and analyze. Whether you speak or not, it doesn't make much difference. Yes, Li Yuan nodded. Instantly, Li Yuan changed the subject. Sis, did you secretly deploy forces to infiltrate the virtual network of Blue Star? You knew? Surprise flickered in Ji Yu's eyes. It was the Alliance Hierarch who told me. Li Yuan quickly told her everything. He also mentioned a little about the 7-star civilization. What a Dongfang Ji! Truly formidable. No wonder I felt hidden powers while inquiring into Blue Star. Considering your words, it must be a planetary defense system. Ji Yu spoke somberly. Civilization defense system? Li Yuan was puzzled. It's a technological method that can protect the entire planet. Looking at it now, Blue Star's defense system is at least 4th rank, capable of resisting 99% of demigods, and in terms of resource inquiry and anti-spying among many other aspects, it's quite astonishing, the girl said. Blue Star's virtual network host must be 6th rank, otherwise, it couldn't block my inquiry. Impressive. Your civilization's depth is stronger than I thought. Back in the day, only a few important planets in Father's territory could reach this level of defense system, the girl marveled. Li Yuan listened in astonishment. Does Blue Star really have such a defense system? But previously, why had he never heard of it? When Blue Star faced minor invasions, why didn't the defense system come into play? Suddenly, Li Yuan recalled what the Alliance Hierarch had said. A sense of crisis is necessary for the advancement of the entire civilization. Perhaps, without demigod-level invasions causing massive casualties, even if there truly is a planetary defense system, it may not act. Li Yuan sighed internally. Alliance Hierarch, how many secrets are you still hiding? Okay. Since your Alliance Hierarch is so competent, I will withdraw many of the forces I dispatched. Ji Yu smiled. Sis. Li Yuan couldn't help but say, in the future, if you have similar actions, could you let me know first? Li Yuan's voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. All right. Ji Yu revealed a smile. Actually, I just wanted to find out the details of your civilization to prepare for the future, since one can never be too cautious. But now it seems that your civilization is very strong and values you highly. It is I who have been too cautious. Ji Yu said, your strength is also growing ever stronger. From now on, I will seek your opinion. All right. Li Yuan responded. He wouldn't demand too much from Ji Yu. Brother. You just said that your civilization is very close to the 9 Leaves 9 Mountains on the outskirts of the Burial Immortal Ancient Domain? Ji Yu said. Yes. This is your opportunity, you must seize it. Ji Yu looked at Li Yuan. Since you already know many secrets, I will not hide from you that my father descended to this dimensional domain from the divine realm indeed for the Burial Immortal Ancient Domain. But ultimately he failed. The Battle of the Gods, my father was defeated by other deities and thus died. Ji Yu shook his head. Last time, Xiao Huo sensed that the Kai Yan deity from the Immortal Ruins civilization had severely wounded the true Phoenix. I will not hide from you now. Among those who besieged my father, there were 2 native true gods, but I don't know if they belong to the true gods of the Immortal Ruins civilization. Yu looked at Li Yuan. Li Yuan was secretly shocked. Two native true gods? Our dimensional domain has native true gods? Li Yuan couldn't help asking. There should be. In a dimensional domain, vast and expansive, even if there are only a few hundred god-level civilizations, it's quite normal for true gods to be born over the long years. Yu said, like the enemies of your seven-star civilization of the Myriad Demons civilization, haven't they produced true gods in their history? Right. Li Yuan nodded, also feeling the pressure. Although the entire dimensional domain is far less than the divine realm, he has also received the heritage of two true gods. But just the enemies within the dimensional domain are already quite formidable. A demigod only dominates within a civilization. A pseudo-god is a local overlord. A true god is the dominating existence in the dimensional domain. However, your talent is extremely high, and if you awaken the 8-star veins as you said, it may be unprecedented in the dimensional domain for millions of years. You looked at Li Yuan. You are also a native being, favored by the origin of this dimensional domain. The hope of unlocking the secrets of the burial immortal ancient domain in the future is much greater than my father's. Li Yuan nodded, his heart still full of ambition. Time passed, and after a long conversation with Yu, Li Yuan received much guidance and left the ancient divine palace. In the martial divine star realm, inside a very special building. Mountain Lord. These many weapons and treasures, our 7 stars treasury can offer the highest price after tax of approximately 126,000 7 stars points. The leading flying heaven level appraiser said respectfully. Good, it will be 126,000 7 stars points, Duanmu Hong said. Immediately, he allowed the other party to take away a large number of ordinary treasures, including over 100 storage treasures. Whoosh! Li Yuan walked out from behind the scenes. Li Yuan, you heard as well. Duanmu Hong looked at Li Yuan, 126,000 7 stars points after tax, don't think it's too little. It's enough, I appreciate your trouble, Mountain Lord, Li Yuan said with a smile. These points treasures were left over from the killing of those ordinary flying heavens, alien race geniuses, some of which were given to teacher Li Yang. Normally, there wouldn't be so many treasures, but people like Fu Yuan carried treasures almost equal to those at the flying heaven peak. Plus, they got quite a few treasures from the 6 great alien gods. In the end, all were to Li Yuan's benefit. If he sold them directly under the identity of Li Yuan, it would attract too much attention, so Li Yuan turned to Duanmu Hong. You got quite a haul in the Mingshu star realm, Duanmu Hong mused. It's decent, thank you Mountain Lord. Li Yuan said with a smile. The most valuable treasure he acquired this time was the deity visualization method. However, Li Yuan did not plan to sell it just yet. Sell it to the 7-star civilization? No, it would be most worthwhile to trade it with a demigod within the civilization when he was strong enough. Before long, Li Yuan's account received 126,000 7 stars points. He then spent over 10,000 points to buy a large number of treasures. Inside the quiet chamber. First, wash away the 9 shadows clone from the perfect star vein. Li Yuan sensed the large number of exotic treasures floating around him. La, with his spiritual power in harmony with origin power, he operated the star technique melting method, starting to absorb the essence contained in the large number of exotic treasures, and, following the method, gradually excavated traces on the star vein. The process was very painful. Fortunately, I have only cultivated this star technique to the 2nd rank limit. Li Yuan thought to himself, if I had cultivated to the 4th rank limit, 5th rank limit, and the star marks had penetrated the life star, the price to dissolve the star technique star mark would be even greater. The stronger the star technique, the more troublesome it is to recultivate. Not only does it need many exotic treasures for assistance, but it's also full of danger. If one's true intent comprehension and spiritual power are not strong enough, it might lead to the collapse of the star meridian. It's like a building. If you want to demolish it to rebuild, the higher the building, the more difficult the demolition. After 5 whole days, finally, completely dissolved, Li Yuan thought to himself, washing away a star technique is more troublesome than cultivating it. But, Now I can cultivate the true solution of the wind star vein. Li Yuan felt a surge of anticipation. What kind of might will the top support star technique have? Whoosh! With a thought, Li Yuan directly entered the ancient divine palace and went to the divine crystal chamber to begin cultivation. The true solution of the wind star vein and the true solution of the earth star vein were both top support star techniques. The first two ranks of cultivation were similar, both requiring a large amount of divine crystal energy. The divine crystal chamber could save a lot of resources. Half a month later, in the ancient divine palace, 100 battles arena. Whoosh! Li Yuan's eyes were dark, and with a thought, wisps of wind fluctuations appeared around him, allowing him to easily sense the subtle and special mysteries between heaven and earth. Swoosh! 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 In an instant, Li Yuan split into 9, creating 9 phantom bodies that interweaved with each other, agile and ghostly, easily evading the siege of several flying heaven-level golden-armored warriors nearby. Indeed, although I'm without the 9 Shadows clone, Li Yuan's eyes sparkled. After cultivating the heavenly wind star meridian true resolution, I'm like Zhaobing, innately compatible with the wind law. I can reach the same level of true intent comprehension, yet display even stronger combat power. The strongest auxiliary star technique was not only helpful for enlightenment but was also a significant advantage in combat. First, I must obtain the origin of heavenly wind to transform my body, Li Yuan thought to himself. Now, after cultivating the strongest auxiliary star technique, my compatibility with the wind law has almost caught up with the law of earth. By now, Li Yuan's talent in both the earth and wind laws could be considered on par. It was destined that his comprehension of the wind law would progress at an astonishing speed. However, true intent cultivation is indeed slow, Li Yuan thought to himself. If I remain stuck at the prime warrior realm, I don't know if I could deduce both true intents to the threshold of the law within 10 years. The further in cultivation one went, the more difficult it became. Especially for Li Yuan, who cultivated 2 different true intents. Even if they stimulated each other, it would definitely be slower than if he only focused on one. Unless my spiritual power reaches the semi-divine level, Li Yuan thought. Once spiritual power underwent a transformation, one's sensitivity to the operation of the heavens and the earth became clearer, and the compatibility with the laws would naturally surge. Many demigods, who had barely achieved true intent perfection after 100 years of flying heaven-level cultivation, could, upon being established as demigods, often have a chance to touch upon the threshold of the law in just decades. This was the reason. Body, soul. These were the foundation. Improving the foundation would bring all-around progress. After successfully cultivating the heavenly wind star meridian true resolution, Li Yuan finally emerged from seclusion and sent out invitations to many friends, including Dan Taifeng, Tian Dazhuang, and Alicia, for a gathering at a restaurant. Li Yuan has come out of seclusion. To the banquet. Upon receiving the invitation, nearly all who were not out of the martial divine star realm attended. Li Yuan's appearance also indirectly dispelled some rumors within the martial divine star realm. After the banquet, Li Yuan's life returned to tranquility as he continued his days of concealed cultivation. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. May 2046, Blue Star. At Kunlun Martial University, in the quiet cultivation room of the 4th-rank battleship hovering high above, Fang Hai in black clothes was meditating cross-legged. Suddenly, whoosh, beams of light shot out from all around, illuminating the entire quiet chamber. Fang Hai opened his eyes with a glint of surprise in them. Why would the battleship suddenly lose control without any alert from the auxiliary AI? Whoosh, the light converged, forming a figure shrouded in a white robe, with an indiscernible face. Young Hai. The voice from the white-robed figure was deep. Master Yun. Fang Hai immediately recognized who it was, an assistant to Dongfang Ji. This was a secret within the 7-star civilization. Many demigods were unaware of the existence of this white-robed figure, but as a direct disciple of Dongfang Ji, Fang Hai knew well. Outwardly, San Yi Semi-Divine was the Grand Steward of the Starfire Martial Hall. However, Fang Hai knew that this white-robed figure in front of him could be regarded as the Grand Steward of the entire seven-star civilization. The Dragon Spring Tide from the Wanhan Star realm will appear in 3 days, the white-robed figure spoke deeply. Are you ready? Dragon Spring Tide. Fang Hai's eyes brightened. He couldn't help but say, Master Yun, are you certain? For this day, he had waited a long time. He had remained at the flying heaven level for a lengthy period. Firstly for the 9 Leaves world in the burial immortal ancient domain, and secondly for this great opportunity in the Wanhan Star realm. But the unexpected breakthrough in spiritual power led him to awaken his 7-star veins ahead of time. Now, this opportunity in the Wanhan Star realm could potentially take him even further. 8-star veins. Fang Hai did not dare to dream, but it was hopeful to strengthen the already awakened 7-star meridians or even awaken an additional 9 layers star vein. The mothership mainframe deduction, said the figure in the white robe, and I have collected a massive amount of data. There can be no mistake. The only issue is whether your strength is sufficient or not. The white-robed figure continued. Within the Wanhan Star realm, both the Cloud Beast civilization and Tinliang civilization have demigods stationed. San Yi semi-divine can help you restrain one at most. The Wanhan Star realm was crucial. The 7-star civilization, Cloud Beast civilization, and Tinliang civilization had all left behind numerous flying heaven warriors over the decades, and there had been several ascent to demigod. San Yi semi-divine was from the 7-star civilization. While on Blue Star, it was Dantai Lai demigod who guarded the entry point, ensuring that the star realm's entry point would not be easily breached from the inside out. Defense is easy, attack is hard. Those 2 demigods are also merely ordinary demigods, whispered Fang Hai. I have about a 50% chance of success. Had it been before his star meridian breakthrough, Fang Hai would have had to take a risk. But after awakening his 7-star meridians, he had practiced even more powerful star techniques, and his overall strength had greatly increased. He now possessed the possibility of defeating a demigod from a lower tier. All right. Master has prepared an item for your protection, said the figure in the white robe. It's worth 1,000,000 7-stars points. Do you want it? If you do, you'll have to come get it, but it's not without cost, it will be put on your account. I have to remind you. You already owe a total of 860,000 7-stars points, and if you add another 1,000,000 7-stars points. The interest is quite high, said the white-robed figure. I'll take it, said Fang Hai without hesitation. He also sighed inwardly. His teacher Dongfang Ji was excellent in every respect. The only thing was that he seldom gave treasures directly. Nearly all treasures had to be accounted for in 7-stars points. Fortunately, Dongfang Ji allowed him to incur debt, but with interest. And the things Dongfang Ji provided were often exactly what he urgently needed. This led to Fang Hai always being quite poor. The more debt, the less worry. Teacher just wants to motivate me with this method. Fang Hai saw through it clearly. As long as I can succeed this time and become a demigod, these 7-stars points won't amount to much. He had many treasures on him, all of immense value, but they were essential to him and couldn't be exchanged for 7-stars points. Merely an hour later, Fang Hai left Kunlun Martial University. At the same time, 2 pieces of news quickly spread. The president of Kunlun Martial University has stepped down. The Grand Hall Master of Starfire Blue Star has stepped down. The former news did not attract much attention, but the latter was absolutely explosive, rapidly spreading through the entire upper echelons of Blue Star, and even many powerful beings on other planets were quickly made aware. Upon learning of Fang Hai's resignation, Li Yuan, who was far away in the martial divine star realm, also quickly got the news, but he did not pay much attention. After all, Fang Hai had already said he was close to becoming a demigod. In July 2046, during the new Battle of 7 Stars, Alicia and Lin Lanyue both won 7 battles and ascended 7-star mountain. In August 2046, the news that Lude Neff had broken through to become a flying heaven warrior finally spread. Time passed, day by day. In May 2047, the breakthrough of Yu Jing into a flying heaven warrior was announced, which also made many parties within the 7-star civilization sentimental. However, many flying heaven warriors and even demigods within the 7-star civilization were curious. When would that peerless prodigy, Spirit Gun, break through to the flying heaven level? Not only within the Seven-Star civilization, but many foreign civilizations were also extremely interested. After all, a prime warrior comparable to the peak of flying heaven was too extraordinary. Yet, there was no news, and since the battle in the Mingshu Star Realm, Spirit Gun had disappeared once again. No matter how the various powers conducted inquiries, they could not track down any trace of him. In the blink of an eye, time had advanced to the autumn of 2049. Seven-Star Mountain, 7 peaks stretched continuously, standing tall in the kilometer-high void. The entire martial divine star realm had entered autumn, but on Seven-Star Mountain, it was spring all year round, with no snow ever falling. In front of palace residences, a huge flying vehicle was parked in the square. Wind, inherently formless. Li Yuan sat cross-legged at the forefront of the square, gazing at the horizon, feeling the fierce wind blowing between heaven and earth, and felt a sincere comfort in his heart. A kilometer away, Lin Lanyue in a red robe, was holding a long sword, silently practicing her swordsmanship. With the changes in her sword movements, streaks of sword light, which even generated strands of flames, swept through the void. This was the power of flames she was cultivating with all her heart. Suddenly, boom! The sword light swept across, like a blessing to the heart. A dazzling sword light suddenly sliced through 100 meters of space, creating a fiery sword trail that directly chopped several trees in half at their midsections. They collapsed one after another. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Lanyue's eyes, feeling as if she had touched the mysterious and profound mysteries between heaven and earth. When this sword stroke passed, many past confusions seemed to be resolved effortlessly. Whoosh! A figure flashed by. It was Li Yuan, who sensed the intense fluctuation of the power of heaven and earth during his meditation. This sword. Li Yuan looked amazed at the scene. A sword stroke over 100 meters of void? There was no fluctuation of origin power, merely the transformation of the power of heaven and earth. Lanyue, have you comprehended the true meaning of fire? Li Yuan asked with delight. It seems so. Lin Lanyue hesitated slightly. She raised her finger, and flames emerged at her fingertips, swirling around as if forming a fireball. Immediately following, an invisible force lifted Lin Lanyue, causing her to slowly rise and hover in the void. Flying in the air. A hallmark of a true intent prime warrior. Good. Li Yuan's eyes lit up. He laughed. Ha, Lanyue, congratulations. It's not even a year since you started to condense the embryonic form of true intent, and you've already successfully comprehended the true meaning of fire. Whoosh! With a thought from Lin Lanyue, she controlled the initially grasped power of heaven and earth to slowly descend, smiling at Li Yuan. Li Yuan. Others saying I cultivate fast is one thing, but you. I always feel like you're mocking me. Lin Lanyue was well aware that Li Yuan had progressed from the embryonic form of true intent to condensing true intent in less than a month. I'm not mocking you, Li Yuan said with a smile. On Seven-Star Mountain, how many true intent prime warriors are there under the age of 30? You're only 24. Okay. Lin Lanyue nodded slightly, no longer objecting. Over the past 3 years, her progress had indeed been rapid, advancing from 5th stage perfection to now stepping into the 6th stage. Her speed was extraordinarily exaggerated, significantly faster than Yu Jing and Lu Nef were in their time. After all, not everyone could compare with Li Yuan. Such rapid progress was partly due to her true Phoenix bloodline, but her cultivation was also extremely arduous. Li Yuan, have you felt any breakthroughs in these past few months? Lin Lanyue couldn't help asking. It's not that easy. Since half a year ago, when I felt that the true meaning of wind had reached its limit, it's become difficult to progress further, Li Yuan said with a smile. From intermediate rank true intent to high rank. This is a chasm. Li Yuan suddenly extended a finger. Phew, the power of heaven and earth surged, and an invisible fluctuation shot out from his fingertip, like a flicker of spear light, instantly spanning hundreds of meters of void. An invisible force, but Lin Lanyue sensed it incredibly clearly. A lasting finger mark appeared in the void. Only a true intent powerhouse could sense this mark. Is this the power of nearly 6th stage high rank from heaven and earth? Lin Lanyue exclaimed in admiration. Li Yuan, this is just your true meaning of wind. How much stronger would it be if you combined it with the even stronger true meaning of earth, with the mysteries of the true meaning of wind? Over recent years, both had resided on Seven Star Mountain, frequently encountering each other. Lin Lanyue was well aware of how greatly Li Yuan had progressed. His comprehension of true intent had increased immeasurably compared to 3 years ago. In Lin Lanyue's view, even Duanmu Mountain Master, the Star Master, once Li Yuan combined 2 major true intents to burst forth, might not match Li Yuan in terms of true intent comprehension. Combining true intents? Li Yuan revealed a smile. For these 3 years, his level of life hadn't improved and was still at the prime warrior limit. But in other aspects, his progress had been tremendous. Like the true meaning of earth, which had stepped into the 6th stage high rank half a year ago, the true meaning of wind also improved rapidly, reaching the limit of 6th stage middle rank, and was just 1 step away from stepping into 6th stage high rank. Both true intents separately were at the flying heaven peak level. Once combined to burst forth, I feel like I might be able to compare with a demigod, Lin Lanyue said with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Perhaps, Li Yuan said with a smile, but that's just the most ordinary class of demigod. That's already very powerful, Lin Lanyue remarked. Demigod level is already the peak force of our 7-star civilization. Clearly, she wasn't deeply aware of the innermost secrets of the 7-star civilization. Li Yuan, I believe in you. You will surely become the strongest in the history of our civilization, Lin Lanyue said with a smile. Even stronger than the alliance leader. You're the only one who would say that, Li Yuan chuckled, but his mood was increasingly buoyant. These 3 years, most of the time, was spent on 7-Star Mountain. Cultivation was tedious. Initially, Li Yuan felt a lot of gratitude towards Lin Lanyue. For Lin Lanyue, it started with admiration for Li Yuan, then gradually turned into affection. Over these 3 years, the two of them, accompanying each other through arduous cultivation, unknowingly developed deeper feelings, both aware of each other's sentiment, yet without fully breaking the ice. Companionship is the longest confession of love. Lanyue, let's head back, Li Yuan said with a smile. Now that you've just begun to condense true intent, further meditation in seclusion will yield greater gains. If you can take it a step further, you could attempt to go to Fierce Feather Star Realm, Mingshu Star Realm, Li Yuan added. Okay. Lin Lanyue nodded. Over the years, as Mingshu Star Realm gradually developed, the secrets of Ming Mountain were no longer a major secret for members of 7-Star Mountain. All true intent prime warriors had nearly all attempted to enter the civilization mothership, but unfortunately, no one else could gain recognition from the alien god. Divine being inheritance wasn't something easy to come by. Watching Lin Lanyue walk away, Li Yuan couldn't help but smile. Uncle and aunt really approve of Lanyue. During the New Year in February this year, Li Yuan and Lin Lanyue had visited Zhang City. Li Changzhou and Chen Wei were very satisfied with Lin Lanyue, particularly impressed. Especially the aunt, who had privately advised Li Yuan. Let nature take its course. When the right time comes, it will happen naturally. Li Yuan wasn't actively pursuing this matter. Sigh. As he returned to the plaza, Li Yuan casually sat down and felt the mysteries of wind between heaven and earth. I possess the 1000 Illusions formation map. With the aid of True Solution of the Heavenly Wind Star Vein, how is it that I still haven't broken through after so long? Li Yuan muttered to himself, if I could break through the true meaning of wind, the might of my spear technique would likely approach the threshold of the law. Nowadays, compared to 3 years ago, Li Yuan's spear technique had already undergone a transformation. If he could advance further, undoubtedly, it would alarm countless flying heaven warriors. From 6th stage perfection to the 7th stage law, that again would be a transformation. Yet, to take this step, even though Li Yuan combined 2 true intents, it was extremely difficult. True intent comprehension has improved greatly, but as for spiritual power and Star Meridiana, Li Yuan's gaze flicked toward the Divine Palace panel. AA, Life Level. 30.0, second rank, spiritual power, 39.9. Willpower. 40 spiritual awakening level, 60%, current limit 60%. Star Meridian. Star Meridian. 6 star meridians, 10 layers plus 10 layers plus 10 layers plus 7 layers plus 7 layers plus 6 layers. Skill Realm. True meaning of Earth, 6th stage high rank, mysteries of wind, 6th stage middle rank, mysteries of water, 5th stage 16%, mysteries of wood, 5th stage 13%, mysteries of metal, 8%, mysteries of fire, 5th stage 3%. 9-layer star technique. True solution of the Earth star vein, 2nd rank 9, level 18. 9-layer star technique. True solution of the heavenly wind star vein, 2nd stage 9, level 18. 9-layer star technique. All things divine body, 2nd rank 9, level 18. 7-layer star technique. 9 shadows clone, 2nd rank 7, level 14. With under the harsh grinding of the sun, my willpower had stepped into the semi-divine level 2 years ago, Li Yuan thought to himself, but it's tough for spiritual power to break through to the semi-divine level. A year ago, his spiritual power had already reached level 39.9, but it had been stagnant ever since. Indeed, Li Yuan had spent tens of thousands of points to purchase various 4th-rank treasures from the 7 Stars Treasury, all aimed at enhancing spiritual power, but to no avail. The breakthrough of such a major bottleneck is seldom aided by ordinary external means. If I could reach the flying heaven level and undergo a transformation of the flesh, perhaps my spiritual power might break through, Li Yuan secretly sighed. Soul and body are inseparably linked. It is indeed extremely difficult for a prime warrior's body to nurture a semi-divine level soul. As for the cultivation of the star meridian, although it gets harder later on, Li Yuan was becoming increasingly composed. Still continually awakening life stars. The first 6 star meridians are already so powerful, and now, there are numerous unknown life stars in my life starry sky. Awakening the 7th star meridian should be very close, Li Yuan reflected. Time. Ample time will make me incredibly powerful. I've just turned 24 years old, so there is no rush, Li Yuan calmly thought to himself. Long-term cultivation is also a refinement of the spirit. 3 years? Even 10 years, Li Yuan could wait. As autumn gave way to winter, in the blink of an eye, the entire martial divine star realm except for the 7-star mountain was blanketed in vast snowfall. It was during this winter. A sensational piece of news broke out from Blue Star, and in an extremely short time, it shook the entire 7-star civilization. A demigod has fallen. Just one battle, and a demigod from the Cloud Beast civilization alongside Tassi, a demigod from the Tinliang civilization, have fallen. Fang Hai. A flying heaven warrior, he successfully slew 2 demigods in the Wanhan star realm. Weren't people saying Fang Hai was stuck at his bottleneck and couldn't advance? Heaven. This news, like a hurricane, not only swept through the entire 7-star civilization but also reached the Myriad Demons civilization, the Immortal Ruins civilization, and many other powerful civilizations, shocking everyone. Even the legendary divine beings were inquiring about this matter. A flying heaven warrior, slaying a demigod. Not only was this the first instance in the history of the 7-star civilization, but even considering the whole dimensional domain, it's a rare occurrence, signifying the true rise of a peerless genius. Dongfang Alliance leader, an invincible demigod, once fought and killed dozens of demigods, deterring the Myriad Demons civilization from invading. Perhaps he has already become a divine being by now. Fang Hai, hidden for decades, erupted in one day. He is even more terrifying than his teacher was back in the day. The mysterious spirit gun, equally monstrous. Li Yuan, reportedly his strength is not inferior to Yu Jing back in the days. Our 7-star civilization is truly on the rise. The high-ranking flying heaven warriors and above of the entire 7-star civilization were excited and exhilarated. The birth of a divine being is beneficial to the entire civilization. And these few individuals, perhaps they might all become divine beings in the future. 7-star mountain, inside the palace. Principal, cultivating 2 supreme star techniques is about to turn into a demigod? Li Yuan, looking at the information sent by the Alliance leader, asked. The intelligence report from Dongfang Ji was much more detailed than what was spread through the virtual network. Dragon Spring Tide of the Wanhan Star Realm, containing a supreme treasure of the water lineage? Li Yuan perused the report, secretly marveling. It roughly described Fang Hai's experiences over the years, spending most of his time within the Wanhan Star Realm. What exactly was the Dragon Spring Tide? The report did not say. It must be a treasure like the source of the heaven wind that the Alliance hierarch values so highly, and even caused the principal to transform, Li Yuan thought to himself. Although he had awakened his mind-spirit divine palace and even received the heritage from two true gods, Li Yuan did not dare to underestimate the Alliance hierarch and the principal. In the vast world, countless encounters. Every person is the protagonist of their own life. Who can reason out the ordinary? Li Yuan thought to himself, just like me, who would have thought that in just 6 years, as a mere prime warrior, without even becoming a flying heaven warrior, my true intent comprehension would reach the threshold of a demigod? Li Yuan was extremely satisfied with the progress of his true intent over the past 3 years, which was much greater than that of the previous 3 years. He believed that when the time for an explosion of power came, he would surely surprise many foreign civilizations. However, now is not yet the time to make a move. Li Yuan sent the message files and, after thinking for a bit, sent a congratulatory message to Principal Fang Hai. Continue cultivating. Li Yuan calmed his mind, once again immersing his consciousness in the life-starry sky. Years passed, and the once dim life-starry sky had become ever more dazzling. Awaken. Li Yuan's mental consciousness divided and roamed within the life-starry sky, following the dazzling star meridians, capturing their mystical movements, and trying to discover more life stars. Time passed. Bang! Li Yuan suddenly grunted, feeling a sudden trembling in the star meridians, his body suffering injuries. The awakening failed. Another thread of mental consciousness was extinguished. It's getting tougher. Even with my level 39.9 spiritual power, attempting to continue exploring and awakening on such a strong star meridian foundation is increasingly difficult. Li Yuan frowned. The speed of awakening life stars is slowing down. Each life star that awakens needs to be integrated with mental consciousness. It requires the soul to bear it. Although Li Yuan was of 6-star pulse, each star meridian was exceptionally strong, and the pressure on his soul far exceeded that of ordinary strong individuals with 6-star pulse. Eventually, after spending over an hour and failing 4 times, Li Yuan finally successfully awakened more than 10 life stars. And continuous injuries to his body forced Li Yuan to stop. Need to rest for at least 3 days. Law creation. The closer to the limit, the tougher it is. I thought too simply of the 7-star veins, Li Yuan said with a slight frown. No wonder they're called legendary. Now, with so many unowned life stars in my life-starry sky, theoretically awakening 2 or 3 more star meridians would be more than enough. Li Yuan sensed the vast number of unowned life stars within him. A large number of life stars, far more than 3 years ago, but since they had not formed a star meridian, they could not be utilized. 4 years ago, after the second spiritual guidance, Li Yuan once thought the awakening of the 7 stars was imminent. But these 4 years of law creation told him, he had been wrong. There are quite a few with 6-star pulse within the 7-star civilization. But looking at the entire dimensional domain, across tens of thousands of dimensional planes, today there might only be Principal Fang Hai able to slay a demigod with flying heaven. Li Yuan shook his head slightly. He pondered for a moment. Whoosh, with a thought, Li Yuan entered the ancient divine palace. Inside the ancient divine palace. 3 years, such great progress with the star meridian, even the weakest one has awakened to 6th layers, and you still think it's slow? Upon hearing Li Yuan's account, Ji Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Is it not slow? Li Yuan asked in confusion. Wrong? You are terribly wrong. The girl shook her head and said, Brother, do you really think that it took you 1 year to go from a 1-star pulse to a 6-star pulse, so after a few more years, you will definitely awaken to the 7-star pulse? By that logic, should 10 years be enough to awaken the legendary 9-star pulse? Li Yuan was taken aback. It's not that easy. If it were so simple, someone who is a prime warrior would have awakened 7-star pulse. Yu shook her head. In that case, the divine realm would be filled with 7-star pulse, and there wouldn't be so many divines stuck at 6-star pulse. Many true gods are also at 6-star pulse. Li Yuan listened intently. If the difficulty from 3-star pulse to 5-star meridian is 1, then from 5-star meridian to 6-star pulse the difficulty is 100, and from 6-star pulse to 7-star pulse, the difficulty is at least 10,000, said Ji Yu, looking at Li Yuan. For this reason, even when you initially showed such a high star vein talent, I only expected you to become a 7-star pulse in the second rank. You've been creating laws for so long, Ji Yu said. You should understand, the further you awaken the star pulse, the more you reach the limits of your current soul strength and skill level. Like many prime warriors and flying heaven warriors with high true intent comprehension who choose to break through, do you think they don't want to strengthen their foundation? No, it's because they spend 5, 10, 50 years, and still can't awaken even one life star. At their limit, unable to improve, naturally, they can only break through. In fact, your progress is extremely fast, and the fact that you can still awaken life shows you still have a lot of room for improvement, said Ji Yu, looking at Li Yuan. With your current rate of progress, you could awaken 7-star pulse in as little as 1 or 2 years, or at most 10. 10 years? Li Yuan sighed inwardly. He had enough patience. It just felt a bit slow. Don't mind the slowness. According to what Father said back then, aside from some top bloodlines and supreme divine beasts, even in the divine realm, reaching 7-star pulse before age 50 in the second rank is already extremely exceptional. Ji Yu seemed to understand Li Yuan's thoughts, smiling and saying, if you spend another 10 years, you'll only be in your 30s. In his 30s, still in the most vigorous stage of a second-rank life, stepping into the flying heaven realm wouldn't affect anything. 8-star veins? Li Yuan asked. 8-star veins? Ji Yu said, as long as you are a 7-star veins at second rank, and upon reaching flying heaven realm or demigod status you achieve 8-star veins, there is a great hope. That was also the goal I had set for you back in the day. Li Yuan nodded slightly. Ji Yu had indeed said something similar early on. But his own goal had always been for a prime warrior to achieve 8-star veins. Can't one achieve 8-star veins at second rank? Li Yuan couldn't help but ask. Second rank achievement? Theoretically it's possible, but practically it's almost non-existent. Ji Yu shook her head. You must understand that second rank is indeed the best period for awakening star veins. During this stage, all lives start the same. But once you enter flying heaven realm, due to different star veins, the origin pills that condense are fundamentally different. Even during the flying heaven stage, some powerhouses further awaken from 6-star pulse to 7-star pulse, making their origin pills undergo transformation. Yet there is an essential difference from the innate 7 stars origin pill. Li Yuan nodded slightly. He knew this point. It was precisely for this reason that he was so eager to reach 8-star veins. Prime warrior stage. Even for someone like you, who cultivated the strongest body refining star technique and whose body was at the limit of a prime warrior, only 30 levels. The life star you nurtured is not strong enough. The soul your body can sustain is not strong enough. The huge disparity at the foundation makes 7-star pulse almost the limit, Ji Yu said earnestly. In the divine realm, many top divine beasts of powerful forces are born as 7-star veins and then utilize origin treasures to assist in cultivation. External cultivation conditions are considered the top. It's something you can't imagine. In the end, most still only manage to break through into flying heaven with 7-star veins. Condensing the origin pill with 7-star pulse, stepping into flying heaven, after becoming a demigod, the life star strengthens. The soul becomes further powerful, enabling the further awakening of more life stars, holding great hope for another leap. Of course, there are also extremely few geniuses that bloom late, Ji Yu said. 6-star pulse as a prime warrior, transformed to 7-star pulse in the flying heaven realm, transformed to 8-star pulse upon reaching demigod. But it's extremely rare. Heavenly divines. Every one of them, when young, was an exceptional genius that shook many star domains, a girl softly said. But upon ascending to godhood, most were still just 8-star pulse. Once ascended to God, the star veins are fixed, almost impossible to change. Li Yuan fully understood. Awakening a 7-star pulse at second rank, third and fourth ranks further awaken an 8-star pulse. This was the path for top geniuses in the divine realm. And to ultimately achieve 8-star pulse, being 6-star pulse at second rank was the baseline. Is there really no hope of reaching 8-star pulse at second rank? Li Yuan still harbored a sliver of hope in his heart. There is. But the number of such exceptional talents is much fewer than heavenly divines. Ji Yu shook her head. Father has roamed the divine realm for tens of thousands of years and seen several heavenly divines, but never heard of a second-rank life-awakening 8-star pulse. Perhaps, such exceptional geniuses were born in secret, but their powerful affiliations would definitely not want to expose them, to avoid assassination by hostile forces. Ji Yu looked at Li Yuan. After all, if one awakens 8-star pulse at second rank, then there is hope of awakening to 9-star pulse before becoming a god. The 9-star pulse, even in the divine realm, is a legend, rare to see one born in an era. Ji Yu sighed wistfully. An era? Li Yuan was taken aback. In the divine realm, an era typically refers to around 300,000 years, roughly equivalent to the lifespan of a heavenly divine, Ji Yu explained. Li Yuan nodded slightly. You said before that you wanted to try for 8-star veins. I didn't stop you, because I really didn't know your limit. Ji Yu looked at Li Yuan. Having aspirations is good. But you must also stay grounded. A prime warrior achieving 8-star veins. If a heavenly divine dedicated all their energy to nurture you, with your talent, there might be a glimmer of hope. Ji Yu shook her head. Unfortunately, neither I nor your 7-star civilization has such conditions. So, after a few more years, once you become a 7-star pulse, then make your breakthrough. Being able to awaken to 7-star pulse as a prime warrior within the mortal domain, you should be proud, Ji Yu said. Wait until you're in flying heaven, a demigod, and then work hard to transform into 8-star pulse later. Li Yuan listened with a wry smile. A sliver of hope? Wasn't that essentially no hope? Okay. Sis, I'll think it over carefully. I'm leaving now, Li Yuan said, and with a thought, he had already left the ancient divine palace. Inside the palace. Not willing to give up? A girl with bare feet muttered. Makes sense, such a monstrous talent. Never truly met a rival genius since the start of cultivation. Why would he easily give up? Just wait. When he takes a big fall, he'll naturally come to his senses, Ji Yu thought to herself. She didn't mind Li Yuan wasting 10 or 20 years. As long as he broke through before the age of 50, the impact wouldn't be significant. Moreover, Ji Yu had always been observing in secret and knew that Li Yuan's true intent comprehension was still rapidly progressing. That was enough. In Ji Yu's view, if Li Yuan's growth was too smooth, it might not be a good thing. In the path of cultivation, can everything be as desired? Ji Yu shook his head inwardly. Stumbling a little now is far better than taking a big fall later. In the quiet chamber, the materials Chu Bingzhen gave me only mentioned that it's difficult for a prime warrior to awaken the 8-star veins. Li Yuan thought to himself, but I didn't expect it to be this difficult. Just as Ji Yu said, only the top star vein talent, coupled with the best cultivation by a heavenly divine, might offer a sliver of hope for success. A glint flickered in Li Yuan's eyes. I don't have the help of a heavenly divine. My greatest idea. First is the observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Such a visualization method, even in the divine realm, is top tier, something even the ancient torch divine can't provide. Second is spiritual guidance. But to activate spiritual guidance again, spiritual power must further transform to reach an awakening limit of 75%. Li Yuan thought to himself. Then, I must further cultivate my spiritual power. Li Yuan understood. Even if the soul reached the semi-divine level, it might not necessarily result in the awakening limit reaching 75%. But this was the first step. Fight on. My body is too weak, trying to bear a semi-divine level soul. If it is just as before, engaging in normal cultivation of visualization methods, even spending another 10 or 20 years, the soul might not break through. Li Yuan decided resolutely in his heart. When cultivation reaches a bottleneck, sometimes time accumulation is needed, but beyond a certain level, more time alone is useless. Only by fighting desperately is there a glimmer of hope. A semi-divine level soul is my only hope, thinking of this. Whoosh! Li Yuan tapped on his smart ring, opened the 7 Stars treasury and went straight to Soul Treasures. Not enough, Li Yuan frowned. After pondering for a few seconds, Li Yuan directly made another call. 10 seconds later. Li Yuan. A deep voice sounded. Isn't it the Alliance Hierarch? Li Yuan was taken aback. You can call me, Yun Lao. The deep voice spoke. The Alliance Hierarch is in secluded cultivation. If you have anything, you can ask me directly. With your permission. You are qualified to know about me. Li Yuan immediately understood. This deep voice should be a secretive existence within the 7-star civilization. Yun Lao. I want to purchase a large quantity of 4th rank soul recovery treasures, even 5th rank ones, Li Yuan said, a lot. How much? How many? The deep voice puzzled. 5, 10. 4th rank soul recovery treasures typically cost between 1,000 to 5,000 7-stars points, depending on their effectiveness and rarity. Start with 100, Li Yuan hesitated and then said, if that's not enough, I might need more. The other end of the communication fell silent, after a long while. Are you sure you misspoke? The deep voice said, what are you trying to do? The entire 7 Stars treasury doesn't have that many right now. I must report to the Alliance Hierarch. I'm aiming to impact the semi-divine level soul and awaken the 7-star pulse, Li Yuan stated directly. Some things need not be concealed. All right, just wait, the deep voice did not ask further. Time passed. Okay. The Alliance Hierarch just agreed. The first batch of 54th rank soul nurturing treasures will be sent to Martial Divine Star Realm within a day, and the 7 stars points will be deducted directly from your account, the deep voice said. As for more, it will take some time. Good, Li Yuan nodded. For the short term, 50 was enough. Feixing, a mysterious place where the sky was dim, and below was a vast ocean. Yet, the ocean water was completely black, unfathomable. 2 figures stood in the void. Teacher, what's the matter? Fang Hai in black robe asked Dongfang Ji, who was not far away. If Li Yuan were here, he would have sensed the changes in Fang Hai's aura, which had greatly changed from the past. If the past Fang Hai was reserved and substantial, occasionally revealing a hint of sharpness. Then now, he was like an abyss, becoming unfathomable. Li Yuan just sent a message asking if he could exchange for a large batch of 4th rank soul treasures. Dongfang Ji said with a smile, he wants to exchange for 100 pieces. 100 pieces? That many? Even the entire 7 stars treasury doesn't have that many? Fang Hai expressed doubtfully. Should I try to persuade him? Fang Hai shook his head. By doing this, other semi-divine and flying heaven levels will probably lack such treasures for cultivation. To Fang Hai, even if Li Yuan had enough 7 stars points, he shouldn't be so capricious. One must always consider the bigger picture. No need. He communicated directly with me and didn't trouble San Yi, probably because he wanted to ask if I could make the exchange, Dongfang Ji said with a smile. He previously risked his life and made significant contributions to civilization. A fair exchange. Naturally, we cannot let him be disheartened. I've already instructed Yun Pu to prepare a few hundred 4th rank soul treasures. I can still afford to exchange, Dongfang Ji stated calmly. Fang Hai's pupils contracted, slightly shocked. A single 4th rank soul treasure was normally worth 1,000 or 2,000 points. 100 pieces would be about 200,000 7 stars points. But treasures are not calculated like that. Logically, like 4th rank treasures, the production of the entire civilization was finite within a certain time frame. They couldn't be exchanged unlimitedly by any powerful entity. Unless there was a stable supply channel. But in the entire dimensional domain, which force could stably supply 4th rank soul treasures? Even the immortal ruins civilization couldn't do it. In an instant, Fang Hai thought of many possibilities. No need to ask more. Dongfang Ji shook his head with a smile. Once you conquer the 7th mountain, many things will naturally become clear. And by then, The 7-star civilization will also be handed over to you. Yes, teacher, Fang Hai nodded, no longer inquiring about the source of the treasures, yet he couldn't help but ask, what does Li Yuan need so many 4th-rank treasures for? He said he wants to impact the semi-divine soul and awaken the 7-star veins, Dongfang Ji replied. Fang Hai's pupils contracted. According to the Martial Divine Hall's perception, just half a year ago, his spear technique was comparable to a demigod, Dongfang Ji said with a smile. Much faster than you back in the day. Only over 3 years have passed since the conflict in the Mingshu star realm, and his spear technique has transformed. Indeed, much faster than me, Fang Hai sincerely said. I was nearly 40 when my true intent comprehension reached the demigod level. And it took another decade and the opportunity in the 9 Leaves world for me to step into the threshold of the law. Li Yuan is indeed much stronger than me, Fang Hai stated. No need to compare yourself with him, as everyone's talent and opportunities differ, Dongfang Ji said with a smile. Before him, you were already a rare genius of our 7-star civilization. It's all thanks to your excellent guidance, teacher, Fang Hai solemnly said. He was very grateful to Dongfang Ji in his heart, knowing well that without his teacher's guidance all the way, he wouldn't have made it to where he was today. Teacher, does Li Yuan have a chance of awakening the 7-star veins as a prime warrior? Fang Hai asked doubtfully, are 4th-rank treasures alone enough? They are not enough, Dongfang Ji shook his head. The 7-star veins are not that easy. His body is too weak to achieve a semi-divine level soul. Relying solely on external objects, even 5th-rank treasures are not enough. 6th-rank treasures. I have difficulty offering them, and even if I could, his soul and body wouldn't withstand it, Dongfang Ji said. Fang Hai nodded in agreement. Treasures also required a strong enough constitution to be effective. Otherwise, sometimes they could even be harmful. With 2 true god heritages guiding him, he won't stray from his path. But how far he can go depends on him, Dongfang Ji looked at Fang Hai. Don't worry about him. You need to focus on yourself next. I look forward to the day you conquer the 9 Leaves, achieve semi-divinity, and finally return from conquering the 7th mountain, Dongfang Ji's eyes filled with anticipation. Teacher. Disciple, I will give it my all, Fang Hai bowed deeply and then hesitated no longer. Whoosh. He transformed into a streak of light and dived into the pitch-black ocean water. Deep in this sea area was the entrance to the 9 Leaves world. In the void, Dongfang Ji watched the pitch-black waters. For a moment, he was somewhat lost in thought. Hopefully, he can succeed, Dongfang Ji murmured softly. He had great expectations for Li Yuan but allowed him to develop freely without intervention. However, with Fang Hai, he had profound insights, as he was a direct disciple nurtured for decades. The effort spent on Fang Hai was the most extensive. Master, I have already contacted the divine being from the Myriad Realms Commerce Chamber, a deep voice suddenly resonated beside Dongfang Ji. We expect the relevant treasures to arrive at the Kenglin Star in 3 days. Yes, go arrange for their reception, Dongfang Ji spoke softly. For the next period, no matter what Li Yuan wants, as long as his 7 stars points are enough to exchange them for him. I can't nurture him like a heavenly divine, but he should still have the basic cultivation. Yes, the deep voice responded. 3 days later. Li Yuan, your items have arrived, could you confirm them on the virtual network? Duan Muhong in white robe smiled. What did you buy this time? The delivery was made by a Sanyi semi-divine. Must be quite valuable, right? Some small items, Li Yuan said with a smile, taking the storage treasure handed over by Duan Muhong. He returned alone to the quiet chamber in the palace. Altogether with what was delivered the day before yesterday, there are a total of 100 portions of 4th-rank treasures for restoring the soul. Li Yuan sensed while checking the exotic treasures stored within the storage treasure. Each bore different appearances, some were spirit fruits, some medicinal liquids, some resembled jade stones, and even some looked like withered wood. All bizarre. Alliance Hierarch, truly impressive, Li Yuan marveled inwardly. He deliberately acquired so many types of 4th-rank treasures. Many of these treasures never even appeared in the 7 Stars treasury. Li Yuan initially didn't expect the Alliance Hierarch could really get them. only to find he had underestimated the Alliance hierarch. There's a secret, Li Yuan thought about the last time he cultivated the all things divine body. Dongfang Ji, too, managed to get a large amount of treasures within a few days. One time is a coincidence. Twice? All these exotic treasures gathered at once couldn't possibly be produced within our civilization, Li Yuan thought. Most likely, the Alliance hierarch has a way to exchange a large number of treasures. Such a channel was definitely of great significance to the entire 7-star civilization. That's good. To exchange these 104th rank treasures, it cost 1.8 million 7-stars points, Li Yuan thought. I hope it helps. As long as it succeeds, spending millions of 7-stars points is worth it. Whoosh! With a thought, Li Yuan released a fruit that was entirely red, emitting a bizarre glow. He immediately popped it into his mouth. He closed his eyes. Boom! Most of Li Yuan's mental consciousness rushed into the first layer of the Mind-Spirit Divine Palace, the Great Sun Jade Platform. He found himself in a vast starry sky. At the end of the starry sky was a dazzling, endless great sun, whose rays enveloped the void and shone upon Li Yuan. Years ago, when his spiritual power was only above 10, Li Yuan would feel pain. But now? Each time I come here, it feels comfortable. Li Yuan's mental consciousness felt warm. Whoosh! Li Yuan's consciousness body swiftly approached the great sun. The originally warm light quickly turned blistering hot, followed by a scorching pain. The closer he got, the more terrifying the light of the great sun, and the more daunting the pressure it emitted. After a long time, in Li Yuan's vision, the entire great sun had already obscured half of the sky. Clearly, he was very close. My soul is being scorched. Li Yuan's face showed faint signs of pain. Over the past several years, Li Yuan practiced the visualization method mostly here. It was extremely painful, and even with a semi-divine level willpower like Li Yuan's, it was painful, but it wasn't a real threat to his life. Not enough. If I were just practicing normally, staying here for visualization would be enough, but if I want to break through the limit, then I must get even closer. Determination flashed in Li Yuan's eyes. Boom! Li Yuan continued to approach, that soul-scorching pain intensifying. Li Yuan clenched his teeth and pressed on. Hiss! The dreadful light of the great sun even penetrated the surface, starting to harm Li Yuan's soul directly. It was like tearing the soul apart. Pain. Agonizing pain. I've reached my limit. Not only was Li Yuan's soul trembling, but his body was also subtly affected, shaking. With a thought, Li Yuan operated the observing the great sun starry sky scripture. Swoosh! From the other end of the void, in the starry sky, slender strands of peculiar energy traveled through the void, infiltrating Li Yuan's consciousness body, easing the soul's pain, and healing the soul's injuries. But it was far from enough. Crack! Li Yuan immediately swallowed that 4th-rank fruit. Quickly, the fruit's effectiveness unfolded. Streams of peculiar energy infiltrated Li Yuan's spiritual world, beginning to heal his soul's wounds. Continue. Temper the spirit. Temper the consciousness. Li Yuan tenaciously endured the pain. My body is too weak, so I cannot directly nurture a semi-divine level soul or rely on external items. Thus, the only option is to find a way for the soul to undergo a metamorphosis from within. Visualization method. The pressure of the great sun. Having practiced the visualization method for 7 years, although I've been very diligent, every time I reached the limit of what my spiritual power could endure, I would rest. To break my body's confines, I need to break the soul's limit. This was the method Li Yuan thought of to completely transform the soul. Visualization method. Time after time, squeezing the soul, tearing the soul. Li Yuan silently endured. Just like training the body to the verge of death. Normally, if practiced this way, the soul would not endure and collapse. I've been continuously ingesting 4th-rank soul treasures, which can combine with the visualization method to quickly restore soul injuries. Strive. Give it my all. Persist. Until the day the soul undergoes a complete metamorphosis from within, Li Yuan resolved inwardly. For a flying heaven level, transforming the soul to a semi-divine level is extremely difficult. What about a prime warrior attempting it? The difficulty is unimaginable. Li Yuan's method, easy to speak of when heavenly divine beings in the divine realm each know it, but hard to execute. To endure the extreme pain of tearing the soul, not everyone can manage. Especially those who grew up sheltered, inherently strong, who have never experienced hardship, how could they endure? Even Li Yuan. During many years of cultivation, through day after day of visualization cultivation, he honed his willpower to a semi-divine level, and still, it was somewhat unbearable. But, he continued to persevere. Just like when he was young, before awakening the mind-spirit divine palace, also not fitting the high-rank cultivation methods he practiced day in and day out, never considering giving up. While training at Kunlun Martial University, he could endure the extreme pain of body-cleansing spirit marrow. Tenacity. Insanity. This was Li Yuan's true nature. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 5 days apart from regular spear technique practice, comprehending the mysteries of true intent, and occasionally seeing Lin Lanue. Li Yuan spent most of his time on the visualization method. Gradually, 1 month, 2 months after consuming 104th rank soul treasures, Li Yuan exchanged for another batch. Continuing to cultivate, and gradually adapting, his willpower improved under such intense tempering, and his soul, under such day after day of squeezing, finally began to transform. Soul is undergoing transformation. Willpower is being enhanced, Li Yuan murmured to himself. In just 3 months, his willpower had risen from level 40 to 41. Though his spiritual power did not rise in rank, Li Yuan clearly felt the subtle changes within his soul. But this was not enough, far from enough. My body does not provide much assistance in nurturing the soul. Instead, it's subtly becoming a hindrance, Li Yuan realized. I must press myself even harder. Thus, while observing the great sun starry sky scripture, Li Yuan's consciousness body drew even closer to the great sun. Indeed, the effects of his cultivation were better, but the agony tearing through his soul also soared once again. The damage to his soul was even greater. Consequently, the number of 4th-rank soul treasures he consumed increased, with a huge amount of 7 stars points being invested. Even Yun Lao, who was in charge of procurement, was shocked by the quantity. It was too much. Even for the Myriad Realms Commerce Chamber, as the asking price gradually increased, he had no choice but to report back to Dongfang Ji. Let him go, was the response. The birth of an exceptional genius requires talent, perseverance, and a massive amount of resources. These 3 elements are indispensable, Dongfang Ji said indifferently. In the end, a bit of luck is still needed. It's just that the consumption of resources is too vast, a deep voice couldn't help but comment. If we continue to use the original points pricing, we might suffer a loss. Li Yuan has enough talent and strong enough perseverance. Dongfang Ji shook his head. What do those resources count for? They don't even catch up to a single 6th-rank treasure. Don't be stingy. Haven't the resources from Mingshu Star Realm already begun to be excavated? We will recover the costs. Master, I'm just worried it will all be in vain, the deep voice said. Can every effort always yield a return? Dongfang Ji laughed. Those heavenly divine who take disciples, each one of them an exceptional genius, will also invest a tremendous amount of resources to nurture them. In the end, it's hard for even 1 in 10 to ascend to heavenly God. One must be willing. Without willingness, what can be gained? As time passed by, Li Yuan's frenetic cultivation inevitably caused Lu Bing within the heavenly snake hall to sense the fluctuations in his soul. Within the heavenly snake hall, Big Brother, why are his spiritual fluctuations so intense? Why is he in such agony? Sensing the outside world, as well as Li Yuan's condition, Green Snake Lu Bing was worried. In the first few months when Li Yuan began his cultivation, the fluctuations of his soul were quite normal. Since most of the time was spent resting, Lu Bing didn't pay much attention. She remained focused on her own cultivation. But by now, things had changed from the beginning. Inside the outer quiet chamber, a faint trace of blood seeped through Li Yuan's body, his form trembling subtly. His soul was in so much agony that his body was beginning to break down, a frightful state indeed, and yet, as origin power circulated, it would gradually heal his physical injuries. However, Quickly, under the severe soul pain, his body would again ooze blood. The cycle repeated. Physical injuries could be healed, but the torment of the soul couldn't be alleviated. How could Liu Bing not notice such fluctuations in the soul? Whoosh, within the hall, a majestic, one-horned phantom congealed. It was Chu Bingzhen. He must be trying to escalate to a semi-divine level soul, Chu Bingzhen said quietly. His ambition really is grand, a prime warrior. Actually aiming for a semi-divine level soul. Semi-divine level soul? Liu Bing was taken aback. Can it be achieved? He must be cultivating a visualization method of an extremely high grade, perhaps no less than your inherited visualization method, capable of sharpening the soul to its limits and restoring it, Chu Bingzhen stated. Moreover, the 7-star civilization is truly special, being able to procure so many 4th-rank treasures to aid his cultivation. Yet even so, the chances of success are very slim, Chu Bingzhen expressed. The external environment is still too poor. The chances are slim? Liu Bing felt a pang in her heart. Liu Bing, think about it. In the inherited memories of the past holy blood heavenly serpents, how many at 2nd rank managed to reach a semi-divine level soul? Chu Bingzhen shook his head. Isn't it said that just stepping into the threshold of the law, and pushing one's spirit and willpower to the limit of flying heaven, is sufficient for ascension? That's the standard? Yes, Liu Bing nodded, recalling the comprehensive standards in her ancestral memory. These past few years, she had been concentrating on her cultivation, making astonishing progress. Her innate bloodline privilege had allowed her to step into the threshold of the wind law. It was just that her advance in spiritual will was not very fast. There was no helping it, she was only a few years old. A 2nd-rank individual, even if cultivating the most powerful body refining star technique, the body is still too weak. Forcibly striving for a semi-divine level soul isn't very meaningful. In fact, based on Li Yuan's powerful will, once he breaks through to the flying heaven level, his soul will rapidly transform to semi-divine level. Pursuing the limit for the sake of it could more easily lead to life-threatening dangers, Chu Bingzhen advised. Unless, he wants to thus attempt to reach higher star meridians. But given his rate of progress, steadily cultivating according to plan, he could still reach the 7-star veins in several years. There's no need to be so hard on himself at this moment. I can't comprehend it. Chu Bingzhen truly did not understand Li Yuan's actions. The 7-star veins would be no challenge for Big Brother, Liu Bing said. Could Big Brother be aiming for the 2nd-rank 8-star veins? Impossible. Chu Bingzhen shook his head. His talent is high, but residing in the dimensional domain, even with the 7-star civilization's nurturing conditions being relatively good compared to the mortal domain, they're incomparable to the divine realm. Now that he hasn't entered 9 Leaves 9 Mountains, unless a heavenly god brings an origin supreme treasure, even if he awakens a semi-divine level soul, there's not a sliver of hope. In the history of our heavenly serpent clan, those few who were born with 2nd-rank 8-star veins were all very special, Chu Bingzhen continued. The strongest talents, coupled with the best external conditions. And in the end, a bit of luck. Only then could a 2nd-rank 8-star vein be conceived. It signifies a foundation that is stronger than that of the most powerful divine beasts, Chu Bingzhen stated. Those from our clan history who managed to grow up alive, each eventually dominated an era.